Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone. Today is the first commission meeting of the 2026 year. It's going to be a very fruitful year. We're blessed to have you. January 13, 2026. We have an extensive opportunity for everyone to engage here in the commission, whether it's in person, like some of you who are here, by phone, by Zoom, by carrier pigeon. We accept everything. We just want your opinion. We want your input. We want your guidance. And we're grateful to have that. Mr. Manager, good morning. Mr. Clerk, we're ready for the invocation. I'd like to thank you again to have our friends from Christ Journey Church, Pastor Ryan Reed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I hope you had a wonderful and fruitful Christmas and a new year. Send our best to everyone in your church. Thank you very much,
Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate that. Great to see you again. Good morning, commissioners. Great to see all of you and meet some of you for the first time. Commissioner Anderson, great to see you again. I'm a part of Christ Journey Church, formerly University Baptist Church on the corner of Segovia and Anastasia, right across from the Youth Center. And this May, we will be celebrating 100 years of faithful ministry on that piece of property that George Merritt gave to us 100 years ago. And so we will be extending invitations to each one of you to join us for that celebration. You know, as we begin a new year, 2026, as Mr. Mayor said, we are anticipating a year full of hope, full of blessings, and also a year of challenges, for sure, as each year always brings. And so I wanted to give you, and all of us today, just a verse to keep on our mind and heart as we begin this commission meeting and to carry with us throughout the year. It's from Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6, and it's a verse that's been resonating with me over the last few days. It simply says this: "Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Do not depend on your own understanding. Seek his will in all you do, and he will show you which path to take." And so with that in mind, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father, we thank you for the gift of this day. Lord, we thank you for the rain. It's a reminder of your provision and grace. Lord, we also thank you for the opportunity to gather today in this commission hearing and be about the work that you would have for us to steward this great city beautiful. And so, Lord, I invite your blessing upon each one of these commissioners and the mayor and vice mayor. Lord, I pray that you would guide them with your wisdom. Lord, I want to thank you for each and every single one of them. And Lord, may you bless them and their families as we seek your will today. Lord, we make this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Thank you all very much.
Amen. Pastor, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have you. You brighten up our day, so thank you very much. God bless you. Madam Vice Mayor, it'd be an honor for you to have us lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Put your hand over your heart. Okay. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the docket, item A1, presentation of the 2025 Holiday Window Contest winners. Good morning, Solange. Great to have you here. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I dropped the ball. My bad. Sorry, Solange. Married moment. Thank you for the clerk for reminding me. My bad. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. I apologize.
Of course. During our centennial year, it has been a privilege to share the Merrick moment. And as this is the last, one moment may be a few moments today. In his 1921 book of poetry, George Merrick included his musings on a grave in the Everglades. Here are two stanzas. By the rise of a palm-grown highland far out in the Everglade, in a mound on a jungle island is a Seminole warrior laid. There in the midst of the prairie, desolate, forgotten, lone, neath a mound in a land most dreary, the land he had thought his own. Weighed down with a burden of sorrow, the Spanish moss drapes in dank gray, and the sunbeams filtering borrow the dullness of a storm-darkened day. On the isle where the cocoa plum tosses, he lies, forgotten and lone, his grave overhung by the mosses of the live oaks he had thought his own. George Merrick, developer, realized that he was changing the land forever. But he celebrated nature's bounty in his adopted home and respected the peoples who came before. Although centennial celebrations have ended, the centennial year technically comes to a close in April 2026. The Merrick House Board of Governors encourages the Commission and the city as a whole to resist returning to business as usual. Our statement that Coral Gables is unique and truly special due to its history should not become one of lip service. It is our brand. We can't lose it. Contrary to a statement made, there is no magic number of historic structures that are enough. Historic preservation is a moving target, as structures and the stories that go with them age. As new families continue to come to the area, as children grow, they need to learn the story. The Coral Gables Museum is telling it in its centennial exhibit. Every resident should stop by for a visit. We've talked about a welcome packet for residents, including a brief history of the city and tickets to the Merrick House. That has yet to happen. Perhaps it can this year. Let the story be told not only by the docents at the Merrick House, but by the Commission and the city staff and civic partners. And when historic structures come up for review or new developments are presented, let the decision makers be ever mindful, balancing history, that which makes us unique, with a thoughtful and prudent approach to modernization, asking yourselves, what would George Merrick do? As always, the Merrick House is open weekends for tours at 1, 2, and 3 o'clock. And as always, all of our tours are free to city employees. Thank you.
Before you go, I wanted to thank you for your commitment over the last year. It's been amazing to have you up here educating not only myself, but the entire city in regards to our incredible history. I've enjoyed this a lot, and I think it's been a benefit to the city as a whole. So I want you to think about, I haven't talked to you about this, if we continue doing this forward from the centennial. I leave that in your hands. I know it takes a lot of work. I know it takes preparation, and you do it with such grace and elegance that you make it look easy. So think about it, and if my colleagues would have this idea or consider this idea, I'd like to hear back from you, maybe through the manager's office, if we continue to do this in the follow-up commission meetings. I think it's beneficial.
It would be my pleasure.
I know you say that easily because you never say no. You give a lot to charity in the community. You're always involved. You're involved in many, many different organizations. But I just want you to think about it because I think it's beneficial to always be reminded of where we came from and why this city is so special. Not, we see it outside every day, but I think these little tidbits that are in the commission meeting, I think are important.
Thank you.
Refocusing, recalibrating, always working.
Yes, there's always new people, and there are also so many people who have lived here for 30 years and still don't know the story. So we can continue to tell it, certainly.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, of course.
And I have a question for the manager. The welcome packet that was suggested with the tickets. I mean, we live in an electronic age. Is there any reason why we can't, upon closing, just have these emailed to folks because the records are available?
I think we can, yes, Vice Mayor, I think we can. We can do it. We do have a welcome package, but it's just printed, and I think we can turn that into an electronic packet that we can send.
Together with tickets to the Merrick House.
Yes.
They can hear the story. And, yeah, because everything in courts now is electronic, and you can do everything electronically. I just postponed my jury service from this month to June electronically. It's amazing.
Actually, Vice Mayor IT is working on that now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great.
A simple QR code.
Sure.
Commissioner?
So great to see you in the new year, and I wanted to echo the mayor's sentiments because I find these Merrick moments very, very, very educational and very interesting, and something that instills and expands on the pride that all of us as residents should have, because we live in such a unique and ever special place. And I had, by way of example, spirited conversation, really enjoyable with Mike Maxwell from the Historical Preservation, talking about architecture here, and listening to you, as I've done every commission meeting, talk about Merrick in particular. I know he was a poet, but it was such a beautiful excerpt, passage that you read, that it just showed you how multifaceted and talented and visionary he was. And how would we know this with our busy lives if people like you, who are passionate about it, don't take the time to share with us? So I echo the mayor's gentle drafting of you to continue doing this and your willingness to do so, but we would really love to have you continue to do so. It's a wonderful message that you're sharing, so I appreciate you very much for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Solange, take 2. A1.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. We are here to present the Holiday Window Contest. Every December, we invite all of our merchants and restaurants in the Central Business District to spread the magic of the holidays by decorating their storefronts and participating in our Holiday Window Contest to emphasize the holiday spirit and go along with the decorations that we as a city put up in our downtown. It's great to see all the creativity that our merchants put up. And we have 4 categories of this contest. One of them is a Community Choice Award, and then the other 3 are judged by a panel of judges that walk the street and score. So today, we are here to present the 4 winners of this year's Holiday Window Contest. We have 2 of the businesses here with us, and I'll call them up as we get to their award. Give me one quick sec here. So the first award, we want to present the Fernando Jaime Deo Community Choice Award to Ella Bella Rosario. They received 58% of the category total votes by the community, and we have Rocio Sanchez and Ella Peña here with us today.
Good morning. Congratulations.
Good morning. Thank you so much. This is very special, especially to continue the legacy of my son, and I'm really grateful. Thank you. Everyone have a beautiful new year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Our next winner in the category of Best Use of Lights, we have Joy Buy, which is a holiday pop-up that was at 332 Miracle Mile, and we have Stephanie here with us to accept the award. We also have for Most Original Intuition Stylist at 80 Miracle Mile. They were unable to attend today, but they have this wonderful display that they actually decorate and switch out the mannequin that you see that faces towards the storefront. Every season they decorate it in a different style, so they're always activating that storefront and bringing a little bit of decoration and joy to the street. And for our best overall, John Martin's Irish Pub at 253 Miracle Mile was selected for that award. They turned their entire restaurant into a Christmas pop-up bar. This is just what you see from the street. Inside, they did all of the walls with wrapping paper and really turned it into a festive place for the holiday season. Those are our 4 award winners. Each award winner will receive a $300 prize out of the Economic Development Department. Thank you.
Let's take a photo. Let's take a photo.
Yes, that was our new marketing manager. It's on the certificate as well.
Let me get you guys a scoop.
Moving on to item A2. Belkis, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Happy New Year, everyone. Let me just share my screen here really quick. And now I'm going to minimize this. Okay, there we go. So if I can have David come up and Aaron. So we're here because the city of Coral Gables won a gold award for the Community of Excellence. Genesis, if you could also come up. So this is an award that we have been moving forward since 2019, and it's been a long time in coming. And we have several partners that are associated with this. So the people that started this off in 2019 was Baptist Health, and we have Erin Dowd here with she's a corporate director of government relations for Baptist Health, and we're really fortunate that they started us on this route. And they also fronted the cost of this, so really important. We also have David Harrowwood, who is our consultant, free of charge, doing all of this for the past 5 years, doing this work. Our other collaborator and partner is the Chamber of Commerce. So Mark Turbridge was really instrumental, and now Jorge Arrizueta has taken over. His assistant, Devin Wade, has also helped tremendously getting us through that transition phase that we had. We had from the school district, we had Anthony Balboa. He's the president of Coral Gables, the principal of Coral Gables High School. And then I'm part of the city right now, but even the director prior to me was involved. So this is a long going. And Genesis really, Gomez from my department, really gets us through and arranging everything. So I appreciate everyone's help because this is a village that has gotten us to this point. So I'm going to go through one or two slides, and then I'm going to have David take over. But basically, in 2017, the Communities of Excellence was established, and it helped to improve the quality of life across the nation. So in 2022, the federal legislation authorized the COE as the 7th category of the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Awards. So there were other categories, but the community, excuse me, the one associated that would be for us, the communities one, was finally put in place in 2022. The only national presidential level recognition for performance excellence. And in 2025, Coral Gables is the first community to achieve gold level recognition. So Coral Gables is the first community that is eligible now to go apply for the National Malcolm Baldrige Quality Award in 2026. Mind you, we started this in 2019. David, if you want to go over some of these results.
Sure. Good morning. The Baldrige Award for the community focuses on 5 areas: health, safety, economics, education, and quality of life. So this slide highlights some of the amazing accomplishments the city and the partners have accomplished since 2019. Won't go through all of them, but I'm going to highlight a couple of the results that we want to share, some trends and the dramatic results and dramatic improvements over time. So the criteria requires you to show trend data over many, many years, and they also require you to compare your performance to other organizations. What we've done is we've compared ourselves to Miami, Florida, and the United States. So in this example of violent crimes per 100,000, you see back in 2018, while we were better than everyone else, right? So the bars is Coral Gables, the lines are our comparative data, and you see the steady trend down. is an amazing positive impact that you all have made to the residents and businesses within your community. Probably one we're most proud of is high school graduation rates. So we have two high schools, Coral Gables High School back in 2017 and 18. While it was better than average, not a whole lot better than average. So we spent a lot of time working with the principal, the school district, trying to find what were the reasons the school was challenged, to get higher graduation rates. And through identifying, what type of students were struggling, providing resources, customized mentoring, and working closely with the principal, you see the dramatic improvements all the way to 2014. One of the things that we do, not only we have a vision that mirrors the cities, but we apply a bar to it. So our target is to be in the top 20th percentile or 20% better than Miami-Dade, Florida, and the United States. So when we first started with relative to education, slightly above average, and really proud last fiscal year, Coral Gables High School was in the top 20th percentile high school graduation, Miami, Florida, and across the United States. So the next steps, some of it we know and some of it we don't know. This is actually the first year through the president who will be recognizing the community. This is their first cycle doing a community. They do hospitals and education and nonprofits and businesses, but this is the first year. So still to be determined as what's going to be the application fee, the due date for the intent and the formal application. We've had some preliminary conversations with the executive director of the award, and you'll be very surprised how low this will be. Very, very affordable. Key steps. A team of examiners are going to be assigned to your community, will review your written application. One examiner will come on site for the day to interview staff of the COE team, clarify some things, your response and the criteria. The examiners then will present their report to a panel of judges, and then the lead judge will present their findings to the Secretary of Commerce, who has the ultimate decision in conjunction with the President of the United States, who will be selected as a community of excellence. We're just now in March 2025 organizations being recognized. So the eligibility will be basically just over a year from now. It'll be in March of 2027 in Baltimore, Maryland.
And that's it. We just wanted to give you an update on where we are right now, and really appreciative of, all the surveys that we do, that we send to residents biannually, that gives us some level of satisfaction, how they feel about our community. That also is a part of this program, and how it shows us that we're doing something positive for the community. And so I want to thank the commission, and I want to thank the city manager for allowing us to continue on, and to be that you guys have been as supportive as you have been in order for us to continue on with this.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Belkis and all the employees, including the manager and previous managers who engaged in this process. Again, this is another example how the city of Coral Gables, ensures that we maintain our quality of life, that we are at the top, and we continue to evolve in a way that is beneficial for not only the residents, but also for the business community. So I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for our partners at Baptist, who are not only are they partners with us, but also they have their offices here in the city of Coral Gables, so it's important to us. So thank you very much, and we look forward to continuing to do this. I mean, how many years? You said since 2019?
2019 we started.
I remember when we started this.
Yeah. Started in 2019, they started alone.
So good things, good things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
A3. Solange. Matt, good morning.
So good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. We are here today to congratulate Geralda Cleaners on receiving the 2025 Commercial Beautification Award. I know we had a Andromeda District here last month, and we're here to recognize the next business. And Solange will talk more about that now. I just want to take this opportunity again to thank our team and the Sustainability Advisory Board who vote on these awards every year. And it's always a great opportunity for us to partner with economic development, code enforcement, on recognizing our local businesses for the amazing work that they're doing each and every day. So, Solange?
Yes. Hi, good morning, everybody, again. So, like Matt said, we are here to recognize our second commercial beautification winner for 2025, Geralda Cleaners, located at 123 Geralda Avenue. And we do have the owner, Roland Losas, here, if you can come and join us. And this is extra special because Geralda Cleaners is actually about to celebrate their 30th anniversary later this month on the 20th, correct? So they've done a great job of maintaining the area. When the city redid some landscaping around their store, they redid their own landscaping and are upkeeping it and helping with the planters on the side. So it's really great to see all of the greenery and beauty that they're bringing to the street.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it's been an honor for this award, and the fact that, it's 30 years this year is great that it happened. So I really appreciate it.
And we have a plaque and your window decal here for you.
Thank you.
We'll have two other winners that will present in future commission meetings as well for the 2025 Commercial Beautification Awards.
Perfect. Thank you for taking so much pride in the city.
Thank you.
And the way that your storefront looks. Again, you notice what we're talking about today, from the Baldridge to the previous recipients who were here with us. All these little things add up to what makes Coral Gables special. The additional effort that you put forth to keep your sidewalk clean, the facade, to basically enhance and beautify, to take that little bit of effort and spend a little bit of money. I know it costs money, trust me. It costs money to come on the holidays, New Year's, Halloween, Thanksgiving, to celebrate all these different holidays. That's what makes the city special. That's what sets us apart from everybody else. So I want you to know, and I want to thank the individuals who were here before us. Thank you for that effort. It takes time. It takes time away from your business. It takes time away from your family. But at the end of the day, this is why people are coming to the City Beautiful, to do business with people like you. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Take a photo. Item A4, a presentation of a proclamation declaring January 13th, 2026 as Ana Alicia Fernandez Day in Coral Gables. Fernandez family, please join us. So this is a special one for me. And please come to the podium. Not only is Alicia a friend, a person who I highly respect, a person who has worked her entire life to represent Coral Gables, to do everything she can to push this city forward. You embody everything that's great with the city. But today we're celebrating something else. And when I say celebrating, because I think we need to celebrate memories. I think we need to celebrate people. And these memories and these celebrations are what makes Coral Gables special. So what I would like to do is I would like to read this proclamation, if I may, and then give you the floor so you can talk a little bit about why we're here. Whereas on Palm Sunday, April 18th, 1995, 6-year-old Ana Alicia Fernandez was returning from a day on the water with her parents, Alicia and Rogelio Fernandez, and friends when tragedy struck. Another vessel collided with their boat in the evening hours. And whereas Ana Alicia, asleep in her mother's arms, was thrown into the dark water, and through the shift and heroic response of Coral Gables police officers, Marine Patrol, and Miami-Dade County helicopter crews, she was found. It was a miracle. And whereas while Ana Alicia survived that devastating evening, the accident changed her and her family forever, requiring around-the-clock care, which has been provided to her with unwavering love at her Coral Gables home. And whereas Ana Alicia remains Ana Alicia, cherished, loved, and the heart of her family and the Fernandez family would not have it any other way. And whereas Ana Alicia's mother, Alicia Fernandez, a longtime Coral Gables resident, has channeled her family's experience into passionate advocacy for boater safety, working tirelessly to prevent other families from enduring similar heartbreak, and to ensure that Ana Alicia's story serves as a powerful reminder of the critical importance of safety on the water. And whereas Coral Gables is blessed to be surrounded by beautiful waterways, and with this blessing comes the responsibility to prioritize boater safety in all its aspects, from proper training and equipment to vigilance and adherence to navigation rules, so that all who enjoy our waters return home safely to their loved ones. And whereas Ana Alicia's journey is a testament to the strength of the human spirit, the power of unconditional love, and the resiliency of a family who has faced unimaginable challenges with grace, determination, and an unwavering commitment to one another. And now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim January 13th, 2026, as Ana Alicia Fernandez Day in Coral Gables. Alicia?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, City Manager, the Marine Patrol, firefighters, Police Department, and everybody who has always backed us up. And they've always been there when we needed them. Her doctors, her brothers, my nephew, my mother's here, and my closest friends are here in support.
So I wasn't able to be here this past Thursday for the LEAF event, which was an amazing event. I was out of town. But we honored. Officer, please join us.
Oh, he's here.
And also we have our
Randy Hoff,
our fire chief.
Marine Patrol, that saved my daughter's life.
So we honored Randy, and obviously we honored our police and firefighters. That's why 2 years ago the LEAF program was started. These are moments, and why do I say celebrate? Because we're celebrating an individual who has dedicated her life. While it may be Ana Alicia Day, Alicia is a person in my heart that has unwavering dedication. And you would expect that from a mother, right? But I've been there in that house, and I've seen it personal. And to me, it is a beautiful story. Even though the outcome may not be perfect, it is a beautiful story. I wasn't there to give you the key to the city, officer. I respect you, and again, you saved a life in this moment. But I would ask you to please tell a little bit about your experience. I don't want it to come from me. I want it to come from you.
I'm going to do it from over here. The incident occurred late in the evening, and all right, I'll go back. The incident occurred late in the evening, and it was certainly a multi-agency effort between us, the Coast Guard, Florida Marine Patrol at the time, which is now Florida Wildlife Commission. And it was chaotic, to say the least. Again, at this particular time, we're going back almost 30 years. There wasn't the prolific law enforcement presence on the water, and we were very lucky that I had somebody on the boat with me. Back at the time, we only had one person in Marine Patrol, and that was me. So I had Florida Marine Patrol with me, and it was, as you said, the situation worked out as best as it could possibly have worked out. We had the support of the Coast Guard, helicopters. We were able to get her back to Matheson Hammock and get her to the hospital in record time. And with everything that occurs, this was probably the single greatest catalyst. And I've had people that are mature adults that have kids of their own now, but because of this, we started teaching a boating safety class through the city so that we educated the boaters to what the responsibilities were. So this was the catalyst that brought the city's boating safety efforts. And so it definitely was a turning point in my career and in my life.
Chief?
I'd just like to basically recognize Officer Hoff for his efforts that day. And, our commitment to the family has been from that moment on. And we've built a great relationship together, mainly around her unending concern for her daughter and her daughter's safety, especially when we are approaching or being threatened by a hurricane, which is how we met, and making sure that her daughter was going to get the care and not be impacted by loss of power and everything else. So in a lot of ways, that continuum of care and that personal relationship with our residents and their concerns has continued. And that's where we've built a great relationship together.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So I'd like to call, please join us. She's very shy. She doesn't want to speak today, but I think she should speak. We're very proud of your husband. And I wasn't there on Thursday to personally give him the key to the city, but it's a long time coming. And as we said, 30 years, if it wasn't for your husband, if it wasn't for our firefighters, for our police, for everyone who intervened, our Coast Guard, we wouldn't have had 30 years with Ana Alicia. So I want to thank you, and if you'd like to say a few words, anything you'd like to say? How proud of you are of your husband? It's okay.
Put me on the spot.
It's okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, I've had the pleasure of meeting Alicia, and she's a wonderful, wonderful human being. And there's nothing but emotion every time we see her and meet her, and we feel the gratitude and love from her all the time and every day. So appreciate you, and we appreciate everything you do for us.
We appreciate everybody. And I thank God above all for my daughter being here.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I had big shoes to fill on Friday morning to deliver this key. And I have to tell you that, Mayor, that you could have heard a pin drop in the room as I told the story to the individuals who are all present to support the LEAF organization for the great work that it does. And catalyst was a very good word, Chief, that you used. Incidents like this test the rest of us to be a catalyst for others to help what they need. And there's many ways that we can help out individuals. Alicia, you were the reason why I had the brainstorm to bring the resolution for helping out caregivers with property tax reform.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I hope the legislature takes it up, because individuals like you who don't have the wherewithal need help, not only with property taxes, but with Medicare and Medicaid. You shouldn't be having to struggle to provide your daughter what she needs. So it is a test to the rest of us, and to see if we can carry the torch and continue to try to help those who need help. So thank you, Mayor. It was quite an experience.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so I was fortunate to also participate at the LEAF luncheon last week, honoring Officer Hoff, amazing individual, Alicia, you, and your daughter, of course. I've gotten to know you over the last year, almost 2 years, and we'd be here all day, But if I can just say that you are an inspirational individual, a true community activist, you care and love so much your beloved city of Coral Gables. But while those are words of high praise and they're well earned, the highest compliment I can pay you is that you're an amazing mother. I rarely have seen somebody as tireless and committed to the well-being of their daughter for such a long time under the most difficult of circumstances. But from that tragic moment 30 years ago, as Officer Hoff put it, we've had a before and an after moment, and I think one for the community for the better. So this is what is inspirational about Coral Gables, and how with what occurred and how you've led the way through your exemplary and inspiring commitment to your daughter, the community has rallied around you and will continue to rally around you. You know, my gratitude to all of our men and women who serve the public safety every single day, and to hear the concern about an oncoming hurricane and how there's a personal attention chief. It's just something that makes me very proud to work alongside you. So you can count on our commitment, my personal commitment. And if you have any needs and your daughter has any needs that she needs fulfilled, that there's any way that I can help, and I'm asking the public as well, if they would like to, they can contact me as well, and I can help coordinate. But it's a beautiful love story you two share, and we'll go. It would be remiss on my part to not acknowledge your husband as well, who lived that story until he passed on. So thank you very much for being a part of our lives and for making such an impact on mine.
Thank you, Commissioner Lara. And Alicia's doctor is here. Her doctor for the past 37 years is here right now. Sara Ligo.
Doctor, please join us.
Thank you so much. This is just a wonderful, wonderful mothers. Mothers are all the best, but this is a special one. And her commitment, her faith, her endurance has been just incredible. I'm just a little pole next to her. And we'll be here for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
We always hear the bad stories about bad mothers. We never hear these stories, and this is what we need to hear more about. Alicia, your dedication to your daughter is beyond commendable. It shows what the true vocation of motherhood is, and it's something that we need to highlight as a community. I have a cousin who had a similar situation, and I lived what my aunt had to go through every day as a 24-hour caregiver, and it takes a special person. Not everybody can do it. And you have shown you always have a smile on your face. You always have a dedication to this community. And that vocation of motherhood needs to be highlighted so that others realize what being a mother is. And you have never stopped that dedication. And it's easy to give up. Life throws some challenges your way in situations like these that every day your doctor's addressing new concerns, hurricanes that are coming your way, and you're still fighting for your daughter. And that's something that, as a community, we're grateful for, because we need to see more of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Alicia, you always tell me, and I want to take a picture with you and obviously the chief and Officer Hoff. You always talk to me, and you're always in incredible spirits. We are blessed beyond measure. Even in our darkest moments, there's light at the end of the tunnel. And like I started, I'm going to end. Today we celebrate. We celebrate the caregivers. We celebrate the lifesavers. We celebrate the people who are in the trenches every single day for 30 years and don't get the credit they deserve. So I just want you to know that I love you beyond measure. You're an amazing, amazing person. And I don't need to tell you that. This commission doesn't need to tell you that. You know that. Because what matters most is how the residents have rallied behind you, and how everybody in this community, from going to your house and having your neighbors in the front see me there and then come across the street and they end up being best friends with my parents, from the days of New Orleans, everybody in this community has turned to help you, because this is what this community is all about. This is who we are. This is what makes us special. So I want to thank you for allowing us the privilege to highlight what an incredible story this is. An incredible story of perseverance, but most importantly, an incredible story of love. True love. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing. In spite of being 32 years now,
31.
31
April.
years in April, on a bed, on a respirator, with multiple issues that brings to the health of a child, now a young woman. This woman, because of her, she has never been admitted to the hospital except twice. One during hurricane, and two just as prevention, and two for an issue that just, it was solved. So she has never been, in these 31 and a half years, gone to an emergency department, into an urgent care, and that's just because of her.
And if I may, I wanted to add something because you introduced me to part of your family. I want to thank your sons, because it takes a village. It takes a village to be able to meet the needs of day-to-day. Your sons, your family, the doctor, besides your friends, everyone who comes together, your mother who's here, and all of you. So I want to thank you for your commitment. And again, I don't have to tell you thank you. You would have done it.
friends.
You would have done it anyways. This is what family is all
Childhood
about.
friends.
And the childhood friends, which I know. How are you? Good to see you. This is who we are. At the end of the day, this is what a Cuban family in Coral Gables is all about. At the end of the day, we come together, and I think it's important, like my colleague said, to highlight this and to showcase the beauty of this story. This is a true love story, like Commissioner Lara said. So, thank you very much, and thank you for allowing us the privilege to honor Officer Hoff, firefighters, your family, the Coast Guard. And if I'm forgetting anybody, I'm sorry, because I know that our employees come through a lot, from the garbage men who pick up the garbage, who may do a little extra one day because it's difficult, from our public safety aides who, are in the neighborhood. Everybody does their fair share, and everybody pulls just a little bit harder. Okay? Let's take a photo. Will you do me the honor so we can take a photo? Thank you. Doctor, hey. Let me get your mother. Get up here, get up. So you can forget your grandmother. Señora, venga. Tenga cuidado. Nieto, do your job. Come over here. Come next to the manager. Okay? Right here. Come here. Alicia's calling. You gotta do what Alicia says. Let's go.
Oh, yes, without a doubt.
Of course. Mr. Clerk, moving on to item A5. Chief?
So good morning, Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Our firefighter of the month for October, we're kind of catching up. If I had to use one word to describe him, would be attention to detail and commitment beyond his rank and his customary job duties. If you see him, we joke around with him that we're just going to schedule him for every year for Firefighter of the Month, because he's been recognized as Firefighter of the Month for several times by his colleagues, and he's been recognized as Firefighter of the Year as well. And all of it has to do with his attention to detail and willingness to take on special projects as a driver engineer. Every new apparatus that has been placed into service, John Jensen has configured and placed every piece of equipment on those trucks. Recently, the city purchased our new air packs, the tanks that we wear on our backs. He took on the commitment, the project to train everyone, do all the in-service, and place all those equipment in service. All of it goes beyond and above his normal job duties. So for his commitment to excellence, his attention to detail, he is our Firefighter of the Month for October. So welcome, John Jensen. You gotta say something.
Thank you again, Chief. It seems like I was here not too long ago. I'd just like to thank the commission for everything you do for us, giving us the money and everything to buy all of our equipment and trucks and air packs. The chief, has some, I don't know, if belief is the word in me, but I like to get the job done right and like to get it, it means something to our, not means something, but it's important to have this stuff ready to go for our guys and our safety. Thank my family for the time that I've lost with them to come and do that stuff off the normal hours, and then my kids also, and the chief again. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Item A6, we'll take photos at the end?
Sure.
Thank you.
So it's a common theme for this presentations. We'd like to recognize driver engineer Brandon Ogden as well. Come on, Brandon. But a driver engineer is probably one of the most essential positions to a fire officer. They operate our fire engines, they operate our pumps, and they get us there safely. And to an officer, that's an essential position because their success runs around what that individual does, especially in the first minutes in an incident. I had the opportunity to ride around with driver engineer Ogden, and I'm sure all of you know, Coral Gables is not the easiest city to navigate. There's no rhyme or reason to our streets or the namings of our streets, and there's idiosyncrasies to every area of the city. And when I rode around with him and there was an address, he would go, yes, there's a brown house in the corner. When we get to that brown house, we make a right. There's a dead end over here. This is a tight turn. And he had a almost photographic memory of our city and how to navigate through it. In addition to that, he takes exceptional pride in how he operates his apparatus and making sure that all the equipment on that truck is his, and he takes extreme ownership with it, and he expects the same from his crews. So whoever his officer is on that particular day is very fortunate to have a very competent and dedicated individual, and for that, he's our Firefighter of the Month.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Commission. It was very, very nice of you to say those kind words. I absolutely love the position I'm in. I love it. I've been in it for quite a few years now, and I've gotten the opportunity to see a bunch of influx of young firefighters, new guys hiring, and young officers, and just being able to show them the right way and to be able to reassure them going to calls that they're doing the right thing and we're going to do it correctly. So that's all I try to do, just try to do the best job I can every day and be a role model. All right. Thank you.
Take a photo, right?
Sure.
Moving on to item A7. Congratulations to Nicole Goutney from Parking Department, recipient of the Part-Time Employee of the Fourth Quarter Award. Madam Director.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good morning, sir.
Jose Rodriguez, Interim Director of HR. We're going to continue with the employee recognition. So from the Parking Department, we'd like to recognize Nicole Gottlieb. Nicole is our part-time sustainability coordinator. She's been with the city from starting in 2023. So I would like to actually read her nomination because her nomination came from a resident. So in this employee recognition program, residents can actually nominate employees. So it doesn't happen too often. So I do want to read a part of it just so you guys can get a picture of what Nicole does for the community. So as a longtime resident of Coral Gables and environmentally conscious citizen, we enthusiastically nominate Nicole Gottlieb for part-time employee of the quarter. In recognizing her exceptional enthusiasm, her leadership as a sustainability coordinator in the city of Coral Gables. Nicole constantly goes above and beyond in her role as a sustainability coordinator and co-executive director of the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program. She's willing to work weekends and demonstrates the best of Coral Gables' commitment to protecting our environment. Our most intimate association with Nicole has been through the Coral Gables Cocoa Plum Women's Club. The club represents almost 90 women who support the soft plastics collection project, which Nicole directs. Nicole is always available for consultation and is always a positive influence in the community. The city of Coral Gables could not ask for a better ambassador. So I think I agree with that nomination or that recommendation. The selection committee did, so I'd like to recognize Nicole. I'd like to call her up along with Monica and Matt from the parking department so we can help recognize Nicole. Congratulations.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to add something to all this recognition, and that is that Nicole does not limit her efforts to anything. She does anything and everything in support of the department, which, as you know, includes mobility, sustainability, and parking. So, Nicole, thank you. Thank you for the support you give the Parking Advisory Board and for being there for everybody, for bringing your family to all our events and having them help us well. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
And I'll also add, Nicole actually started with us as an unpaid intern when sustainability was over in Public Works. So she worked with me for a year as an unpaid intern, and we were fortunate enough when Solange and I advanced in our roles to be able to bring Nicole on part-time, and she's been an amazing addition to our team. We've done over 300 events through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, and Nicole is the one, along with Diego in the background, that are doing that work, putting the events together, working with the community, working with our residents and our businesses. And she does an amazing job. She's also helped draft a lot of our grant applications and award applications that we come to you guys with. So she's a tremendous asset, not only to our city, to our community, to our residents. So I just want to take this moment to congratulate her and see if she wants to say a few words.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Matt, Monica, Jose, everyone, for this amazing award. It's been an honor working here in the Parking and Sustainability Department. And it's a dream job. I love this job. I love everything about it and would love to continue on innovating. Thank you.
No, congratulations. Thank you. Every time that we go to the events that you put together, that your team puts together, you're a breath of fresh air, like I've said before, warm, welcoming. You really invite all the residents and the individuals who are engaging in that event. So the city's blessed to have you as part of our team. So thank you for your hard work. And we're looking forward to a long, long career and you moving up the ladder.
It's always been a pleasure working with you, even if we're out there picking up little pieces of confetti, which then was the brainstorm for the next piece of legislation to get rid of the plastic confetti. It's been a pleasure working with the entire team, and I'm so glad you're part of our team. So thank you.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
You're in the center.
All right, moving on to item A8.
All right, and our final winner of the 2025 Employee of the Month selections from the Police Department, we have Mercedes Paulino. Mercedes is one of the neighborhood safety aides, so she's the one that's out there patrolling the neighborhood. She actually works here in the downtown area, so she was nominated by her supervisor for her dedication, her customer service skills, and always being proactive. Mercedes has been with the city since 2019 as an NSA this entire time. So congratulations to you, Mercedes. Here you go.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Peace.
Just have some words to say.
Of course.
I just want to thank you so much for being an Employee of the Month. I'm truly honored and humbled by this recognition. I couldn't have achieved it without the support and guidance and teamwork of everyone around me. Thank you to the command staff, Sergeant Poole, my NSAs, and my NTLs for their leadership. I'm grateful to be part of the group that lifts each other up and works together every day. Thank you for believing in me and for giving me the opportunity to grow and contribute to the community, and I sincerely thank you all.
Thank you. Mercedes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well deserved. And if I may, when did we start the NTLs? Yeah. So literally, like in my second year in office, we started working on obviously this relationship. And let me tell you why I think this is important. The police have their hands full every single day. You're another set of eyes and ears. You build relationships just like the police do every day, but you build relationships and answer to the police. I think that relationship is critical, and I think it's played a significant role, as you can see in the drop in crime. Again, our police officers do an amazing job. We want to give them every resource. You're building these relationships. every single day as you drive through the neighborhoods. We're human. We can't see everything. So the more eyes and ears on the street, the better.
Yeah.
So I think that this, when we came up with this idea years ago and it was implemented, the people responsible for lowering crime are right in front of us. It's the police and the individuals in the back who work tirelessly every single day. They build these relationships. They invest in these relationships. And that's why, again, the city of Coral Gables stands out amongst every other municipality in Miami-Dade County. So I want to congratulate you on your efforts. I want to thank you for going that extra mile. If you're supposed to finish at 5, you don't finish at 5. If there's a package in the front door and it's visible from the street, you grab the package, you put it in the back, you contact that resident who you have their cell phone and you send them, a quick text message, hey, I left the Amazon box, on the side yard. Those are little things that pay huge dividends. So I just want you to know that we as a commission, as a city, are beyond grateful for all of you in the back. Our neighborhood safety aides, all of you, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for everything that you're doing. God bless you, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Photo. Chief, you want to say anything? Sure.
Very brief.
Jordan, come on. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
No. As you can see, all the employees that work for the department are crucial to what we do. During the holidays, they repositioned almost 500 and some odd packages. So it narrowed down the ability for a criminal to go out there and make a victim of any of our residents.
And I think that, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think that's, I'm happy that you came up to talk because I think we can say this, Madam Manager, Mr. Manager, we are the only ones in this community that are going to this depth because we have different layers. And you don't see the results. Oh, well, they moved 500 packages. Okay, well, how much crime was evaded as a result of that? Because, by the way, people are coming into our neighborhood to steal. And I've said this before. You don't see residents stealing residents' packages here. So this type of behavior, this type of extra mile work, pushing further, doing things to lead by example are what is resulting in there being less crime. It's really not tangible. Like you can't go out there and say, hey, by the way, we stopped 50 package thefts that the police officers would have had to go out there and fill out the documents where they should have been on the street pulling people over or looking in an alley or, trying to catch a suspicious individual. So this type of work is critical. And sometimes we I don't want to say we take it for granted, but I think that when you talk about 500 repositioning of packages, it's significant.
Yes. No,
and I'm happy you brought that up. Thank you for that.
And all of their hard work as the NSAs, all of them here, as you can see, and I think it's a common theme as you saw with the executive officer, Randy Hoff, the hard work that they do every day. Not one of these employees are looking for this award, but it's nice that they are recognized because it doesn't go unnoticed. But they don't do it for that. And that's what I've learned here in Coral Gables. Obviously, I came from a much larger department. I didn't have the luxuries of having this ability to have that one-on-one. I go to a call here and I'll see 6 officers show up. I'll see NSAs driving around every single day. You don't have that luxury in a larger agency. This is tremendous. And to have that, view of it, to me, this is a fantastic program. I told the chief that when I came around. They're very hard workers. They go out there every day. They drive around the neighborhoods.
They take ownership. All
the time.
They take ownership.
And we thank you for your service every day and all your cohorts, officers that are here. And it's valuable, and thank you very much for the ability to be able to honor some of the employees that do their job every single day.
Thank you,
Chief. We really
Chief.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a photo. Take a photo. Come on up here.
Can you guys step down?
Sounds good to me. Right. Before we move on to the approval of minutes, we have one item H1 on the agenda that's been deferred to the next commission meeting. Mr. Clerk, H1. Can I get a motion for approval of minutes B1, regular city commission meeting, November 18, 2025?
I'll move it.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Moving on to public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, first speaker this morning, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Good morning, Mrs. Maria Cruz. I'm surprised that I'm able to do this. Somebody gave me some mints. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I think I forgot my address, 1447 Miller Road, since 1976. We keep hearing the phrase, winter is coming. Anytime we talk about money, especially finances, we are told that we have to tighten our belts. And of course, we couldn't grant the 1% COLA to the retirees. It sounds very good, but we do not always remember what we say or mean what we say. What about changing requirements, deleting requirements, so that somebody we want to promote can meet the criteria, and then making the promotion before the end of the fiscal year, so that person can benefit with the COLA based on the newest salary. What about the employees that were paid after they had resigned, and we were told that they were working on getting reimbursement for the city? Nobody has heard of that happened. I guess we forgot. On the other hand, I commend the city manager for his creativity. We save money by keeping high-level positions open, some for months, some for years, and then we have money to spend for pet projects. That's very creative. I think that, you know, when I look at the 4% COLA that everybody got, and I see what the low-paid people get, pennies on the dollar, and then the people on the top get thousands of dollars because 4% of somebody who makes over $100,000 or $200 is a lot of money. But yet for the people that make 40, 45, 50, 4% is pennies. So I think that we need to think about how we, what we do and what we say, and make sure that what we mean is what we say is what we mean. And don't forget that people take notice and people listen. And when you overpay people by making changes, that is wrong. Thank you.
Jackson Holmes.
Greetings. My name is Jackson Rip Holmes. I live at 35 Sidonia Avenue here in Coral Gables. I'm taking up this public comment to raise to you all my deep distress as to what's going on with efforts to, in my opinion, revive the corrupt former Business Improvement District. There is a matter coming up before the commission, and I want to show you what I'm for and the overwhelming aspect that I'm against. So let me start with what I'm for. The Business Improvement District was terminated in 2022, and the city has picked up the bill for Christmas lights, which is substantial. Let's just say it's $300,000 a year approximately, and for Halloween. And this is something which directly benefits Miracle Mile, which is where I have my retail property. There's no free lunch. I think that there should be a special taxing district to pay for our own success on Miracle Mile. That is to pay for the Christmas lights and for the Halloween, what the city has been paying. But what I'm against really is all the rest, because the history of the former Business Improvement District is really, in my opinion, criminal. They ran elections that were illegal and violated state law. From their very beginning, they were taxing business condos, which they were not allowing to vote, whereas state law requires that anyone who is going to be taxed in a special taxing district has the right to vote, and you must get a majority of the people taxing themselves in order even to have a special taxing district. Then they tried to, and did really actually corrupt the commission vote on the legality of what they were doing when they were trying to get renewed. Then they absconded with $500,000. And I don't know about you all, but I wouldn't want to be a person who stole $500,000 of taxpayer money. I know how to spell the word Leavenworth. Most of us are afraid of that, yet somehow they got away with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public comment. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. I'd like to pull one item, which is D5.
Would anyone like to pull any additional item on the consent agenda? If not, may I please have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
you.
Mr. Clerk, item D5 is a resolution of the City Commission expressing its desire to reactivate the sister city relationship with the city of La Antigua, Guatemala. Since I've been blessed to be a commissioner or mayor, I've never taken one trip on the city dime. I've never gone to any foreign country. I've never spent $1 of the city dollars since we talk about being fiscally responsible. Again, I have no issues with other people doing that. That's perfectly fine. But me personally, I will not do that. I bring that up because as we expand, I know what the next comments will be. There's some objective from the mayor. That's not the case. This is a beautiful city. I think it's served us well in the past. And I asked my colleagues to engage in the Sister Cities program. Mayor Valdez-Fowley spent years working on this along with previous mayors, and it has served us well because we've been able to donate to these wonderful cities, and we've also been able to learn from them as they've been able to learn from us. We have so much to be grateful for, so much to thank God for, that it's an opportunity for us to continue giving back. So I would love for my colleagues, when we have the members of our future sister city once again, Antigua, that are here in Guatemala, or they'll be coming soon, I'd like for you to meet with them, have a conversation with them, see how we can really expand on this brotherhood sisterhood. I think it's important, a great opportunity, not only for them, but it's a really wonderful opportunity for us. So that's why I just wanted to put it on the record. Yes.
I think, absolutely, Mr. Mayor, and I think we need to, one of the things that I met with I guess our International Affairs Coordinating Council last year, and one of the things that I asked them to do was find ways where we can engage our sister cities to ensure that these partnerships are being beneficial to Coral Gables residents or Coral Gables community or Coral Gables businesses, and also the businesses and the residents of our sister cities. I think the Sister Cities program can be extremely beneficial, but there needs to be an activation of these partnerships. It can't be something where we become a sister city and then we just never hear from that sister city again. It was very refreshing to see Aix-en-Provence here last year. I think that was a very beneficial visit for them to see what Coral Gables was and find ways where we can engage, for them to meet with our business community here in Coral Gables, with the members of the commission, and have that exchange of ideas. I think the Sister Cities program can have a lot to offer, but as you said, Mr. Mayor, we need to have more of an engagement in it. It's not just about, hey, we have a sister city. It's about how can we benefit mutually from that partnership. I'd welcome La Antigua Guatemala coming back on board and re-engaging, but I know that we have some that we haven't been able to hear from in years as well. So we need to find ways to communicate with them and ensure that that partnership remains alive and fruitful for Coral Gables community.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, through the mayor. So I agree with you, and I agree with Commissioner Fernandez as well. I think that overall, since you touched upon the subject of La Antigua, right, is that we need to have clear objectives, Mayor, of what it is that we're trying to achieve with the sister city program. Economic, cultural, or educational goals need to be mapped out so that we can establish, metrics to reach to make that all occur. Active programs, right? It sounds like you had former Mayor Valdez Valley engaged, right? I remember former Mayor Don Slesnik also actively engaged with the Sister City program in the past. I think there's a lot for the city to gain. I think there's a lot for the sister cities to gain as well. And it is yet another hallmark of how unique Coral Gables is, especially our ties to Latin America, among others. So I stand behind that 100%. I'm going to commit some time to figuring out maybe some suggestions to share with my colleagues of how we can make it more active. And I'll take up your call to action.
Thank you. I
So
appreciate
Mayor,
it. Yes.
I'll just add to that. I mean, the proposal that you had and you engaged in where sister cities could bring in with assistance from the city, cultural events, I think has really broadened the horizons of residents in our city to be able to experience some of the culture, and so that we don't live within our own little vacuum of places. So,
Well, we have
the preeminent.
We have a treat. We have a treat today. We have our mayor.
Preeminent,
Slesnik.
the person most active right now.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, just let me add to what you all have said, and that is that, and especially about La Antigua, I was proud to have led a delegation of 25 people to La Antigua, and then you'll find in the archives of the city a film about our visitation there, and then La Antigua came here, and also, and I'm not sure if I haven't seen the report, but also this city gave La Antigua a fire truck. And the funny story behind that is that it was a retired fire truck that could no longer be used. And so we were figuring how to ship it to La Antigua. They came here and drove it from here all the way around the Gulf and down through Mexico to La Antigua. So the retired fire truck that couldn't stay in service drove from here to La Antigua. It's a great city. I urge you all to visit it. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. It will remind you of the kind of city beautiful that we are ourselves. So, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I really support what you're doing.
Don't move, because you're up next. But we're going to take a 5-minute break. But I want to add to that. So I want to thank the mayor for always being a wealth of knowledge and resource. He always is a phone call away or a coffee away. I'm happy you told that story because you told me that story. I didn't know what we were getting ourselves into. But there's something very interesting inside that story, and that is that we have certain levels of standards that other nations, especially in South and Central America, don't. Use standards, protocols, where the life expectancy of a vehicle or an apparatus, as we were talking with the firefighters before, one of the gentlemen who was honored mentioned the fact that that we give them the resources to be able to have world-class items so that they can serve this community. Those products are still great and head and shoulders better than some countries have. When we were able to give them that fire truck, and that was when Jim Kaysen was here, I remember when we gave that fire truck, it was like as if it was Christmas all over again. It was the best fire truck in the entire fleet. They were ecstatic. They went to all lengths to get it home, and you saw what they were capable of doing. So, like I mentioned before the mayor stood up here, yeah, it's great to have a sister city. Yeah, we can learn a lot. But at the end of the day, we have so much to give. And what are we going to do? We're going to sell something for scrap when at the end of the day you can give it to a community and they can benefit from it immensely. So,
one of the things that I had spoken to Elvis at the museum about and Belkis was the potential. We have a sister cities room in the museum, and the potential of having our sister cities maybe engage in a quarterly presentation where that room can be dedicated to one of our sister cities and they can promote their sister city, talking about their culture, talking about their business, and it could be an exhibit that can change quarterly, exhibiting our sister cities. We have several sister cities, so this is something that could take a couple of years to basically promote our different sister cities. But it's a resource that we would have there, and it's something that can help promote as well the museum. Bring in a different interest to the museum in a room that's currently not really being overly utilized, but it would provide for something that we can showcase our sister cities and the partnerships that we have as a city.
So why don't we do this, Commissioner? Why don't you, maybe not at the next commission meeting, whenever you feel comfortable, you bring back a proposal with an idea of how we can accomplish something of that measure. And I'm more than willing to not only entertain it, but I think it'd be a great opportunity to continue, to showcase our sister cities. Because remember, Belkis will tell you, and the manager will tell you, when we're having conversations with countries that are considering putting their consulates here in the city of Coral Gables, this is just another feather in our cap. Where we can say, look what we do, look at our relationships, and look who we are when it comes to sister cities. It's incredibly beneficial. One of the countries that I thought would be great, and I've had conversations with their ambassador, is to have a sister city relationship in Israel. And we've been having conversations in regards to that matter, and I hope that in January of 2026, I'll be able to finally bring something here, or you, the commission, will bring something here if you have ideas. We're looking at, again, cities that are in line with our vision, like what Mayor Selesnik said. When you study a little bit about La Antigua, you'll understand the city is in line with who we are on many, many different fronts. Many different fronts. So I'd love to hear more about that in the next commission meeting or the following, whenever you're ready.
And you're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. I think when you talk to people internationally about Coral Gables, you talk about the Fortune 500 companies that are in the city, that draws some interest. When you start talking about consulates that are making their home in the city of Coral Gables, that piques their interest. That's really something that is a feather in our caps and something that we can highlight. So I'll meet with Belkis and the manager and try to find a way to, and Elvis at the museum, and see how we can get that plan. I'll bring it back in an upcoming meeting.
I love it. Perfect. Next item, time certain, 10:30, but I want to just take a...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Before you proceed, can we please have a motion and a vote on
I'm sorry.
P5, please?
I thought we had done that already.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, with your guidance and approval, I just want to take a 2-minute break, a bathroom break. We have a 10:30 time certain agenda item 2-1. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, well, welcome back. We will now proceed with item 2-1. Mr. Clerk, 2-1. Time certain for 10:30 a.m. Charter Review Committee interim recommendations. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we provided to the commission a summary prepared by our office of the recommendations to date of the Charter Review Committee with an explanation of each of the topics. I know that our chair, Mayor Slesnik, is here, and he would like to present those recommendations to you all.
Yes.
Before you start, Mayor, if I may, I just want to say thank you to you. Thank you for always giving of yourself. I know you're incredibly busy as an attorney. You're involved in many different organizations. When I called you to serve as the chair, as my appointee to this board, you always said yes. You never say no. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of the commission and the city. You're amazing. Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my pleasure to serve, as is the pleasure of the other members of the committee. And I'd like to say good morning to you, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Castro, and certainly Commissioner Lara. Thank you for having me in front of you today to offer a very brief presentation. I know you have it in writing. I just wanted to add the feelings of the committee as to how we got to where we were. I'd like to tell you who served on this committee for the citizens of Coral Gables to know these people gave of their time and energy too. Besides myself, our vice chair is Raul Valdez-Fale, former mayor. We had former state representative Annie Bittencourt. We had Eve Boatsis. She is the city attorney, Madam City Attorney for, is it Hollandale Beach?
Dania Beach.
Dania Beach. So she is a Coral Gables citizen, but a current city attorney in practice. Felix Pardo, an architect and former president of the Rotary Club of Coral Gables and former member of several boards of the city. We had Jane Moskowitz, who is here today, and Jane, of course, is a former federal prosecutor. And then we had Nestor Menendez, another attorney here. It's all citizens of Coral Gables. And we had a former member, Attorney Tom Wells, who served during the first year. I wanted to start out by thanking the people that worked with us on your behalf. Obviously, the city clerk's office. City clerk Billy and his staff are always there working and making sure that things happen smoothly. The city manager's office, of course, was an integral part of the process. And what made this whole thing happen was the city attorney's office. So for Christina Suarez, our deepest thanks. And the person that she assigned to be our direct support person, her deputy, Stephanie Throckmorton, made sure that we didn't get too far afield, although we tried, but she kept bringing us back. So with that, let me just go through some of the things that we did discuss and that we did offer you thoughts about. On the election date, it was a long and arduous history of this in front of the committee, because at the beginning, the committee had voted to take a position on the election date. However, under the following composition of the committee, when it was expanded to 7, and we were re-meeting then with a new composition, we backed off of saying that it was probably inappropriate for us to take a position about the question, but that we did, in fact, offer our suggestion of changing some of the words of the item that you intend to put out to be voted on. And we said that we would, if it was up to us, strike the phrase "with the intention of increasing voter turnout and decreasing election costs" as somewhat of a prompt to citizens to vote one way or the other. So that was our recommendation there, that we understand it will go on the ballot, and we understand that it will be voted on in April, but that was our suggestion there. Runoffs, that was an interesting discussion. As a matter of fact, we concluded finally that we would recommend that you put on the ballot a recommendation, not a recommendation, but a question of whether or not people wish to consider runoffs. There's a big concern, as you have expressed, about voter turnout. And obviously, the voter turnout even falls lower in a runoff. And if we move the election to November, it becomes even a bigger problem, because then the runoff comes in December between Thanksgiving and Christmas, somewhere near the lighting of the Christmas tree. And as you have seen in the report, the supervisor of elections has said, if we do that, there will be no pre-voting. There will be no early voting. So you will see a tremendous drop-off from the November election to the December runoff. So it was our opinion that if you're putting this out to the citizens to vote on, that there's good cause to say maybe runoffs are an expense and a cost that do not produce the results that will, in fact, represent the majority of the people of Coral Gables. On term limits, there was discussion about having a longer or more term limit restrictions, having an overall term limit restriction of so many years on the commission as mayor or commissioner, and then after that, not being able to serve again. And the committee rejected that. The committee, in the majority vote, said that the fact of the matter is that we trust our commissioners, and we trust the people of Coral Gables to choose who they wish to serve. And there was not a feeling that we need to artificially terminate people's service on the commission, because if we have good people that are willing to serve, it's up to the people to decide if they've been there too long or if they want new faces. So we backed off of that recommendation, and that's not something that you were putting on the ballot anyways, so that's not a recommendation. The qualifications for office, we thought this was an interesting one, because the city attorney had talked with us about one of the recommendations about adding the word immediately about 1 year residency before you run for office, and making sure it's always been interpreted as a year before the election. So adding the word immediately would be just a Scrivener's correction to put the word that we think should have been there in the first place. But we went one step further. We recommend that you put on the ballot that the new words would be 1 year prior to the end of the qualifying period for the election, which he or she seeks office. Because if it's 1 year from the election, let's say it's in November, so it's 1 year from November 7th, let's say, that goes back to November 7th in the past year. But if it was 1 year from the qualifying period, it would go back 1 year before you qualify, which would put it back in the summertime. So it'd be 1 year of residency before you qualify for office. And we thought that was an important change, and we recommend that to be put before the citizens of Coral Gables. The compensation, this is interesting because this is not, by the way, a criticism of you all. It's actually a vote of confidence in you all. You are deciding to put on the ballot a question about changing compensation for commissioners to be a public vote. And our committee, in the end, decided that 7-0, that we didn't think that's necessary, that maybe there was one blip on the screen in the last 100 years about compensation. But, you know, most of us trust you all, and most of us trust what you do. And if you do something that we don't appreciate or don't like, we can always express ourselves in the next election. And so we just don't think that putting your compensation on the ballot, it kept being brought up by Mayor Valdez-Foley that, you know, look at the county commission. For 50 years, they've been trying to raise the compensation of the commission to something appropriate, and it's been defeated every time it goes to the public because the public is not going to vote for higher compensation. For their, obviously, I'm not trying to prejudge what they do or think, but they voted with their votes, no, we don't want to pay you more. But we trust you all. The committee I'm speaking for, 7-0, saying, why put that on the ballot? We trust you to make the right decisions about your compensation, and I think it should be left there. On the initiative and referendum, we had a recommendation to change the barrier or the crossing point for which you can put something on the ballot to make it a lower standard so that you could get referendums on the ballot without as many signatures as was previously required. And in further discussions, we backed off that position so that there is no recommendation on that. And the city attorney pointed out to us that the state has taken action in this area to further refine what can happen for referendums and so therefore in initiatives. So we think that in this case, we said, listen, this is not something that needs to be brought to the public at this time. It can continue to be discussed and continue to be debated. The estimated revenues, again, this was brought up that this was an improvement to the revenue projections for the citizens of Coral Gables. And we agreed with that, but we decided in the end to recommend to you that it didn't need to go on the ballot, that it would probably be more appropriate that you could do it by ordinance and just take action on this by the commission's action. And the reserve policy, again, you know, we think that it's very dangerous. I know that when you decided to put this on the ballot about changing the reserve policy, that there was not as much talk about the doing away with property taxes. And so in view of what the legislature may do in the next 2 months, we thought that this is a vote that should be put off till we see what's going to happen. Because if the legislature and the governor take action to remove our property tax income or to lower it, I think that this is kind of a dangerous position to be in if we change this policy at this time, that we need to wait and see what happens from Tallahassee before you put this on the ballot. That's our recommendation. Again, we know our position. We understand you all are the decision makers and that you all will make that decision. These are just our recommendations. And since I named the committee, I think you can see that we have a very diverse group. We didn't always agree. That's represented in the votes. We agreed on some unanimously. We didn't agree on some. And we think we represent a pretty good cross-section of our city. So in our best opinion, that was it. On public work contracts, we think this is a solid one that you should put on the ballot to change the charter. Because right now, all improvements and work projects over $25,000 awarded to the lowest responsible holder after public advertising. So the $25,000 is so old and so out of date. So we went to a number that is seemingly have been approved in state level and by the courts, and a good solid number recommended by the city manager's office and everything was $300,000. And you need to change the charter for that. But we need to move projects along. I think you all realize that. You spend a lot of time and energy up here behind the dais, and this is the kind of thing that would help us move the projects along in a more modern way. So the $300,000 was agreed on, as you can see, 7-0, that was an appropriate figure. On the boards and committees, we were split on this, but we split vote said you don't need to send this to the voters, that we trust the system as it is. I mean, most of the things that we did say we trust you. I mean, I know our position is different than what you were going to put on the ballot, so you may think that we're taking issue, but we're saying, hey, we trust what you do and we trust what you've done in the past and we trust what you'll do in the future. On the charter review, where you're putting on the thing about each city commissioner and city manager shall appoint one as a resident, the only thing we were concerned, or some of us were concerned about, was the city attorney shall appoint one member who shall be a current or former municipal or county attorney, was that it doesn't have to be a resident. And I understand that there's maybe an issue that, well, will we find a former county attorney or a former city attorney or a current former city attorney or current county attorney that lives in the city? And some of us felt very strongly that that's not a problem, that we know a bunch of people that live in the city that fit that qualification. And then some of us talked about, well, you could expand from either municipal or county attorneys to former judges. I mean, there's a number of reasons, but we felt strongly that the person should be a resident. That was our feeling, that residents should be part of your thing. On the Inspector General, we made just one recommendation on a change of the title of your vote. And just to clarify what it's actually voting on, and that is that, we already have the power within the city attorney and this commission to appoint what you might call an inspector general or outside person to investigate things which you find need that kind of investigation. But because you have an intention to put it before the public and bring their attention to the fact that you can do that, all we suggested was changing the title, authorizing Inspector General services as needed, just to make it clear that people aren't voting on a full-time Inspector General, because I think that you all intended that, and all we did was try to enforce what you intended. So we agree. And on budget transparency, we postponed the final decision on anything. We recommended that. And if this committee continues as it is, we will continue to discuss that. And if we don't continue, we'll let you discuss it. So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, that is our report. It's before you, and my hope was just to bring some clarifying notes as to how we got to where we got to. And to reiterate, and I mean this sincerely when I say this, I'm not up here to gain favor. I have no petitions or projects, I'm not even looking for a permit at my house. But our committee continually expressed confidence that our commission, over the 100 years and now, does the right thing, generally, does the right thing, discusses, debates, and ends up, and we trust what happens up here. So thank you very much for your attention.
Through the mayor.
And there is one thing. I think one of our members, Jane Moskowitz, wanted to say a couple of words about the process. Is that okay?
Yeah, I was going to invite her up right now.
Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner Castro, if you want, okay. No.
Appreciate it because I'm certain I'm out of order.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Jane Moskowitz. I live at 6841 Veronese Street in Coral Gables. I've lived on that block since 1982. As Mayor Slesnick said, I was a federal prosecutor, but that was before some of you were born. I was then in private practice, and now in my retirement, apart from being on the Charter Review Committee, and Ms. Throckmorton advises me to tell you that I'm speaking in my personal capacity, but one of my other jobs in retirement is chair of voter protection for the Miami-Dade Democratic Party. And in that capacity, try to make sure that everybody who's entitled to vote, no matter what party, gets to vote and that their votes get counted. And in that regard, I have some either questions or concerns about the upcoming election. My personal belief is to leave it where it is because I want people to focus on Coral Gables issues and Coral Gables candidates and not be swallowed in everything that goes on in November where you're scared to open your mailbox. But that's not what I want to talk about. I also want to give my thanks to Mr. Urquia, who I've been stalking with emails and responds to everyone, and I'm grateful for that. So there was one issue that we were concerned about. We raised already in the charter review, and that's that you are mailing these ballots to everybody. But in general, for people to receive ballots by the mail, they have to sign up with our supervisor of elections, and that there may be confusion of people who receive this ballot in the mail that then they will believe that they are enrolled to vote by mail. And Mr. Urquia assures me that you all are going to send out some notice that explains to people when they get this ballot that they're not going to get any other ballot in the mail unless they take that step of enrolling, which in a measure that does not promote voting now has to be renewed every election cycle. Your vote by mail has to be renewed every 2 years.
If I may answer you, because you posed a question and I want to make sure that we address it. If I may respond to you.
Please.
We have already addressed that. There will be multiple opportunities that we will use here in the city to make sure that everyone is educated, whether it be TV, in-home flyers that will be sent, email. We will actually be recording a PSA with the elections supervisor, Ms. Alina Garcia. And we'll be doing everything in our power to make sure that we have as many people come out to vote and that they're aware of the process to make sure that their vote counts.
Well, thank you, and I understood that piece had been taken care of, for which I'm grateful, and everybody should be grateful. There's a few more smaller items, I think, or different items. And one is that, mail-in ballots aren't forwarded. So if I move within the city of Coral Gables and you don't, even if I've put in my forwarding address, those people will not get their ballots. Ballots are sent back to the supervisor of elections. So that's another piece of voter education that needs to be made, that people need to know what to do, either if they have moved or if they don't get a ballot, because the mail is by far not infallible. And so I hope you will tell people that, that part of the PSAs is that if you don't get a ballot and you're a resident of the city of Coral Gables, call whoever.
Okay, so just to respond to you, that's already been addressed also.
Okay.
Just like you are with the Democrat Party locally here and doing everything in their power to make sure that people can vote, I am doing the same thing, but not for a party. I'm doing it on behalf of the residents, and I'm honored to serve.
And I'm not saying this on behalf of a party.
But if I may,
Yeah.
if I may, we're also setting forth, because you mentioned the ability to make a phone call. We are also setting a dedicated phone line. This has already been voted on and approved by the commission. A dedicated phone line that will have someone answering, and so they can answer every question in regards to the referendums, why somebody hasn't received a ballot, where they can get a ballot, provide them step-by-step opportunity to address their concerns. But as you know, because you're very well versed in this, you've been working on this for years, the final responsibility is incumbent of the resident to make sure that when they move, they get a new license. So you know very well, as a lawyer, that you cannot drive around the city with a license that is not corresponding with your home that you're living. So at the end of the day, as people are shaking their head, you know very well that the voter has to take it upon themselves, and we're providing them with all the information. There's a significant amount of time, 4 months before the vote comes, and we're going to be doing an extensive outreach campaign to make sure they go and they get their new license. Also, as you're aware, I sponsored the legislation through the help of the tax collector. Now we have a new office here where you can get your license and you can do a litany of county issues here in the city of Coral Gables, and it takes minutes versus hours or appointments. So it's very easy. If someone really wants to vote in this referendum, they're going to have every opportunity and everything within their reach to make sure they can get this done. So, but at the end of the day, it is incumbent on the voter, no matter how much you reach out to them, no matter how much you tell them to get involved, no matter how much you engage, there are rules and strict regulations.
Yeah, I understand and agree, and don't have, you're absolutely right. But I have two more things. One is, why not have a drop-off spot at the library?
I can answer that for you too.
Yes.
Because it's not allowed. As per Madam City Attorney, please put it on the record. And I thought you would know this with your engagement in the Democrat Party. You should know. Madam City Attorney, will you please clarify?
Yes, it's per the supervisor of elections, there's only one drop-off location, which is the supervisor of elections office.
Well, but that doesn't say that there can't be another one. I mean,
There cannot be one.
There cannot be one.
By state statute, we are not allowed to have additional drop-off locations. The only way we're allowed to have drop-off locations is during early voting, when locations are staffed by Miami-Dade County elections. We're not allowed to do it for this specific election.
Yes, I understand it would have to be staffed and it would cost money.
Ms. Moscovich,
All right.
I also had a conversation with the election supervisor in regards to this exact question, because my intent was to have multiple location drop-offs to make it as easy as possible to have people engage in this election. She was emphatically clear that that is not allowed to happen. Your fourth question.
So I think that voters should be notified, by the way, and I strongly believe in although I'm not speaking as a member of the Charter Review Committee, that your language should not contain the with intention part. But I think voters should learn that there will be no early voting on the runoff. I mean, I haven't agreed with Mayor Slezniak. I don't know why we need these runoffs where 10% or 8% of the population appear, and, we could get rid of the whole thing, and that would really save money. But two people who work, and they will be restricted to, I'm talking about if this passes, which one may assume it will, that the runoffs are held in December and there will be no early voting. I think people should understand that privilege is going to be taken away from them if this measure is enacted, because a lot of people vote that way.
So I'll respond to you in that measure. We have talked about 7 referendums. We have not entertained what you're proposing in regards to eliminating a runoff, what you're discussing today.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that we have that discussion, and if it's the will of the commission, I have no issues moving forward. But that was never up for discussion at all, and that's why it's not on today's agenda. But thank God, and the manager will tell you, and our city attorney will tell you, in my pre-agenda meeting, I asked the city attorney to find out when was the last drop date that we could include another referendum if it was the will of the commission. And your answer was, Madam City Attorney?
So the date to get the questions to the supervisor of elections is in February, so we still have the next commission meeting to have the commission approve any additional resolutions with ballot questions.
So knowing that Mayor Slesny was going to be here and our team brought it to our attention that this was something that the Charter Review was interested in having a discussion, I inquired about when was the last possibility to not have a 7th, but an 8th referendum item on the agenda. So that's something that we could discuss here on the commission and potentially move forward.
Of not having a runoff.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good.
Good.
But also, the separate point is telling people on this referendum that if they enact the election change to Novembers of even years, then on the runoff, they will not have early voting.
Understood.
Which affects people who, like, it used to be difficult for me to vote on election day. I counted on early voting because I don't believe in mailing my ballot because, in the city of Miami election, 700 voters mailed of the 25,000 that voted were disqualified because they arrived late.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your commitment to the city, your engagement. I know you've been doing this for 2 years, and it means a lot that you're involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the mayor.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
And I really have some questions here for the city manager. We have this beautiful card. I doubt seriously, postcard, you came up with it in the minutes between our break, that this pre-existed with a QR code.
Nice. Very well done. Saves paper. Good job.
Can we include in this QR code, if we don't, I haven't had a chance to check it, different things such as changing your driver's license. We also can have the ballot item in there to remind people to look in their mailboxes. Homestead exemption filing, people do forget. The voter registration change, reminding people to do that as well, because if they don't change that as well. And I'm glad you brought up the runoff election issue, because that is, something that I've been a bit torn about, and without an early voting opportunity, I think it's something we should seriously discuss. But
through the mayor,
kudos on this.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, that's a link to our website and to the website for the residents, and we can add anything to that website as needed to make sure that new residents are aware of everything in Coral Gables. We'll be happy to look at those issues.
Through the mayor.
And Vice Mayor, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Commissioner?
Yes. Mayor Slesnik, Jane, I want to thank you for your time and for all the years of experience not only you guys bring to the Charter Review Committee, because that really is very fruitful and it's a great asset to this city, so thank you. Secondly, I would like to move to approve all the recommendations of the Charter Review Committee. I stand 100% with your recommendations, and I trust that is the path forward for the city.
If I may, first and foremost, there's not a second. We're going to discuss these items later in the agenda, one item after another. I'm the sponsor of the items after working on this for almost a year and a half, and I think the appropriate thing is to have those discussions item by item by item and give a little bit of respect to the work done by these members and also the city, the residents and the business community that deserve to hear item by item by item. We are going to take into account the hard work of the committee, and I look forward to having that conversation when I bring forward items. I'll tell you right now, excuse me. Items F3, F4, F5, F6, F7, F8, F9. They will be held and heard today, and we're looking forward to moving forward. Thank you very much. Commissioner, you have anything you'd like to add?
What was the motion? I guess I just didn't understand it.
I'm sorry. The motion was to go ahead and accept the recommendations of the Charter Review Committee.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, before moving forward, I have members of the public who requested to speak on this item.
Okay.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I am very, very happy to hear Mayor Slesnik and Ms. Moskowitz address issues that quite a few of us have had. And I think that it's only appropriate, since they've done such a good job, that we accept their recommendations, and that if you really look at the process, and some of us would say, well, there was a committee, and when they were changed, then they went back on some things, but obviously that's what democracy is all about. The new committee had different ideas, they voted again, and some of the things were changed, but obviously they came back with a wonderful, wonderful report, and I commend them for doing that.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker, Jackson Holmes.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Jackson Rip Holmes, 35 Sidonia, Coral Gables. I too am extremely grateful to the Charter Review Committee for the most beautiful work I've seen in at least a year in the entire city. Thank you so very much. And I agree with Commissioner Castro's motion that you all approve their recommendations. I also, though, want to add what I think should be on this referendum. And I'm going to just go ahead and simplify the idea here that we should have a pay-to-play audit. We should have an audit every year of how much developers are donating to city commission candidates and what they're getting for all their money. The estimate is by, trying to remember the name of the specialist on PACs that was a candidate here. I'm sure y'all might be able to help me if you had the chance. But anyway, so our expert on PACs says that 80% of all donations to city commission candidates comes from developers. 80%, and only 20% comes from all taxpayers combined. So I believe, and I think the citizens want, a pay-to-play audit of what are the developers getting for their millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. Are they buying Coral Gables elections? Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
No.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
I appreciate the work that the committee had done, but just like Ms. Moskowitz, like we go through jury instructions line by line, and language, I want to go line by line and have a fruitful discussion of some of the suggestions, and I appreciate the suggestions. You know, as you could hear from the comments, I think we're going to be in agreement on many of the items, but for an ad hoc vote just to approve things and not go line by line, I cannot vote in favor of that. So my vote is no.
Mayor Lago.
Before I say my vote, I just want to put it clear for the blogs and for the Herald that's here. Obviously, what you're witnessing right now is absolute political theater, which is making a mockery, and Mr. Slesning is shaking his head, and I appreciate that, making a mockery of an incredible group of individuals that spent over 2 years of their time working as members of this esteemed committee. We shouldn't play politics with ridiculousness. After speaking with the city attorney, you can't even vote in favor of this. Because if you vote in favor of this, you're basically contradicting yourself and voting in ways that you're going to have to deal with it anyways later, vote by vote by vote, because the legislation that's in place on this agenda contradicts whatever we would be approving right now. So enough with the politics. I don't have an issue addressing it item by item when we come forward, if you want to address the verbiage on a certain piece of legislation. But again, this is just another Coral Gables Gazette special. The commission votes in favor of opposing the committee's recommendations. That's not the case, but that's what you'll see tomorrow or the following day. My vote is no. All right, moving on. Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure.
Through the mayor, just
Yes.
a point of clarity, and in both the vice mayor and the mayor, you stated eloquently. I wouldn't want anyone to take my no vote without echoing your sentiments, but the truth of the matter is, as the motion was phrased, it's an approval of all, comprehensive, all recommendations, depriving any meaningful discussion regarding the countless hours put in on a voluntary basis by the members of the Charter Review Committee, where it would require a thoughtful, one-by-one discussion. I assume, but I got to be careful, that one would take that from my no vote in the positive sense and not to disparage anything, which I support, and I absolutely commend each and every one of the members of the Charter Review Committee for the work they've done, and for Jane Moskowitz appearing today in her personal capacity on behalf of the Democratic Party. But that being said, I reiterate my no for those reasons.
And if I may, Commissioner, I just want to unequivocally tell you, you have just wasted 2 minutes of your life that you'll never get back, because when they publish this article, none of that will come out. All right? Thank you very much. Moving on to items on second reading, item E1. No, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thank you. Items on E1.
Point of order. Correction, Ms. Moskowitz was not here representing the Democratic Party. Please correct the record.
Okay. All right.
Voter protection.
Myself and on behalf of people being allowed to vote, knowledgeable about their votes, and not on behalf of the party.
I'm sorry, I just want to, again, just for clarity, I may have misunderstood. I only heard that you weren't speaking on behalf of the Charter Review Committee and on behalf of the work that you do. I think you mentioned that the city attorney suggested that you declare that the work you were doing is in furtherance, I believe, of an organization associated with the Democratic Party. I could be wrong, but I'm glad that you clarified it.
Well, let's do this. Let's not have a conversation back off the dais. I think it's inappropriate, and there's rules in place to make sure we don't do that. So thank you very much. We've given an open platform to have a real dialogue, and I look forward to bringing this in for a landing when we vote for this later on today. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, item E1.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 7 Sustainability and Resilience Standards, Section 7-102 Green Building Requirements to provide National Green Building Standard Silver certification as an acceptable option for compliance, providing for repeated provision, severability clause codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. There have been no changes since first reading, actually.
Okay, perfect. No changes. Can I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much for your hard work. Item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Section 3-200 principal uses, amending Section 3-201 group homes, assisted living facilities, and childcare facilities to clarify statutory capacity and licensing requirements, adding Section 3-202 certified recovery residences to establish procedures for review and approval consistent with state and federal law, amending Article 16 definitions to add definitions for adult daycare center, certified recovery residence, dwelling unit, and group residential home, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good morning. Also no changes on this one since first reading.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Zoning Director. Madam, item E3, ordinances on first reading.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission granting approval of proposed amendments to the text of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to expedited state review procedures and zoning code Article 14, Process Section 14-213, Comprehensive Plan Text and Map Amendments to modify the required mix of uses when developed within the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay to allow maximum floor area ratio of 3.5 and to provide for policies to implement the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay, providing for a repeated provision, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Director.
Good morning again. I have a brief PowerPoint. Wow, they're fast. Perfect. So as you know, the county did approve and adopt the expansion of the RTZ, the Rapid Transit Zone, with the creation of the Gables University Station subzone in September. This did grant authority for the county to review and impact fees and control any property that's going to be entered into the subzone. Today, right now, there's only one property that's part of this subzone with the county. There's been a lengthy review process of this. It started May of last year with a discussion by this commission. Planning and Zoning Board did recommend approval of zoning and comprehensive plan map amendments as well as zoning amendments, and that went to the commission here in October. So what we're looking at today actually is our amendment to the comprehensive plan text. Let me get to that. So the overlay itself has not changed as far as the boundaries go. It's between Turin and Caballero on US 1. There's an aerial looking at it. It's directly across the street from the University Metro Rail Station. Another aerial, another map is showing the location of this. In October, this commission did approve on first reading the proposed future land use map amendment to commercial high-rise, as well as proposed zoning map amendment to MX3 for these properties within the overlay district. And that's what that would look like, looking at 3D. This would make it comparable to the existing Paseo project, which is on Caballero and US 1, but more setbacks. Today, you're looking at 3 text amendments to our comprehensive plan. The first one is increasing the FAR to be 3.5 as a maximum FAR within the overlay district, as well as simplifying our mix of uses for just this district to only require 2 uses, a minimum of 2 uses for just this district. And also incorporating a policy specific just to the University Station Rapid Transit District overlay about mixed use, walkability, encouraging housing near transit stations, being consistent with the SMART plan of the county. And as you know, this was reviewed by Planning and Zoning Board for the map amendments and the zoning code amendments in July of last year. First reading for, again, those map amendments and zoning. Today, we're looking at the comprehensive plan text amendments. And we're hoping to come back in January 27 with all of these amendments, the comprehensive plan text and map amendments, with the zoning code text and map amendments. We sent out notices, within 1,500 feet as required by the zoning code, including all of the pieces of this legislation 4 times, July, October, December, as well as for today's meeting, website posting, and newspaper advertisements. After this recommended approval, it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, as it is encouraging development on transit corridors of our city right now. Recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, just very quickly, can you provide in the next minute, 30 seconds, kind of a recap of the many meetings, phone calls that we've had in regards to the MARC, where we are, all the effort that we put in, the negotiations that we sat with the team, and all the positives, that we've been able to kind of bring back to the city of Coral Gables. I had a very nice conversation with Commissioner Regalado this morning before I got on the dais. She was happy to see the success that we've had with the MARC, and also to see that we've been able to negotiate a few things that, again, we're going to paper them up right now and bring it to the commission for ratification. But as the commission has placed me to negotiate this along with the manager and our incredible zoning team who's here, I think we've made a lot of positive headway, and I think that the commission is going to be very satisfied, not only financially. We're talking about millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that would have gone to the county, but also in regards to usage, signage, design, height, a lot of different things that, again, are more in line now with the city and not with the RTZ. Mr. Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think we realized back in May of last year that the RTZ was coming. We acted very, very quickly. Our assistant director did a marvelous job in getting everything done. And we were in an effort to bring this project back to the city of Coral Gables. I believe that these overlays that we've done in this RTZ area, and that we've all worked very hard on them. We've had very good negotiations. I believe that through this effort, we've been able to, I think, bring this project back to the city, which means that this project will be permitted through the city of Coral Gables. The impact fees will come back to the city of Coral Gables. And more important, the uses and signage and all these other issues that were later would be of county control are back to our city. So, Mayor, I thank you for your efforts and incredible work on this. Our assistant director did a phenomenal job in getting this overlay and getting this report done. And great work to our planning and zoning board, where they quickly realized what was going on and what the issues were. So I think we have a very good, I think we can bring this project back, and I think we can get a much better project from the developer and work with them to make this project successful. I don't see why not. Yep. And thanks to your efforts and our development services efforts, we were able to get this, what I believe is this project back into the city.
So I want to thank you for that, but again, it was our effort, and I also want to thank the developer. The developer came to the table on multiple occasions. They understood that we had to negotiate, and the RTC is about negotiating. And for example, Art and Public Places impact fees that would have gone to the county now are remaining in the CityBeautiful. So some people may say, the project changed. Guess what? The project was going to change through the RTZ, but at least we have control over the project. We are presenting now, we're working on a schedule for deliverables in regards to approvals, which is part of the agreement that will be brought before the commission. I requested a schedule with a detailed breakdown for approvals so that we can be held accountable and also can the developer be accountable. They already submitted that schedule. The manager is reviewing it, and he's basically revamping the schedule. We had a long conversation over the weekend to talk about the project, but this has not been one meeting. This has been extensive amount of meetings. The developer deserves credit. Staff has lifted this beyond measure. The manager has done an incredible job. This project was already in the county. Now it's coming back to the city of Coral Gables. It took a lot of heavy lifting. The DCM, the ACM, staff, they all deserve the credit. So thank you for having trust in us to bring this back, and I think you will be very satisfied that we're going to have a project within our scope that we control as a city, with obviously a negotiation that took place with the developer to make sure. By the way, for the viewers here, let me be clear: a no vote here is going against a 6-0 vote by PZAB, because Planning and Zoning Board understands that we don't have control with the RTZ. We don't. You just can't say, oh yeah, vote no against it, and you think to yourself, we're going to somehow, some way, magic wand is going to be, and they're going to do what's, in the city's best interest. It's not going to happen that way. They're going to do what's in their financial best interest. And what it takes is a negotiation. So, Madam Vice Mayor.
Through the mayor?
Oh, Madam Vice Mayor. Whatever.
So I'm just going to add on to it an additional praise to City Manager, because I thought this ship had sailed. Okay, and you put your talent into bringing this back, because what would have happened with the RTZ in the county would have been a horrific project. Okay, sorry, I don't mean to disparage you any, but I mean, by Coral Gables standards, it would have been a horrific project. We're able to bring back that 20-foot, 5-foot setback against the mixed-use area. There's condos back there that's, it's not single-family homes, but it's mixed MF area where multifamily is. We're able to get the wider sidewalks. We're able to control the architecture. We're able to get the impact fees, which go to our parks department to create parks. Millions and millions of dollars, plus the arts and public places, the permitting fees. These are dollars that were being taken out of taxpayers in the city of Coral Gables, and we're going to be given to the county. And I also have to applaud to Commissioner Regalado, because she was willing to listen, and a developer, because they were willing to listen. I really thought this ship had sailed and we weren't going to be able to get this one back. But thank you for being here and for steering this ship around and turning it around and bringing it back into our city.
And if I may add something else, I think it's important that the commission understand, we're not talking about one project. We're talking about the neighboring project, 3 acres. It was sold. And that project has the same owner. And as we've been negotiating good faith, working hard, they've agreed, moving forward, that they're going to allow the project to stay in the city as long as we meet the same requirements in regards to expediting their permits. So this is called a negotiation. If not, they could just take their ball and go home and go to the county and go the RTZ route and avoid having to go through our standards. But at the end of the day, this is what happens when you negotiate in good faith. Commissioner.
Through the mayor?
The commissioner would like to say something.
This is a question to the city manager. What are we giving them in exchange in comparison to RTZ? What other benefit are we getting, or inform me more about the negotiations?
I don't think we're giving them anything more than RTZ. I think we're giving them, as a matter of fact, what I've been trying to ask through the mayor is to thank the developer for working with us and providing a better project than would have been done through the RTZ process. The project will be more in line with what we expect in Coral Gables than what could have been done through the RTZ. And we have a commitment to make that project work, and we will make it work, because this project does not give more than RTZ. What it does is brings the project back into a more Coral Gables type project. Whereas the other project could have been simple box, this project brings it back into a Mediterranean style project. It brings it back to a slightly lower project. It gives us certain setbacks. It's not giving them anything. It's getting one of the things that a major thing that we've done is speed up the project, which is one of the things that Commissioner Regalado is asked for, and we've complied. So have we given up anything to the RTZ? No, we've gained from the RTZ, and I think it's actually a better project for the developer. I think Mayor and Commissioner, I think it's a better project for the developer. How this building is going to end up, I think it'll be a more successful project, and we'll make sure that we deliver it on time and deliver a good project for our residents.
And in an effort to get the product delivered as quick as possible, and the director can speak to it, is they have relinquished usage, signage. When I said relinquished, they're meeting our standards. We're getting art in public places. We're getting impact fees. We're getting the setbacks, which are not required by the RTZ. They could have gone the RTZ route, circumvented the city, and gotten a much bigger project, a much taller project with different setbacks. They could have designed it not in a Mediterranean way. This at least how it goes to the BOA. Didn't have to go through the BOA before. So you will see it in the negotiation. It'll come for ratification here before the commission. And I'm just proud to say that we worked hard. We sat at the table with the developer on multiple occasions. And staff had many, many more meetings than that. And we were able to bring this in and keep control of a project that next door will now have to go through the same process and not go to the RTZ at the county. And I think that goes to show you that we're here to negotiate. We're not just here to vote no, because at the end of the day, they could have gone through the RTZ, and then you have a project that is not in line even with the way the city standards are.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
And Mayor, this overlay can be applied through the RTZ, through the entire RTZ area. So I think that we've not only brought back one project, I think we brought back multiple projects that to back into Coral Gables instead of having basically a Dade County building inside Coral Gables.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so we find ourselves in these days very much in a football state of mind with all the successes of the University of Miami, and hopefully that continues. But when we were last discussing this at the previous commission meetings, I think we were referring to these efforts, ultimately successful efforts, as being a Hail Mary pass. And I know that the Vice Mayor referred to it as a ship sailing. I agree with that, but I think we were calling it a Hail Mary. So this Hail Mary seems to have connected And I want to also thank all and congratulate all involved in a Herculean effort to try and get something done that I really think was appropriately referred to as highly unlikely to be charitable about it. And amazing things have been done for the benefit of the residents of the city. Beautiful. I wholeheartedly support this, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this ordinance, granting this approval of the proposed amendments, because we were able to take back what I believe was decidedly a fumble by the previously constituted P&Z, and fixed with very little time left on the clock. So a vote for this is a vote for the residents. A vote against this is a vote for what I believe all those against overdevelopment stand for. I think the choice is clear.
Commissioner? I think the days of perfection are long gone. I think the days when we can dictate as a city, this is what it's going to be, regardless of what a developer wants to bring to the table, have been changed by the dynamics in Tallahassee and in the county commission. And it's important for residents to understand that it's a new game. It's new rules that have been brought to the table, and municipalities are at the lower end of the totem pole. And what our zoning code is no longer the end-all, be-all of what's going to happen. Developers have a way to go to a different, I guess, the next level up and say, hey, I didn't get this, I want this, and they can get it. And I think I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, and I commend the developer for coming back to the table in Coral Gables and wanting to be a good partner with the city and finding a path forward where we will have a project that may not be exactly what we wanted, but it's more to the lines of what Coral Gables is, the identity of the city of Coral Gables, and now knowing what the mayor was saying about the project next door also being in line with this legislation.
And if I may interrupt you, and the subsequent property. So it's 3 properties in a row now. The one on the waterway, which if not, again, sorry to say this, but this project's happening.
Correct.
It's happening. RTZ or Coral Gables standards. Let's keep it Coral Gables standards.
I agree, and I think that's the importance of getting this and moving it forward, ensuring that we have a say in this. We are able to get the resources that we need to provide the services for this project, and ensuring that we still have an ability to say, this is what it should be, making sure it goes through the Board of Architects, which to me was one of the biggest concerns, because it goes to the county. You don't know what the county's going to approve. You can have an ultra-modern building that comes to that property, and whatever the county standards are, going through the Board of Architects will ensure that we still have a say in what the design of that building is, and bringing back those impact fees is extremely important, especially knowing what's going to be happening in Tallahassee in the next session with property taxes. These are revenues that we're going to have that are going to be able to provide the services residents in these buildings are going to need.
And if I may, to bring you inside to the negotiations, which staff was in, one of the most contentious points discussed was whether the project will go through the BOA. And we discussed timeline, schedules. We literally had to go back to a construction schedule, to a deliverable schedule, critical path. So that was an item that, along with many other things, if you go down the RTZ, you don't get any impact fees. You don't get any art and public places money. Your setbacks are completely different. Your building is not designed in a Mediterranean style. It's called a negotiation. So when you vote no on a project like this, across the board and say, no, we should just adhere to Coral Gables standards, you're not living in the reality of the moment. The reality of the moment is that the RTZ already exists. They came to us and says, we're moving forward as a result of what transpired at the Planning and Zoning Board. We're done. We're moving. We sat down with them half dozen times, had conversations, and said, let's start this again. How can we meet somewhere in the middle? Meeting somewhere in the middle is much better than going the RTZ route of Miami-Dade County.
To the mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, the project, instead of going through no architect, is going through our city architect, who does a fantastic job That's a huge plus for this project. It's already been improved tremendously. I think it's a project that we can move forward with. And, I think we have a commitment to move forward with this, a much better project than would have been done had it gone through no review. And basically we get a box similar to what we see at across the street of some other universities. And this is a completely different project, and we have a great city architect that will work with their architect, who's also a very good architect, and get us a project that we can that'll be much better, and it'll be a Coral Gables project, not a Dade County project.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify that what is before you today is the amendments to the comprehensive plan. So some of what's been discussed is the process, which is in the overlay text amendment, which will come back on second reading at a subsequent meeting.
I just wanted to put that out there so people understand the process of why we're talking about this today. Everything, while not here today in front of you, is part of the recipe that we're trying to bake in regards to the alternative to the RTZ. Commissioner.
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Can you do me a favor, Madam Director, through the manager? I want to make it very clear for the next time that we're here, because this has got to come back on second reading, right?
Yes.
Okay. I would like for you to provide, please, if we're not provided with this alternative, what we're facing right now on this project, what if it went straight to the county? What would it look like? What would the setbacks be? Because I want people to know when you vote no on this, what the options are. Because it's very simple to vote no in public and then go out there and say, hey, I voted no. But if it didn't go through the city, how would then RTZ project look here? So I want people to understand the depth and the breadth of what a no vote and what that type of just lack of true understanding of what we're trying to do here would result in. If I may, my vote is yes. Mr. Manager, yes.
Mayor, it would be a box with no setbacks.
Okay.
And taller, and with no architectural constraints.
And by the way, but with that also, I would like to see how much of the impact fees we would lose, how much of the art and public places fees that we would lose, what are the uses that can be brought there, gun stores, pet stores, a litany of different things that are allowed in Miami-Dade County versus what are allowed here in the city of Coral Gables. And also the signage. What type of signage would be allowed there that are allowed in Miami-Dade County that are significantly larger than was allowed in Coral Gables? We need to understand and put it on the record what a no vote means and the work that we've done to bring this in. Okay, please.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I'm going to add to
I
that.
think it's important. I'm sorry to give you more work through the manager. I apologize. But I think it's important that people understand that, because it's so easy to vote no and just say, I voted no. But at the end of the day, you got to find compromises.
Also, I think it's important to note the lack of green space. You're not going to have the 25-foot buffer between the neighborhood, the lack of parking requirement, all those things. And the lack of architectural review. City manager, you're right. It was a box. And it was not just a box. It was an ugly box.
Commissioner?
Right. Just want to state that I'm disappointed in the final tally of the vote. So I just want to stay on the record. The Commissioner Castro, your vote no on this item to me smacks of you're supportive of further home rule erosion. You're in furtherance of the RTZ. It's likely to be in furtherance of live local. It all smacks to me of being consistent, that which overdevelopment manifests and looks like is what a no vote today is encouraging. And the mayor's request that there be a visual created to show what it would look like if this went to RTZ and not through the Coral Gables standards is necessary, because we're going to have this continuation, more discussion, more opportunities to express either you're for Coral Gables standards or you're for overdevelopment and further home rule erosion. So I just want to express my disappointment, because what I would want is unanimity in the vote to send a message that the commission on the dais today speaks with one voice on something that stands for what supports what makes Coral Gables unique and in the best interest of the residents.
Thank you. Moving on to item E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 74, Traffic and Vehicles of the City Code, creating Article 10, Golf Carts, authorizing and regulating the operation of golf carts on designated city streets, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. As a sponsor of this item, thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for being here and for working with me and obviously your team. I would love to take credit for this because it's something I've been meaning to do for a long time, but I got to give credit where credit is due. This was brought to me by a gentleman by the name of J.C. Padron. He lives very close to my house. I don't own a golf cart. I own a moke. It's a little bit different. Very similar intent, but I think that this is a great idea. I think it's a great idea to make our community a golf community, a community that is again, a little friendlier, a little slower in pace, but adheres to safety. And I think that this could be potentially something that brings our community together. So, Mr. City Attorney, what do we got?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. For the record, Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. So as the title indicates, basically this will allow for golf carts on designated roads. Designated roads as currently being proposed is any road that has a speed limit of 25 miles an hour or less. So typically our residential streets. As you indicated, a MOC or other LSVs are still treated by the state, and those can drive on streets up to 35 miles an hour. This is not in any way trying to change that. That is controlled by the state. This would create a particular process for golf carts that you'd have to be inspected. We're going to work on that process. We have a meeting coming up internally. We do need to iron out some specifics on how we're going to do that, how the label is going to look, and the process of how we're going to inspect it. But these golf carts will require all the safety equipment typically commonly found in LSVs, meaning turn signals, seat belts, horns, signaling devices, things of that nature. Pretty much everything you would find on an LSV, but without the requirements of the state, and you don't need to put a license plate. You would need to just go through the city, through their process, and you'd be issued a decal that you'd have to place on your vehicle. And once again, you are limited to the roads that we designate. If you have any questions or comments, I'm happy to make any changes.
As far as insurance, what is the requirement that we have on insurance?
So currently, I haven't seen any insurance requirements. The person that is driving does need to be a licensed individual. So we're not going to have, 13, 14-year-olds driving these. You do need to have a license. I can look into it and see if there's any insurance requirements. Typically, the golf cart insurance for a golf cart is very economical because it's not designed to be driven on the road. So once you start driving on the road, I think it changes the type of insurance that you may require, but I can look into that prior to second reading and we can come back with some further additional information.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Key Biscayne require, I believe they do have an insurance requirement in Key Biscayne.
I'll make sure.
I wouldn't want to give an approval for something if we don't have a method that should be required for some sort of protection for not just the person driving, the passengers, but also the other drivers that are motorists that are on the road as well.
Understood.
Okay. Again, if we read through it, obviously we've all read through the legislation. Everything that applies basically to a car applies to this, in regards to signage, in regards to making sure that we abide by all the laws that are in place. So I want to thank you for allowing me to bring this forward. And I think this is just, again, another benefit for the community. And hopefully people start using it. I see more and more people engaging in the use of, how do you call it? Not golf carts.
Low-speed vehicles.
Low-speed vehicles.
I typically drive one to work on most days. Whenever it's raining, I drive my truck. But if not, I
love it.
I drive an LSV.
I love it.
That's why we drive today.
Perfect. Good stuff.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I've never been recently to Key Biscayne, so I don't know how they do it. But I can tell you that since I go down to Dixie and 144th at least 2 or 3 times a week, because I pick up day-old bread to take to Camilo's house, I encounter a lot of golf carts, a lot of young children riding on golf carts, and I think that if nothing else, we need to have a requirement that they have to wear a helmet, because I have seen many accidents almost happening because kids fall off. And I know that you're talking about seat belts, but if you have had young kids, there comes a time when they know how to take it off. Okay? They know how to undo it. And when somebody, and you're talking about driver's license, a 17-year-old has a driver's license, and they get their friends on the golf cart. And I'm going to tell you, it becomes really interesting when you're driving down there and seeing all this packed, and you're telling me the numbers. They're going to be stopping people right and left, because I've never seen a golf cart that is not full of kids. And that's what happens down on, Palmetto Bay, all that area. I witness that 2-3 times a week, and my concern is we should make sure that the kids are safe. And the fact that, one of my granddaughters is 17, and she drives, but she takes her sister with her, and anybody else, nobody else, because we don't allow friends, only sister maximum. But kids are kids, and I think it's up to us to make sure that they're protected.
Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close. We have a motion and a second.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. We have a time certain, 12 o'clock. Would you like to take a 5-minute break, or would you like to go on to E6?
5-minute break would be essential.
Yeah.
All right, 5-minute break it is. Item E6.
Are we waiting for the city attorney? I think she would read the ordinance into the record.
Yes.
That's the last page.
You have the clip.
Okay. If maybe we want to take it off and give the floor to the city attorney so she could read the ordinance into the record, please.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, my apologies.
No worries.
We are on E6. It's an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 5, Conflict of Interest and Code of Ethics of the Coral Gables City Code to create Section 2-309 anti-kickback and post-approval transparency requirements, providing supplemental local transparency obligations consistent with Chapter 112 Florida Statutes and Miami-Dade County Code, Section 2-11.1, requiring disclosure and public posting of post-approval business relationships, financial benefits, gifts, and campaign political committee contributions connected to projects that appear before the City Commission, requiring sworn affidavits from developer applicants and mandatory post-certificate of occupancy sworn certifications by elected officials, providing implementation requirements, enforcement, repealer provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much for reading the ordinance into the record. I have worked on this for the last several months. I've made several revisions to it that the city attorney's office requested that maybe they would feel a little more comfortable with the language on this ordinance. Also, to go ahead and make this a little simpler for my colleagues, I went ahead and I made a presentation to clarify what this is and what this isn't. So let's go ahead and start off with that. Anti-kickback and post-approval transparency ordinance. Why this exists. Right now, transparency effectively ends at the vote. What happens after a project is approved? While it is still active, it can be invisible to residents. This is where influence can occur. This ordinance closes that gap. Okay. The gap. Today, the project appears, the commission votes, project is approved, project moves into permitting and construction. Well, after that point, financial relationships can form, contracts can be issued, and contributions can be made. The problem, this is a very simple example. An elected official can vote on a project today, later receive work, services, or contributions tied to that project. Even if the agreement was verbal, the benefit appears after the vote. Residents may never see the connection. This is exactly the loophole. Okay. What this ordinance does. This ordinance extends transparency beyond the vote. It creates a disclosure window that covers the first commission appearance, approval, permitting and construction, and until certificate of occupancy is achieved. If any financial ties arise during that period, they must be disclosed. Okay. How the process works. The project appears. So then there's a covered project identified. Project approved. Disclosure obligations begin. Post-approval, financial tie occurs. Sworn disclosure required. Disclosure filed, public and searchable. Final CO is issued, certification is required. Now, when there is a final CO to the project, every elected official that is serving at that time will get a disclosure certifying that at no point of this project you had any financial ties to this project, whether you voted for the project or not. That way we're closing any loophole and we're providing as much transparency as possible to the people we serve, our residents. What must be done and disclosed? Construction or development work, permitting and consulting services, legal or attorney services, professional contracts, gift or financial benefits, campaign or PAC contributions. Nothing is prohibited, everything is visible. Who it applies to? Elected officials, developers, and applicants. Both sides need to disclose. Both are accountable. What this is not. This ordinance does not ban lawful work. It does not ban contributions. And this is not accusing anyone. It simply adds transparency. Bottom line, transparency should not end at the vote. It benefits or money follows an approval. Residents should know. My ask, this closes a real loophole. If we support accountability, this should be an easy yes. And that is the end of the presentation. Do my colleagues have any questions regarding this legislation?
Anyone?
No? Okay. So then are we ready for public comment?
Mr. Clerk, public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker, Ms. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This age of transparency and what's the other word that we use? You know, I'm not feeling well today. My mind is kind of confusing. I think that this proposal, this idea, if nothing else, will take away all the rumors, all the innuendos, all the stuff that we hear And we meaning the people, the residents, the voters, after a project is approved, and then the story begins. Did you know that even though he or she voted no, then they had a contract to do something in the building? Did you know that they were hired for this or that? There's nothing wrong with getting hired. There's nothing wrong with working with the developers, but people need to know to avoid the appearance of something being wrong. This is it. If there's nothing wrong, there's nothing wrong. There should be no issue saying it or writing like we do the finance reports at the end of each year. You know, if you don't have anything to hide, what's wrong with going along with something like this to avoid the appearance that there's secrecy, that there's things being kept away from people knowing, et cetera, et cetera. That's my point. If there's nothing to hide, there's nothing wrong with doing what you're entitled to do in your professional life, but let the people know so they don't think that you're doing it the sneaky way. That's it.
Barbara Casanova.
Good afternoon, Mayor Lago and Commissioners. My name is Barbara Casanova. I'm National Secretary and State Chair of the Republican National Hispanic Assembly. I'm here today to applaud Commissioner Castro for her courage of conviction and character for introducing this ordinance. I would like to ask you to support this. Miami-Dade County has been plagued, and its municipalities has been plagued with a culture of corruption and misinformation for decades. And this would be an incredible first step here in the city of Coral Gables to developing a first step in developing trust, transparency, and reducing costs overall of development and livability in Coral Gables. I propose that I would ask that you all vote in favor of this. This would make the city of Coral Gables a shining example to all other municipalities in the county of accountable and transparent good governance. And I can't see any reason why any of you would have an objection to voting for this. Thank you very much.
Jackson Holmes.
Greetings, Jackson Rip Holmes, 35 Sedonia Avenue. First of all, I want to share with you my good news of having just spoken with former City Clerk Walt Foreman. Walt has had some serious medical challenges. He's overcoming them, and he wanted me to tell everyone hello. I really love him, so I'm going to suggest that we invite him to come see us. Now, on this ordinance, I think it's long overdue. I support it. We need to raise. We need to raise the ethics in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Through the mayor, I think the reality of life right here is that a lot of things happen after a vote that a lot of residents are not aware of. And it is not very simple to go ahead and make those connections. Some elected officials have PACs. Some elected officials get campaign contributions after a vote. Maybe, I don't know, and I'm not accusing anyone, but let's say you have a verbal agreement, maybe before a project comes before you. Not accusing anyone, I'm just saying that's a great possibility. And then when the construction phase starts, or maybe permitting, since it's my field, you get a contract awarded after the vote has already taken place. So I think it's extremely imperative that there is transparency, especially in our website and the way that I propose this, when it comes to contracts, compensation, political contributions, and it should all be in one place for transparency purposes, so that we see what elected official has what connections with projects that we're voting on before or after. Right now, that is not happening. So I want to give and it's not to pick on anyone, honestly, but I want to give live examples to why I was encouraged to draft this ordinance. So Billy, if you please would do me the honor. There we go. Okay, so this right here comes from Coral Gables First. This is from 2022. And these are the developers for the Thesis and the Lifetime building. You can see how a resident would like to know that the mayor is receiving contributions from buildings that he has approved or he has voted on. Next, this is still from Coral Gables First, 2022, Garden of Our Lord. This is Sergio Pino. May he rest in peace. This is another attorney that represents developments. Location Ventures. This is Richie Kapoor. Multiple development controversies, and again, a $10,000 contribution to Coral Gables First, the PAC of the mayor. Not saying there's anything wrong with this at all. I'm just saying this is all a public record, and it should be easy access to our residents. Let's continue. Agave, the Plaza Coral Gables, 2022. I mean, you don't have to write it all down. It's on the record. 15,000. And trust me, these are just one transactions, but because if you really go down at all the donations, it is repeated and repeated contributions from projects that come before us. So my legislation, in actuality, has a 5-year limit after the CO has been obtained. Ponce Park Residences. This is something that came before us. Funny enough, April 15, 2025, a $10,000 contribution. And I mean, there is so many more, but I did not even feel comfortable putting more people up there. So a vote no to this would be continuing no accountability. I hope my colleagues indulge me in voting yes, and I will move this ordinance. Hopefully I will get a second.
I'll second.
Anybody like to say anything?
I have a few comments. You know, sometimes what is written, what is not written is as important as what is written. And what's not included in here are measures where someone brings forth a piece of legislation that encourages more live local in our community. There's not going to be a CO on that type of legislation. It will encourage more development in our city to the detriment of our residents. It helps a developer outside of the city that would never fall under the loophole of this particular thing, this particular statute, ordinance. The language is vague. Practicality-wise, it doesn't really work. I'll give you an example. The Villa Valencia project, not far from the City Hall, still doesn't have its CO. It was passed roughly 10 years ago, I think, when it was passed. Some of the members of that commission are in Portugal. They're retired. They're not sitting here. The information is really useless for anybody, you know, as far as a resident. What is public record is what you showed. Anybody can access what was donated to Coral Gables First. there's, on a legal basis, there's a lot of problems the way this is written. Knowledge is not clearly in here. It says it shall be subject to prosecution. That's a discretionary decision by the state attorney as to whether something is going to be subject to prosecution or the ethics board. It just doesn't work the way it's written, and it completely misses the boat on legislation that will benefit individuals and their businesses that are sitting here on the dais. So I don't think it accomplishes the purpose of transparency. If there is something that the manager feels that we can do better on our website to make donations readily available for the residents to access, we can do that. But after the vote, all the state legislation points to vote, donations that impact a vote, not something after the fact that may come in 5 years, 10 years. Those COs are not even issued yet. There's TCOs pending, but no COs. So I don't think this is the vehicle to accomplish what you're doing or trying to accomplish. And in fact, I think it misses the majority of concerns. I mean, and I noted that, although you try to direct it at the commission, you also add the mayor. The mayor is part of the commission, so reading between these tea leaves, I see mentions of high-value watches and clocks and similar goods. Screams more politics than it does of actually trying to provide residents the information they need. I think we can accomplish that through the city's website and making that an easy click for people to access what the donations are.
Anything else before I speak?
I'll just say briefly that, while the goal of transparency is always going to be laudable, Commissioner, it seems like a great solution to a problem I've never heard of. A problem that, after having campaigned for over a year and sitting here since April, I've never heard anybody say that we need to add more legislation, add more legal burden or even costs onto businesses or additional requirements onto people who are serving in a public service capacity. I just don't see the need for it, since we already have existing laws that cover things that you're concerned about, which is enforcement and prevention of kickbacks, right? So if what the real goal here is to make it easier for people to see ex post facto a vote and whether there's some type of remuneration opportunity that comes the way of an elected official who sat in during a vote, and no matter which way I suppose they voted, there's got to be 100 ways that you can do that. And the vice mayor just mentioned one, that maybe we can make things a little bit easier. You went to public records to create your slideshow. It's not that it's not out there for those who are interested, but I think it's because it's available publicly that there's not an outcry or a need that I've been able to identify from anybody that would require us to wade into this world where you're now requiring people to swear that they did or that they did not receive something or an opportunity was presented to them. It's burdensome to the elected official. I don't think it advances in any real way transparency. I don't think that it is necessarily a smart idea to shift liability onto the individual when it's the government that's in the investigatory and in the enforcement stage with its existing laws to prevent what I assume is the goal of your proposed legislation, to have a chilling effect on people who would be taking advantage of their elected position. So I don't feel there's a need to put it simply to fix something that ain't broke. So, you don't have my support on this, but I always commend you for trying to think outside the box. But again, perfect solution to a problem that doesn't exist, in my view.
Through the mayor.
If I may, would you like to say anything?
No, go ahead. I want to hear.
For me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I wish our friends from the Republican Party, I hope that before they leave, as a Republican, you read the memo that I put together. It'll give you a little bit more insight and definition of who you're here supporting. What we have here is a Trojan horse. We've had it since the beginning, and it's a shame. I'm going to go through a few things. Madam City Attorney, how would you defend this legislation? What is in place?
So, Mayor, we've gone through this latest version that we received prior to this commission meeting with the commissioner, and given the time that we had, we made some suggestions to clarify some of the definitions further. I've told the commissioner that if this were to be approved on first reading, we would have to go through it again to kind of make sure that it's more clear, because there's some areas that still require some further clarification. I think that this still addresses things that are probably already required in a different format, even though it adds kind of like a local requirement, but in a different format they're already required, such as gift disclosures, et cetera. But really, I think it's up to the commission to decide as a matter of policy whether there's something that you all need to do.
So, as you've heard, most of this is already covered and required as per our standards today. Well, this is political theater over and over again. An effort to smear, an effort to run for office from the same person who doubled their salary without having input from the residents. That's corruption. That vote was traded to get rid of the manager. That's a fact. Let's go over the contributions again, if you'd be so kind. Put them up.
Billy?
Cable TV, if you could put up the...
Let's start with, go to the first one.
There we go.
Lifetime Building. I voted no on that project. Okay? Keep moving forward.
What about the thesis?
I voted in favor. I think it was a great project, and it's a much better project that would have been allowed there by the RTZ.
And everybody hates it, by
I'm
the way.
the one
Right, you have the
I'm the
floor.
one that's getting to speak.
Cool.
I'm
And everybody
not gonna be cross-examined by you.
Okay.
Okay. I haven't voted on a project with the Garden of Our Lord. There's no project. I can accept contributions. By the way, all this information you see here is 100% public record. So, moving forward. An incredible attorney who does business here in the city and across the board. Good?
You want to talk about
Okay.
this one?
Ma'am? Yeah. I'm allowed to vote in favor or against any project. Location Ventures, Rishi Kapoor, I voted no on this project. As a matter of fact, I recused myself 4 times on this project. So I do want to talk about it. I voted 0 because I didn't vote. I leased this gentleman one of my office spaces. And I put that on the record that day. And I said, I can't vote for this project. That's what transparency is. I'm going to tell you now what transparency is not, and that's what you're doing. Keep going. Agave, I voted no on this project. That's the largest project in the city's history. Okay. And I voted in favor of this project. I think it's a great project for the city. I have no issues with it. Okay, moving on. I have a quick question for you since we have a Republican Party here.
Absolutely.
One of the items that we have before you that we'll be hearing later is an Inspector General. She voted against an Inspector General. That is the ultimate form of transparency. When you have somebody who's here who could investigate not only an issue, but a person. Why would you vote against an Inspector General? I'm the sponsor of that legislation before that was voted down, and her reasoning was it just costs too much. But at the end of the day, she can raise salaries for the entire commission, not by 10 or 15%, but by 101%.
Do you want me to answer?
I'm not done yet. These are all public record. This is clear, okay? I don't have any issues whatsoever. The blogs, the Herald, you've thrown at me every single time. But let's talk about an example that would fall under what is being proposed today. Maybe one of the managers or the city attorney can help me. What was the name of the project in front of Neiman Marcus?
Was that The Avenue or Aurora,
The Avenue.
or the Aurora project?
When that project came before us, the Avenue is a project that required zero parking, and they were going to lease parking from Merrick Park. You voted in favor of that project, and your client is Merrick Park. At that point, you voted in favor of that project, and your client is Merrick Park. So that would be. Hold on. You're giving the Avenue zero parking from Merrick Park, which is a city-owned building, which you're doing business in. We own that facility. It's a lease with the city. That would be exactly what you're saying here right now, what you did. But let's go a step further. We all know what you do for a business. To beat the ethics issue, you started MED Expeditors of Coral Gables, which is still in the same office that you're in, same cell phone, same email, same everything. And you run permits in other cities with the same situation here. The same thing. And you've done hundreds of permits. You've enriched yourself. As a matter of fact, your mother ran the Agave project and made over $1 million on that project, and you were involved in that project as a permit expediter. You're proposing legislation that only serves one purpose, and that is political theater. Like everything else that you do in an effort to get elected, you should put the same effort in serving this community, not just doing political theater and wasting time. That's my advice to you. And you should have voted in favor of an inspector general. You shouldn't have raised your salary. You shouldn't have given yourself a car allowance. You shouldn't have given yourself an expense account. And you shouldn't have brought an individual here named Amos Rojas that you paid $365,000, who is not only incompetent, but is not qualified to serve as a project manager. And you did it without a process in the middle of a commission meeting. You could have voted no, and that would have put the city in a much better position. Not in the position you are. You also approved the COLA for $20 million, which indebts the city to almost $2 million a year for the next 10 years. Call it what you want, but at the end of the day, it is a massive albatross around the city's neck. So, this is absolutely ridiculous, and I spent too much time on this. It's a waste of time, and it's a waste of effort. You've been here 3 years, and the only piece of legislation you've written is door hanger legislation. Nothing of significant value or actual quality here in the city. So, it's pretty clear.
So, and I appreciate, I was able to hear everybody and kind of get where everybody's mind is. One of the first items that I put on the agenda when I got elected was an item not close to as thorough as this, but it was about just adding an extra layer of information and accessibility for the information. Yes, it is information that could be publicly available, but as a resident, you shouldn't have to go through 20 different steps, 20 different websites, 20 different departments to try to get the information you're trying to get, especially if it is publicly available information. Now, to me, the back and forth is not necessary. My focus is on what we're trying to accomplish. And I think what we're trying to accomplish is the transparency of the information. And I have to disagree with you, Commissioner. I have heard concerns about this issue. And that's the reason that I put it on the agenda 2.5 years ago, and that's the reason I'm supportive of this today. There is a concern about residents about what happens after the vote. Obviously, before the vote, it's a little more difficult, but we've seen it not just in South Florida, throughout the country, where people are gaming the system. And the way that they're gaming the system is by getting the kickbacks after the vote, when the eyes are no longer on them. And I think if the information's already out there, there really is no reason why we shouldn't be supportive of legislation. I had discussed with the city attorney, I knew she had concerns, and I think there are concerns that could be worked out between first and second reading. Yes, my question, Madam Vice Mayor, you said that it's not formulated correctly. What changes would you make to improve it? I guess would be my question to you.
There are way too many flaws with this legislation to vote in favor of it. Number one, it is publicly available information that I believe our city can make it more accessible for folks by being able to click on it. The timing to provide something on a CO basis is useless information at that point. What matters is when people vote, okay? Such as disclosing that you have clientele that have live local projects and you do permitting for them. When you propose legislation and it actually will help your clientele out, you should be telling the community about that. It's a dangerous, dangerous tightrope that you walk when you're proposing something that inures to your benefit, but it's outside the city, so no one gets to see it. So this does not accomplish the transparency goal that people really want. I think we need to, we have an ethics code. We have financial disclosure laws that we have to file things for. I mean, access? What's access? Okay? We have criminal laws that take care of knowledge and kickbacks and so forth. And the U.S. Attorney's Office does an excellent job of that. We have historical cases in which City of Hialeah, where somebody took a kickback, and as a result, the United States Attorney's Office made a change to the legislation so it didn't have to be a quid pro quo for a vote on an item. There are existing laws. But on top of all that, this semi-useless information, because it's going to be so dated, it won't be really useful for the voters, is the cost to the city. I know the memo says it's nothing, but let's be honest with ourselves. How much taxpayer dollar time is going to have to be spent contacting elected officials who are not even sitting anymore by the time the CO issues? Villa Valencia is a good example of that. This anti-kickback measure doesn't accomplish the purpose that the title of the legislation states. I think before you do this, okay, you first have to be aware of what laws exist in the books, and the best way to draft things is by consulting with the city attorney ahead of time. Say, hey, listen, I'm concerned about this issue. How can we accomplish tightening up things? And it might be just as simple as adding a button to the website for residents, like I asked staff to do for development projects right after I was elected. Easy way that you can see little pictures of the development, because I was frustrated. I couldn't do it anymore. Somehow it got eliminated off the city's website. And now you can see the building, you can look at the plans, you can look at all that kind of stuff because we added a button to the website. What was the cost of adding that button to the website? Minimal for the IT department, because the information already existed on the back end. You just couldn't find it. So that's part of my problem with the legislation.
So I think I also think you're also forgetting two things that we're not talking about enough. You have a sitting elected official to my right, Commissioner Castro, who has a huge amount of developer clients. And her biggest client, one of the biggest clients, is the owner of Bar Harbor Shops. So she comes out in favor of Live Local, the only elected official in the entire state of Florida that's come out in favor of Live Local, completely in favor of it. And she comes out in favor of it and says, hey, we should increase the median income so we make development, more accessible. The commission, which votes 4-1 against her, tries to explain to her and says, you know that if you do that, you're only going to promote development in the city of Coral Gables even more. She can't figure it out. She doesn't understand it. 3 days later, in the Miami Herald comes out an op-ed from that developer who she has almost 60 permits with that she's making money on. By the way, and they weren't permits of clients within, they were actually Bar Harbor Shops, stating that he supports her legislation to make it easier. It's a fact. It's all there. You can shake your head. The Commission on Ethics says that you cannot do what you're doing with MED expediters in Coral Gables. What do you do? Yeah, MED. You build MED expediters in Coral Gables and you give it to your partner. And now she runs it in the same office with the same phone number. a shadow. When you look at what I've done here in the past, okay, everything is accessible. Everybody who gives me a donation, you go look at the PAC. The PAC has my name on it, or you look at the county website. It's very simple. I took it one step further. Every single item that you see on agenda has a lobbyist name on it. I wrote that piece of legislation. It requires you, as a lobbyist, to put your information there. So you know who the lobbyist is. You can easily look it up and say, did that person donate to the individual here or not? So we can go back and forth and argue about this. It's all political theater at the end of the day. It's not about any of this stuff. It's about as simple as just trying to smear another person in an effort to stop them. But at the end of the day, it'll all be addressed at the ballot box, like it's been addressed before.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and start, number one, with the Inspector General, since you were bringing that up. The Inspector General, I went ahead and I had concerns of how much it was going to cost the city, okay? And my recommendation to the Inspector General was to send it to the Charter Review Committee. So no, it wasn't voting no for the Inspector General, as much as you love to say that was the case. In fact, what I just did right now is that I went ahead and I moved the recommendations of the Charter Review Committee, which is supporting the Inspector General at a limited capacity, having a lot of fiscal responsibility. That's what a good commissioner does. Number two, okay, permit expediter for the plaza. Let me just inform you, because you love to fill your mouth with, I'm a permit expediter. I have practiced psychology my whole life, Mayor, okay? While you said I was a permit expediter, I was treating children and young adults with developmental disabilities for over 12 years. So no, I was not a permit expediter for the plaza. And please refrain from mentioning my mom. May she rest in peace. Don't mess with her, okay? Number two, MED of Coral Gables is not mine, okay? And it does not have the same phone number. And to put on the record, I have no indirect or direct financial implication or compensation for that business. I know this is all in a measure to try to bring me down. I guess I'm a huge threat to you, which is such a shame. You should just focus on you instead of me. You wake up every day thinking about me and posting about me. Now, as far as Ball Harbor, that's very interesting because I haven't replied to that. And I wasn't going to because I didn't think it was appropriate. But I really wish this video goes out to, who is it that made that article? Matthew or Michael, I don't know. Someone from the Whitman family. I want to put on the record, I've never met the individual, number one. I've never spoken to the individual, number two, okay? And Shops at Ball Harbor, they were my client 3 years ago, okay? So if, I know now you're looking to see what projects I have because you're trying to attack my livelihood, which you've been doing since day one, okay? The projects that I have in Ball Harbor are sub-permits. You keep on writing notes? This is on the record. You don't have to write notes, okay? They're from tenant projects of a mall. Keep on looking for ways to attack me. You just have to understand one thing. I am nowhere close to being like you. Nowhere close, okay? There's one huge difference. And I'm not even going to say it, not to get censored, honestly, because that's crazy. Now, I want to go ahead and address something Commissioner Lara mentioned, and he said it's so easy to put on a website that he doesn't understand. I worked on this legislation, it's like 7 pages. If you go down to the last pages, you're going to see that the whole point of this is to put it on a website so that people have easier access to the contributions. I went through your contributions, but you know what? You've been here so little that you really haven't voted on projects, even though a lot of your contributions were from developers. So I wasn't even going to put you on the spot. But it's really amazing that almost $800,000 come from developers. No correlation there, just an interesting point. Now, Vice Mayor Rhonda Anderson, if you go through the legislation again, you will notice that there is different points of disclosure, that the last loophole to be closed is the CO, okay? But during the whole process, there's different points in which either the elected official or the developer or the applicant have to fill out a affidavit or a disclosure so that there is no loophole to transparency, basically. But the whole point of this is to put all the information on our website. You can look it up by the developer, you can look it up by the elected official. I see no reason whatsoever why this commission should object to that. This is just letting residents know, hey, I'm getting this much money from this project that is before the commission. That's not a big deal. If you are an honest elected official, just vote yes. Stop putting excuses. This was very, very detailed. Very detailed. Now, if you have some concerns with some of the language, I'll work with you. I'll absolutely work with you. I'm open to working with you. But to vote no is really shady, I'm sorry to say.
If I may respond.
And I'll move it. Well, it's already moved.
If I may respond. I think we have a first here today where the word shady has been used in a commission meeting by a person who voted against the Inspector General, which is the ultimate measure, the ultimate measure of accountability. Let's talk about the Inspector General to remind you and the residents here. When you and Commissioner Fernandez said that you didn't want the Inspector General because of cost issues, remember, Commissioner said, why don't we go to the county? Let me come back and I'll go to the county. And Madam City Attorney, do you remember when we went and spoke to the county attorney and we asked him if we could potentially use the county Inspector General to lower costs? And they came back and it was a fraction of the cost.
Point of order, return to the agenda and to the items being discussed. I call for a vote.
Ma'am.
Point of order.
With all due respect, I let you speak. I didn't interrupt you.
This is out of the agenda, okay?
This is not about the agenda.
This does not pertain.
I know you want to get into an argument in an effort for the blogs.
I call for a vote.
But Commissioner, let me finish my statement. This is not a dictatorship.
Please follow Robert's rules.
Commissioner, an Inspector General is
not part of the agenda. Point of order. I call for the previous question.
Commissioner, an Inspector General deals with transparency and corruption.
City Attorney, can you please explain to the mayor what I have just expressed?
I think that the commissioner is making a motion to call the question, so.
But I'm allowed to finish my sentence.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
I think we need a little review of Robert's rules. I can go ahead and offer that for you. Point of order. I'm calling for the previous question. He is out of the actual item agenda we are talking about.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro, let's try and move along, but wouldn't you say that you kicked the door down and off its hinges when you referenced the Inspector General and you said that you even voted a few moments earlier in the meeting in support of what the CRC's proposal was when it came to things like the Inspector General? It seems to me the mayor is only responding to the issue you placed squarely before us. I could be wrong, but I think that's exactly what you did, is you raised the issue of Inspector General.
Point of order, I asked for the previous question to be called.
At the end of the day, let me finish
City Attorney, can you please intervene?
It requires a second. It's a motion, it requires a second.
There's no second, okay?
Because I have comments myself that I want to make.
There's no second, okay? So let's just take a step back. Let's calm down and let's do things the right way, okay? Let's go down through the issues. In the Inspector General that I proffered, when you voted no, you said it was because too expensive, after you had raised your salary by 101%, and the entire commission. The vice mayor and myself did not want our salaries raised. We voted against the budget. Then you later used it against us, saying that we weren't in support of police and fire, okay? So you're playing a lot of politics, and I understand that's the way it works with you, but at the end of the day, you voted against an Inspector General. Very clear. Mr. Commissioner Fernandez asked me, hey, from what I remember, let's see if we can find a better option. I went with the city attorney. We spoke to the county. The county says you can use our Inspector General, slashing the price by almost 50%. We brought it back. You were still against it. Okay, that's number one. In regards to Agave, MED Expeditors was the permit expediter on that project, and it was over $1 million in fees. Okay? Now, While it may not have the same phone number, it has the same address, MED Expeditors and MED Expeditors of Coral Gables, and it has the same website, and it has the same email. Why?
It doesn't have the same email.
Yes, it does.
Just-
Okay, so I'm not done yet, okay? Now, when you talk about Bar Harbor and you say, no, none of them have to do with the actual entity, that's a lie. They do have to do with the entity. The majority of them, 95% of them, are with the Bar Harbor shop's owner, which came out in support of your legislation for Live Local, where you wanted to increase the reimbursement, which would have hurt our city, and this commission voted 4-1 against you. So just because you say something here doesn't mean it's the truth. The facts are the facts. You have a developer, which is your client, came out in support of your legislation. Don't be blind to that. At the end of the day, we may disagree on issues, but at the end of the day, you're basically lying on the commission floor. So this is simple. Bottom line, there's a motion and a second. Commissioner, would you like to say your words? You have a few items you want to discuss.
Just a couple of things. The Inspector General, I spoke with the Inspector General, and he told me they did not have the bandwidth to take on any additional work. And second, there was a point that was brought up about not sponsoring enough ordinances and legislation, and I've heard it before. I'm a firm believer in Ronald Reagan's philosophy of the government that governs best is the government that governs least. The more we over-legislate our city, the more we over-create ordinances, the more restrictions we're putting on our residents to really effectuate their lives as residents of the city. So those are my 2 points. I would like to move forward. Just let's conclude this, let's take a vote, and move on to the next item of the agenda.
So let me answer your question and your statement about the Inspector General. Number one, that's not correct, because the city attorney and I spoke. They said they had a lot of work. They had a lot of work, but that they would accommodate us because we were not in a situation where at the end of the day, we had an Inspector General needing to work on the city every single day. So it would be as required, and that we would address it at that moment, but it was not an issue that they would not help us, okay? Yeah, so that's number one. Number two, I take pride in the legislation that I write at the end of the day. And as you know, let's use the low-speed vehicles. That was not brought to me first. That was brought to you. That's just one example.
It was a conversation we had in your house for 10 years.
Yeah, but you didn't do anything about it for 3 years. So at the end of the day, I brought it forward, and if you think that's over legislation, I don't think it's over legislation. I think it's doing things that are in the benefit of the city. When I bring legislation forward, it serves a purpose. It serves a purpose. It's not about over legislating. I love Ronald Reagan, and I appreciate that. And I'm happy that you've turned a new leaf, because don't forget the last 2 years that you were here before there was a change in administration here on what happened here and the behavior that was conducted here. So I'm excited about the fact that you're a peacemaker now, and that you want to be a consensus builder and a bridge breaker. And I love it. And I love it. I love it. I think it's great. I think it's great. Everybody should turn a new leaf. But at the end of the day, we all know the beating that I took here, and that it was at your hands.
But we've all taken the beating. The beating went both ways.
No, but the beating you love to hand out.
No, and so do you,
Commissioner.
And so do you. We'll agree to disagree on that one.
Commissioner, we disagree. But at the end of the day, I'm proud that you're up here and you're conducting yourself in a new way. I wish that your colleague that used to follow along with you would do the same thing instead of political theater in an effort to get elected. So we have a vote. We have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk. Can we have a vote on this, please?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara? Vice Mayor Anderson?
No, for the reasons previously stated, and I'm going through this legislation, and I see many different issues with enforcement, that this would be challenged and challengeable, and at a substantial cost to taxpayers to try to implement this.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
No,
Sorry, what did you
wait,
say?
I haven't even finished talking.
Sorry.
Give me one moment, please. Vice Mayor Rhonda Anderson, there is no penalties that we would be implicating as a city, okay? Nothing's being changed as far as that. It goes to the departments it generally goes to. If you keep on going down my legislation, it clarifies that, okay? Number two, once again, it's a point of clarification, so please, Billy, City Clerk, I want you to put this on the record and correct the record. Whoever he's talking about, the developer of Bar Harbor, is not my client, number one. Number two, and I'm putting it on the record, I do not receive money from him indirectly or directly. So if he's watching this, I suggest, since he's dirtying your name, that you seek legal repercussion against this individual next to me, to my left. My vote is yes.
Mayor Lago.
My vote is going to be, before I vote, because again, my eyes are not that good, I'm asking my colleague here. What does that say? Bar Harbor Shops, 420 Lincoln Road, what did I show you? Who owns that? The Whitman family, correct?
Who's
That
my
is-
client?
that is
It's
her-
a contract.
that is her.
You know,
That is, stop,
to be in the
stop. I'm speaking,
construction.
I'm speaking.
I know, I'm speaking
You're
too.
not letting me
I'm
speak.
speaking too.
You had your moment, I
To be in
didn't
the
interrupt you.
construction industry and to try to dirty my name the way that you are doing it every single day, you should be ashamed of yourself, okay?
vote is a
Number
no.
one,
My
you
vote
know
is a no.
very well how the
We'll
construction
take a
industry
2-minute, we'll
works.
take a little bit of recess for break. Thank
Can
you
we
very
take lunch?
much.
Can we just take lunch?
Yeah, we'll take lunch. Sounds good to me.
So I do have one question
Yeah.
of the
Go ahead.
clerk. Who pays for the redactions of documents? If you're obligated to redact documents, the clerk's office.
If it's through a public records request, the person requesting it.
Okay.
I think it would be in conjunction with the requirements of this ordinance is what the
In
proposed ordinance is
conjunction
what
with
the.
it, yeah, the redaction obligation is upon the
We
clerk's
would have to
office.
do it as part of our job.
Right, and it costs money. Thank you.
Staff time.
All right, we will be back in an hour. Thank you very much. All right, item E5.
E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 14, Process, Section 14-200, Procedures to amend Section 14-213.11, Adoption Hearing, to require a supermajority vote of the City Commission for adoption of comprehensive plan map amendments and providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Commissioner. You're right.
Thank you, City Attorney, for reading this ordinance into the record. This ordinance is very simple. This is requiring a 4/5 vote for most of land use approvals. This is basically about protecting neighborhoods and quality of life and from permanent land use changes. Right now, as we speak, a 3-2 vote can go ahead and change land use. But really what I'm proposing here is, well, let me just put something into perspective of really what I'm proposing here. Somebody buys a house. They know exactly that they are buying the house they are buying because of the zoning they are buying it, as if they're buying a townhouse, right? But then they want to go ahead and apply for a benefit. What do I call a benefit? An upzoning. That's not what they bought their house with. They're coming for something more to the city to require to upzone that property. Now, it is my belief that's not something you're entitled to. That is something that you apply to and that this commission approves. So I don't believe that by approving this, we are taking a benefit or we are taking rights away from any owner because this is not something you are entitled to. That being said, I believe that we should protect the character of our cities and a 4/5 vote, especially when it comes to development, and this is not to make development disappear. This is actually to protect the character of our neighborhoods, to make it a little harder, stringent, okay, to keep on upzoning all our streets. This is just very simple. Hopefully my colleagues can indulge.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, before we have the commission have discussion on this matter, what is your opinion on this matter?
Mayor, as I've briefed each of you, I mean, I have some concerns that it could subject us to a potential challenge, and there could be an interpretation that this would be a more restrictive or more burdensome regulation in our zoning code, which is, as we know, there's recent legislation from the state that prohibits that.
Okay. Do any other cities that you're aware have this similar type of legislation in place?
We are aware of, I believe it's Miami Beach has different supermajority requirements for various specific land use changes or changes to their land development regulations. I know City of South Miami also has a supermajority requirement, and I believe that one is in their charter. It's a 4/5 requirement for changes to their land development regulations.
Mr. Manager, what is your opinion of your office?
Mayor, the administration, we don't support this. I do believe the commission has worked for many, many years on a 3/5 vote, and I believe that's more appropriate and more in line to what the majority of the cities have, which is 3/5.
So let me tell you where I stand, and I'll be very brief so the commission can have their discussion. I think that this is probably one of the most foolish, ridiculous ideas I've ever heard in my life, and I think it's dangerous. It puts a city in a position where we will see legal challenge from every property owner because people have property rights. That's number one. Number two, to bring this up again is another opportunity to grandstand and to political theater in an effort to get an article in one of the ridiculous new media outlets that we have here. Why do I say that? Because how can you be in favor of Live Local and expanding Live Local throughout the state of Florida, knowing very well that once you bring that legislation forward, that same legislation will apply to the city of Coral Gables. You cannot say carve Coral Gables out and put more development in other cities, even though that was what was said in the commission meeting. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it shows no real understanding of the way that zoning works. And in the least case scenario, it's absolute corruption in favor of doing things for a client. So at the end of the day, this makes absolutely no sense. It's, again, more political grandstanding, more political theater, and it's gotten so tiresome over these past few years to have to deal with this when there's actually nothing positive coming forward at the end of the day.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Let me tell you my concerns before we move further on this. We're in 2026. Year after I got elected, that first year, we had RTZ come forward. County doesn't care about what our zoning laws say, what our comprehensive plan says. It gets rezoned. Live Local had amendments proposed in the last legislative session that would have allowed Live Local projects on multifamily and special use properties. I don't think that's something that we want to encourage to happen, but it very well could happen if we start making it more difficult for people to be able to move forward on projects. I'd rather deal with it in our zoning code as it's an MF property than have some exterior force that doesn't live here or work here change our zoning to the point that we lose control of our city. Bert Harris is a much broader, stronger law, and I've distributed this article during the last election cycle, than ever existed in years past. So at the time that the comprehensive plans were changed in South Miami and in other municipalities, the strong Bert Harris law that exists now didn't exist. So the legal interpretation is going to be based upon how we changed things from one point. So these are my property rights now. How has the city of Coral Gables taken them away by making it so much more difficult for me to be able to get a zoning change? So you have to look at these things in context.
Well, wait,
And
Commissioner,
this is why I feel it's a bad idea.
Wait, Commissioner, on that point, we've already had a Bert Harris case here in the city that the city attorney can address, where we lost a few $1 million in that case, correct? Years ago.
I think that was before my time, though, Mayor.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
but we lost a Bert Harris case here years ago. So again,
And the zoning,
look,
zoning had to go up on that
but
one
look what
too.
we've seen. Look what we've seen right now in regards to preemption. We saw preemption in regards to historic properties in the flood zone. You saw preemption in regards to trees in your own, not in the cities right away, in your own property, where now it's been significantly reduced the ability for the city to control whether you can cut a tree down or not. So it's just very simple to say, hey, let's just pass this law. And then when you're marred in litigation And when you're preempted, like we were with Live Local, why were we preempted with Live Local? What was the point of Live Local? Was to make it easier to develop projects. I mean, do we have consensus in that or no? Absolutely, right? So when we have one member of this commission advocating for Live Local, saying we need more Live Local, we need to increase the reimbursement, what's going to happen is more Live Local in our community. That's the fact. Those are facts. I mean, you can dispute it all you want, but those are facts. You can giggle, you can laugh, you can do all, but those are facts. I received innumerable amount of phone calls from people that could not believe that was even proposed from the city of Coral Gables. So my point is that Live Local and the RTZ are preemptions that take away our powers to be able to control our future in regards to zoning. Let me give you an example. The Codina building here, it's 17 feet taller than what's allowed by the code. What did we negotiate? We slashed the density by 50%. Is that fair, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Madam Zoning Director?
Yes.
50%?
That's correct.
So,
About.
And we got a park out of it in the corner. Right?
Yes, 10,000 square feet.
10,000 square foot park in the corner. We made a negotiation. So the unit count was slashed by half. They didn't get any additional FAR or square footage, but they needed those 17 feet, one foot per floor to give a more amenitized, in the sense of a more beautiful product to hopefully be more appealing to renters in that building. You know what? We decided that's a good idea for the city. We want a higher end building. Less units, higher end building with a park in the corner. What have we done? Over the last 4 years, 5 years, we've grown from having one open space in the downtown to having now almost 7 open spaces that are forthcoming. But we control the zoning code so that we can have a negotiation. When it comes to the RTZ and the Live Local, we don't control anything. So this is the type of situation that comes in and pushes that type of preemption even further, where people come together, they go to Tallahassee, and they preempt this type of legislation. Not thoughtful legislation. I think it's actually, in my opinion, legislation that hurts the city because it exposes us to litigation. Mr. Manager.
The local mayor goes to the highest the height that the city can go to, which is 190.5. It also has unlimited density, and it also has an FAR of 5 or more. My concern is that as municipalities get more and more restrictive, the state is going to preempt more and more, and we have to be very, very careful that we don't have more RTZ from the county. We don't have it could be expanded RTZ, because right now it's a quarter mile to half a mile, depending on it. They could expand it to a mile. They can expand it to 2 miles, and also the Live Local can be even made even more restrictive as far as what the cities can do. So I have a concern that if the municipalities overdo some of these issues, that we're going to, and generally what happens with the state, it doesn't go to the middle, it goes way to the other side. And that's a big concern that I have with going too far as the zoning is concerned, and having a 4/5 would be a supermajority for that, and it's concerning as to what's happening now and what can come out of Tallahassee this year and the following years.
Through the mayor.
Would you like to say anything, Commissioner Lara? Anything else? Would we like to speak? Okay. Commissioner Lara, anything or no?
Sure. And I think this one is somewhat easy, to come down on, to oppose. And the mayor said it, the vice mayor said it very, very well. I'm gonna try maybe spin it around a little bit, because it seems like it's the same theme and it's playing itself out over and over again. This is somewhat like a Chinese finger trap, right? Like the more you pull, the tighter it gets. On its face, you said this is something that will, I think you said something to the effect of like, This will protect against land use zoning changes by making it a supermajority, as if the premise is any land use change is bad, and any land use change must be stopped. That's kind of what I think I heard from the earlier version of the P&Z in delaying the process, in opposing anything that's seemingly development. But the result of such efforts is to actually open the door to out-of-control development, certainly to remove Coral Gables standards from a project, which only now we've been made aware in the case of the Mark, that we pulled it back from the abyss, right? I mean, it was a Hail Mary that was connected, but that's where we were heading. And this kind of legislation, similar to the other one that you had proposed, makes it more attractive for the developer, because you just keep showing the developer there's an easier and cheaper way to bypass Coral Gables. This may be inadvertent at best, and that's why I'm trying to sort of take the time to explain this to you, the movement here. And I certainly hope it's not something that's deliberate, because that would be decidedly in favor of the interests of the developers, whether they be in the city or outside of the city, because it won't make a difference. The RTZ won't discriminate. Live Local won't discriminate. That's preemption, and that's erosion of home rule. And we can't show the door to those two avenues by making it more difficult to do, which is much more adequately and appropriately governed by our existing zoning standards and a majority of our commissioners voting on any particular project. I think that at 4/5, you're giving, at that point, one commissioner the ability to dictate the outcome in a dangerous way in favor of a developer's intended plan, if that developer's intended plan is to maximize profits and speed up a project and eliminate the red tape, which is precisely what is behind Live Local and RTZ. So I don't see what you're selling as being delivered in this proposed legislation, that this will be somehow protecting the residents, because it deprives them in the first instance of an ability to change the land use zoning designation by making it very difficult. And the character and the nature of an entire neighborhood could change, because it's easier if it falls within the RTZ and in the Live Local ambit, which I believe this would be if passed. Achieving. My thoughts.
I've been torn on this one, and the reason I've been torn is the preemption situation. I think had this legislation come up when we both got elected, I would have voted 100% for it. I'm just concerned now that taking that step will just make us a target in Tallahassee and in Miami-Dade County. Do I see the benefit? I do see the benefit. I still think every project that has come before the commission since you and I got elected would have passed, because what we have seen over the last 2 years, and we're still seeing today, is developers have realized that there's a different way of doing business in Coral Gables, and that is residents need to be included in the equation. And we're even seeing it in the Mark, where now they're back on board trying to find something that works more towards the needs of the city, and not so much maximizing what they can do with Miami-Dade County and the RTZ. So the question is, do we want to add another target on Coral Gables going into this legislative session? Or do we just continue to vote our consciences and try to make sure that we hold the developers' feet to the fire on these bills, on these designations that come before us? The question always is, what happens the day that the five of us are gone? You know, what happens with the next commission? But I guess that'll fall down to residents. And if I'm going to make a decision today, I would have to make a decision based on my votes on prior 4/5 majority supermajority votes that we've taken on the commission, and I would have to vote against it because I voted against all the other requirements of a 4/5 majority that have come before us. The other option, obviously, is to send it to voters, but at the same time, we're even adding a larger target on ourselves on whether we want to continue to push this item. Because even if our charter is changed, it doesn't remove the ability of Tallahassee and Miami-Dade County to preempt us. The only thing that would is the state constitution. So it's just how things have changed over the last 2 years. With the level of preemption that has started coming our way. The way that they're thinking now is no longer, well, Coral Gables has done this for many years. They've been here for 100 years. They're protecting their city. No, it's, you live in the state of Florida and you're going to do things the way the Florida does it. And it puts us in a tough situation because I think the sentiment that you and I gathered when we were knocking on doors 2 years ago was that residents wanted something like this. The question is whether we are hurting them more by passing this legislation today than if we were to continue to vote our consciences and hold developers' feet to the fire on every project that comes before us, ensuring that we get the best product for the city and for the residents and the neighborhoods.
Commissioner?
Okay. A 4/5 supermajority, I believe, raises the bar for irreversible decisions. And what do I mean by that? I mean that when somebody comes before the commission, and I'm referring back to the Burt Harris, they're not entitled for us to go ahead and upzone. So no, there would be no legal repercussion because this would be a benefit they are receiving. Now let's consider something else, right? After we approve that, how are we going to take it away? We can't take it away because that's when the Burt Harris kicks in, okay? So I'm trying to protect us as a city before it actually happens. Remember, a property owner is not entitled to be upzoned. And they were very aware of the zoning they bought before they bought it, if they did their due diligence. And that's to the point that I'm getting to. It should be a little more stringent when it comes before us. And I think as a commission, we should all be on the same page, or at least a supermajority should be on the same page. If, that parcel or that neighborhood needs more noise, needs more traffic, has enough infrastructure, I think this is something that has a little more time and it shouldn't be approved so fast. That's the logic behind this, protecting the character of our neighborhoods and curbing the speed in which development is happening, basically.
I think I understand
Let's go through the mayor.
Yeah, if I may, just I think I understand what the argument behind it, but my concern isn't really Burt Harris. And I think that if that was my concern, then, it would be a completely different argument. My concern is more preemption from Tallahassee, because the minute that we open the door on making it stricter, you're opening yourselves up to what else can we change? What else can we target Coral Gables for? And we've seen it with other municipalities and other counties that are being targeted in Tallahassee because they're going against the will and the sentiment that they're trying to move as part of the agenda in Tallahassee. I don't think that we should put ourselves in a situation where we are becoming a larger target. I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
Yeah. So if I may, I'd like to just add a few things, just for the record. You've been here 3 years. In April will be 3 years. 3 years ago, we didn't have Live Local.
Mm-hmm.
This was a priority, and this is what you heard when you were walking door to door. You should have brought it at that moment. You didn't. So here's the two issues. This is the way I'd interpret it, okay? Either you don't understand, which is perfectly fine. It's okay. What people are trying to explain to you, same thing as when you brought the Live Local legislation. I completely understand if you don't understand. It's okay. Or this is intentional, just like the Live Local was. Let me tell you what I mean by intentional. It's reckless. And it sends a message that we're making it, like Commissioner Fernandez said, and Commissioner Lara said, we're going to make it even more stringent, kind of like what happened to us with the trees on properties, where now it's a lot less stringent to remove a live oak, a specimen tree from your own property. Case in point, you had never heard in the history of the city of Coral Gables that a historic home in the flood district could be knocked down. You had a historic gem, one of the most significant homes in the city, knocked down in Gables Estates because it was preempted by the state of Florida. So either you don't understand, or you have some sort of reason to push this forward to make the city look more stringent, in turn having us be preempted even further. And I'll give you an example. The commission voted 4-1 on 760 Ponce. All the residents were here, right where Mrs. Cruz is. They were all there, and they all were saying, please, please vote in favor, vote in favor, vote in favor. Why? Because across the street was the new Shoma project that was being proposed that was using Live Local, which would give a 5.0 FAR. So we can play the game of politics, or we can play what's in the best interest of the residents. But the idea is, it's either you don't understand, or you're intentionally doing this to push Live Local. And I don't understand why you're doing that, because it only hurts the city, and it puts us at risk for litigation, and it puts us at risk to be even further preempted. Madam Vice Mayor.
So, and I know there's residents concerned about particular applications that are pending, but I'm going to remind you, and I know you weren't here, that RTZ at one point was going up Ponce de Leon Boulevard.
Yep.
Okay. We had a planning and zoning meeting before the last November election of the county commission. And at that planning and zoning meeting, the developer got tired of being berated, in the process being delayed. The vote was deferred. And with delays and more obstacles that you put into place for a developer, they made a choice. They made a choice to wait till after the November election of the county commission, and they went forward with the RTZ. By May, after that election, May, months later, a very short period of time, really, they had already had the legislation in place, and the county commissioner was here preempting our zoning in the area. And I think you know the rest of the story there, so I don't need to repeat it. But we don't want to have another repeat of this, where we purposely try to make it much more difficult for the process to happen, because the process needs to happen. We need to get these items here and vote on them. Because that same project that P&Z had delayed, I had met with the residents before that, and a lot of them, once I explained to them, well, I can ask for this, I can ask for that, and we can add some trees, and we can expand the sidewalks. Do you need any drainage fixed? Do you need all those community benefits done? And I explained to them some of the things that we could ask for, and they said, oh, in that case, I'm in favor of it. But the water had already flowed past the dam. The damage had been done by the Planning and Zoning Board, and there was no bringing that one back, other than this Hail Mary that magically worked and connected. So thank you again, City Manager, for your hard work on that. I didn't think we had a prayer on bringing that back. So again, I just want you to know the story so that you can think about these things when you're drafting legislation, because you need to think of the repercussions. A lot of what you do sometimes is a chess game. So if you move this piece here, what's going to happen as a result? What are we going to lose as a result of doing this? You always have to think about that. What is the downside? You must think of the downside. And there's downside. There's a lot of downside. Then you add Live Local on top of it. We're going to end up with a highly dense city with not enough parking and too much traffic And don't forget, Live Local projects don't contribute to our tax base in the same way as others because they get a property tax reduction. So the rest of the residents of the city of Coral Gables end up paying for a lot of the services that we need to take care of, the roads, the sidewalks, et cetera, on their dime, as opposed to the Live Local project carrying the water that it should for the amount of burden that it puts on our city.
Through the mayor. Yeah, through the mayor. Number one, I demand respect from you, okay? To say that I don't understand or to insinuate that I'm stupid is far beyond. Number one. Number two, I want to go ahead and clarify because you've spent, I don't know how much money every day on sponsored ads, changing the narrative of what I propose about Live Local. So let me go ahead and clear the air here a little bit, okay? Because I don't spend the money you do. And I'm not stalking me and cyberbullying me the whole time. The whole purpose of the Live Local proposal that I did was to go ahead and push Live Local projects out of Coral Gables. Because maybe you might not understand, but there's something called supply and demand, okay? When people are only building in places like Coral Gables, that's where the developers are gonna keep on coming. Developers are interested in making a profit. It is a business. And if we give them other opportunities to go ahead and build somewhere else and make a bigger profit, what do you think's gonna happen? That's a little common sense right there. So they're gonna feel the imbalance of supply and demand, as easy as that. That's my clarification of that. Stop changing everything around. It's more than apparent that I'm a threat to you. I don't even know why. I'm not even filing to run. I have no idea why you keep on harassing me every single day. Just once again, go worry about your family.
Good, Mayor.
Okay, I'd like to respond, if I may.
I know
I'd like to
you do.
respond, because I want to. Yeah, perfect, okay. So, number one, in regards to Live Local, I'm going to try to explain to this one more time, okay? See if you understand this.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom, I'm sorry.
There's no projects currently that are Live Local being built in the city except for one that's being proposed on A Street. Why? Because the formula doesn't work. If you were to adopt Melissa Castro's formula, it would require that an increase in the amount of reimbursement from the state. That would make it more appealing to do Live Local projects in the city of Coral Gables. Live Local is not applied by county or by city. It is applied throughout the entire state. She doesn't understand it. If you were to increase it by 20%, the reimbursement rate, it would be more attractive to do Live Local projects here in the city. Everybody says it. And I don't know what it is. You talk about this absolute infatuation. I don't know why she keeps bringing up my family continuously. In politics and in service, keep your family out of it. And it's constant. So I'm going to make a move to censure Commissioner Castro. Do I have a second? So everybody's family is available now on board? Yes or no?
No, but
Say, I'm asking you now.
No.
This is the third time it happens. Is
No,
everybody's
but-
family available right now? Yes or no? Yes or no?
no family should be on the table
This is
at
the
all.
third or fourth time this happened.
Should not.
Are we going to do this again? Yes or no?
We should not have any discussion.
You're the one that says you want to
I'm
be
the
the
first one.
peacemaker.
I'm
Yes
the
or
first one
no?
to tell you, we should not have any involvement of anybody's family.
You want to do this again? Yes
Do
or
what
no?
again?
So then make a motion. Second the motion.
Do what again?
Second. The continued denial of what's being done here. Yes or no? Are you going to make a second of the motion? Yes or no? You want to show leadership? You want to show you change? You want to change? Then second the motion.
Have her come in and address it. Give her an opportunity to
I see
address
how
it.
it is.
No,
Okay.
give her an
No
opportunity to
problem.
address it.
Not a problem.
I think we need to move past things, and I think,
Commissioner,
just give me a couple seconds.
Commissioner, no, stop.
Yeah, because
Stop.
it has nothing to do with
Stop,
you.
stop.
It has nothing to do with you.
Commissioner, we're not moving past anything. We're not moving past anything at all. When you talk about someone's family, there's no discussion.
I agree.
As Maria Cruz giggles and laughs and wears ridiculous shirts and heckles and it's constant and constant and constant, it will end here. You want to talk about policy, you want to talk about things, everything, it's constant. Enough. You will show respect to employees and you will show respect to the to commission, family, and employees' families at the end of the day. Enough. If I don't have support from my commission, that's fine. At the end of the day, it's okay, no problem. That is what it is. But it's very simple, very simple. No one's going to tell me that a Live Local project is not going to come to the Gables when you increase the reimbursement by 20%. It's just simple math. You can continue to lie and say, that's why we all voted 4-1 against it. It's obvious. And I would appreciate if we stop the charade about the Live Local process, especially when 3 days later, when her client comes out in favor of it in the Miami Herald op-ed.
Not my client.
Pretty ridiculous.
Not my client.
Commissioner, you want to speak?
Please
Yes,
correct
sir.
the
Go ahead.
record. He is not my client.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of resorting to censure without at least trying to address the issue with the individual here present, right? So, Commissioner, I was unaware, if you were aware when you stepped out, that the mayor moved to censure you for making references to his family in your commentary during the discussion on your ordinance. I did not second it, but I don't think it was appropriate for you to do so. So I think the appropriate thing to do is to say to you, do you think that was appropriate and do you wish to take it back?
Okay. Thank you for giving me a chance to respond, okay? No, I do not believe anybody's family, but you know what? I don't think it was in a derogatory form, okay? I said take care of your family, okay? I know that that might have just, is this not in a positive way? It's not in a negative way. It's a neutral way. I'm just asking you, stop harassing me. Stop and worry about your own things,
Just a
okay?
moment, Commissioner, but
Number two, hold on. No, I'm sorry.
This is unacceptable.
Number two, he is.
Listen, we're taking a 1 hour break.
No.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor. As you requested, I've asked the Deputy City Attorney to please just kind of give us a summary of our rules of debate and some of our procedural rules for meetings and the various different procedural matters that sometimes come before you all. So, Deputy City Attorney, thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. Mayor, as requested, just a very brief overview about the rules of our code and a few points of Robert's Rules of Order, just for clarification for everybody as we move forward with the rest of the meeting. Just as a note that the mayor serves as the chairperson of the meeting. The mayor's duties include announcing the business to come before the commission in accordance with the prescribed order of business, to recognize all commissioners, the manager, the attorney, and the clerk, and everyone who seeks the floor under correct procedures. All questions and comments are to be directed through the chairperson and restated by the chairperson. And finally, that the chairperson has the duty to expedite business in every way compatible with the rights of the members. Separately, our code provision, section 281, the rules of debate, sets forth that every commissioner desiring to speak should address the chairperson and upon recognition should confine discussion to the question under debate, that a member once recognized shouldn't be interrupted unless being called to order, that any member shall be deemed to have yielded the floor when the member has finished speaking and it returns to the chair as the chairperson of the meeting, and a member may only claim the floor when recognized by the chairperson, that all motions shall be made and seconded before we have debate, and that any commissioner can move to close debate and call the question, but that's a motion that must be seconded and voted on by the members. We have established in our code and through practice here that when we have items called before the City Commission for consideration, as you know, the City Attorney reads the title. We then have a presentation by either the sponsor or staff, followed by public comment. After public comment, we should have a motion and a second before we have debate among the Commission. Every member of the Commission should be recognized by the chair. And then once everyone has had a chance to debate, the question is normally called by the chairperson. So happy to answer any specific questions as we move forward. As previously shared, a point of order is when you think something has been done procedurally incorrect, your vote was skipped, skipped, there was not a second, you can interrupt the speaker. There is no second needed, and the chair, as chairperson, rules on a point of order. A point of personal privilege is generally to ask for something specific, perhaps in a time to speak, a time to get a copy of something, a time for a brief recess. Same thing, that's ruled on by the chair. There is no second needed. Points of parliamentary inquiry are made by the chair to the city attorney acting as parliamentarian. So if there is a specific question, the chair working with the city attorney rules on those items. So again, happy to answer any specific questions as we move through, but generally that's the order of business that we have prescribed for public hearing items and all commission items.
Thank you very much. To be very clear, I served on the commission for 10 years. It was an impeccable commission with multiple different members. It was flawless. We had many different views, but it was done respectfully. I've been left with no resort after the circus that we had before, almost as bad, probably worse than what we had during Amos Rojas' time, that I will have no other choice but to conduct it in a way that follow parliamentary rules to a T. There will be no debate. It will be 1, 2, 3, 4, the mayor, and it comes to an end, and we'll be voting. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not have a motion in a second.
We don't have a motion and a second?
For agenda item E5, I do not.
Give me a motion.
I'm not going to move it. I don't have the support.
Done. Moving on to the next item.
Is there any time limits?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize.
F3. No.
I'm asking the chair.
Again, we're moving on. Item F3.
F3 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2025-301 to amend certain language and calling a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 21st, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if the charter should be amended to change the city's general election from April of odd-numbered years to coincide with the general election held in November of even-numbered years, and adjusting the associated qualifying and runoff dates and changing all subsequent elections, providing for a mail ballot election, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. So now the Deputy City Attorney will present this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This is not deja vu. I know this was before you earlier, but this is coming back to you. This is the resolution calling for the special mail ballot election to be held on April 21st, 2026. This is the question about moving the election date from April of odd-numbered years to November of even-numbered years. You will note that there has only been a few small changes to the ballot question title and question itself. That's to comply with all requirements of state law regarding the 15-word title and the 75-word question. You will note that for this one specifically, there were two small changes that we added the word approximately to note that it's an approximately 4-month reduction of current elected officials' terms should this item be adopted, and clarifying that the runoff and the associated dates would also be changed with that. The strike through to the charter itself is also included in the question, and as I noted, it's already set for the April 21st. This is just a small change in the language of the question.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
May I have a second? Second. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
But hold on one second, sir. Remember, we have very clear rules. If you've spoken on this issue already during the day, you cannot take a second bite of the apple, correct, Madam City Attorney?
If you spoke on this during public comment, correct, on this particular item.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I have not spoken about this F3 item, so I get to talk about it, and I get to express, once again, like other people did, the issue of the mail, ballot by mail, because not everyone that lives in Coral Gables likes to vote by mail. And as you all may know, if you receive U.S. mail, sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. So, having said that, I object to this continuous event, trying to push somebody's will as opposed to the will of the people. And I really trying to remember what the Charter Committee suggested, because I thought it was very good in reference to this. That's all I have to say. We know that respect begets respect. So since I want to be respected, I will respect.
Jackson Holmes.
Greetings. My name is Jackson Holmes. I live at, I don't even remember where I live, 35 Sidonia here in Coral Gables. This is an extremely important issue. And I concur with the great recommendations made by the Charter Review Committee. I didn't even realize they were performing all these miracles, but so it makes it easier for me to focus on my one issue, which is we need to remove the clause in what's being presented to voters of with the intention of increasing voter turnout and reducing the cost of the election. I think, honestly, well, I should defer to the language used by former Mayor Slesnik. It's taking an advocacy position. It's promoting that people, but secondly, I'm sorry, but I focus very closely on whether or not things are honest, and it's not honest. We know that the real motive or the intention here is to make the election purchasable by the money people, namely developers. It's yet another deceit of the voters who are anti-development and trying to trick them into giving total power over the over the Coral Gables, government for developers. It's dishonest, it takes sides, and we need to strike it. And I'm actively involved in finding the right lawyers to take this to court. This is the wrong language, it needs to be stricken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, please close the public comment. Commissioner Castro.
Yes, so I'm going to go ahead and, since there's already a motion and a second on the table, I'm going to go ahead and offer a friendly amendment, and the amendment would be to go ahead and consider the language that the Charter Review Committee suggested regarding this ballot question. This ballot question exactly was asked, it was kind of what they were referring to was that it's kind of biased, and I think we would be in a circumstance that we could legally be pursued. So I think just to not waste time, I think we should consider the recommendation. If the sponsor would accept my amendment, that would be great. And if not, then I guess we know what repercussions we can come into. And that would be it.
You done? The answer is no. Commissioner Fernandez.
The motion was made by the vice mayor.
Again,
So she would have to answer.
I am the
question.
sponsor. I'm the sponsor of the bill.
Right,
telling you.
But the motion wasn't made by you. It was made by the vice mayor.
Go ahead, Madam City Attorney.
So I think that the commissioner offered a friendly amendment, which yes, typically then the movant could accept the friendly amendment to the motion, but you also asked if the sponsor would be willing to agree to it, and so I think there was a little bit of a mix of both there.
So I said no. I said no. Okay, but we're moving on. We're moving on from that.
The attorney is correcting the record. I'm sorry, and I think she's a parliamentary.
You cannot run a meeting. All right,
I'm
guys, listen.
You corrected it.
Another hour. Mr. Clerk, we on?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, item F3. We have a motion, a second. We've had public comment. Public comment is closed. We heard from Commissioner Castro. We had a friendly amendment request that was made to the Vice Mayor. The Vice Mayor, where do you stand on that position?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez, the floor is yours.
Where my train of thought was, but I think the reason we have a charter review committee is to take their advice. It was a unanimous vote by the charter review committee, which is made up from a diverse group of members of our community. I believe the language should be consistent with their recommendation. So I would stand by Commissioner Castro's recommendation for the friendly amendment.
Commissioner Lara.
No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I'm ready to vote as well.
Okay, perfect. First and foremost, when we talk about taking advice, the previous charter reviews were 7 individuals. Through the leadership of Commissioner Castro and Fernandez, it was knocked down to 5. Thank God we went back to the previous recommendations, which was be at 7. This is not the first time that language has been used. Madam City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. This is a language that was used by South Miami.
By South Miami, and they were not challenged legally. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Call for the vote.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F4.
F4 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2025-163 to change the date of the special election and calling for a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 21st, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if the charter should be amended to include a prohibition on amending the date of the election via ordinance, insofar as that prohibition is not in conflict with state law, providing for mail ballot, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. If you recall, in May of 2025, this commission set forth this question to be sent to the voters in November of 2026. The resolution before you today moves that item to the special mail ballot of April 21st, 2026, provides for all the provisions for mail ballot pursuant to state law, and makes a few minor tweaks, to the question just to make sure that the title complies with state law. There have been no substantive changes to the question, and really this is just a formality today to make sure that this gets placed on the April 21st mail ballot rather than the November 2026 general election that was previously called for.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment. Commissioner Castro.
I have nothing to say about this.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I still think that it should not be a mail-only ballot because of all the questions and the issues that arise from voters potentially being disenfranchised. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Lara.
I'm ready to vote.
Vice Mayor.
I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F5.
F5 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2025-211 to change the date of the special election and calling for a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 21st, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking if the charter should be amended to allow the appointing commissioner or appointed official to remove a board member from that position prior to the expiration of their term, providing for mail ballot, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, and providing for an effective date.
Hello again. This is the question regarding removal of board members prior to the expiration of their term. There have been no substantive changes to the question or the title. There may have been 1 or 2 words moved around to comply with the state statute requirements. Mainly, as I mentioned before, this moves the election for this question from the November 2026 general election to the special mail ballot being held April 21st, 2026, and provides for mail ballot, canvassing of the votes, et cetera, all in compliance with state law regarding mail ballots.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment. Commissioner Castro.
I disagree with this.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Ready to vote?
Commissioner Lara.
Ready to vote.
Vice Mayor.
Ready to vote.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara? Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. F6.
F6 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2025-87 to change the date of the special election and calling for a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 21st, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking whether the city charter should be amended to require the convening of a charter review committee every 10 years and outlining the composition of that committee, providing for a mail ballot election, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, and providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney.
There have been no changes to this question. As a reminder, this is a question about putting in the charter the requirement for a charter review committee every 10 years and the composition of that charter review committee. The only changes are to move this question from the November 3rd, 2026 general election to the April 21st, 2026 special mail ballot election.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment. Commissioner Castro.
Stephanie, what was the recommendation of the Charter Committee regarding this question?
Mr. Mayor, there was no official recommendation of the Charter Review Committee. As Mayor Slesnick mentioned, they discussed whether or not the city attorney's appointee should or should not be a resident. As noted, our current city attorney appointee is a resident. The discussion was about whether or not that be required in the charter that the city attorney's appointee be a resident, or not merely, or a city attorney or former city attorney or county attorney. Always the anticipation is that if there is a resident, it would be a resident, but the discussion was about whether or not that need to be required in the charter. But there was no formal recommendation. That was just the discussion of the charter review.
So I would move to offer a friendly amendment to please consider the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee.
Vice Mayor, do you support that friendly amendment?
No.
Perfect. Moving on to Commissioner Fernandez.
Ready to vote?
Commissioner Lara.
Ready to vote.
Vice Mayor.
Ready to vote?
Call the roll.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. This item was placed on the agenda after we jumped the gun and we, over 2.5, 3 years ahead of schedule, to call a special, obviously a new charter review, which a standard protocol from my understanding was that we had done it every 10 years, and it was done like that way for the last 30 years, from my understanding. So again, this will hopefully solidify with the voters. Moving on to item F7.
F7 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2025-161 to change the date of the special election and calling for a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 21st, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking whether the city charter should incorporate the city's fund balance and reserve policy adopted in Ordinance Number 2025-05 and be amended to require approval of the electors prior to the amendment of that fund balance and reserve policy or the expenditure of funds from the general reserve, except for those funds authorized to be spent pursuant to the emergency powers authorized by the Charter, City Code, Declaration of Emergency, or other applicable law, providing for a mail ballot, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the City Charter, providing for related matters, and providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. If you recall, in May of 2025, the City Commission adopted an ordinance that codified the city's fund balance and reserve policy. That's the 25% requirement, and also adopted a requirement that any changes to that policy or any expenditures of those funds beyond those certain emergency situations require a 4/5 vote of the Commission. This question puts that into the charter, but also requires that any changes to that policy and or expenditure of that funds not only require a 4/5 vote, but also require a vote of the electors. There have been a few small changes to the title and the question, as mentioned, only to comply with the title requirement. If you'll notice, it had a much lengthier title before. It's still a long one. It's a hard title to fit in there, but we had to move some words around to comply with those requirements. And most importantly, this resolution changes it from the November 3rd, 2026 general election to the April 21st special mail ballot election and provides for that special mail ballot election.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
May I have a second?
A second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, for the same reasons that I said before. I object to the mail ballot, and I believe that we should accept the reasoning from the Charter Review as presented by Mayor Slesnick and Jane Moskowitz.
Mr. Clerk.
Jackson Holmes.
Thank you all. Jackson Holmes, 35 Sidonia, Coral Gables. I am grateful to the Charter Review Committee, former Mayor Slesnick, for pointing out this rather startling information that Governor DeSantis may actually lower or abolish the residential property tax, which would be a radical factor in the city's income. And let's assume for a second that such happens, and maybe they cut it in half, let's say. Well, guess who suffers then? The commercial owners, of which I am a mom and pop owner. So I am worried about that, and I urge you to take this off the boat, because if we set this in stone, then the city's hands are tied, and if we get saddled with losing half of, or even all of the property tax from residences, I don't want to be the one that gets taxed, beyond measure. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Castro.
So the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee, if you could please reiterate that. I believe it was that there's a lot of changes happening at the state level and that they trust this commission and they don't believe that it's in our best interest as a city to go ahead and pass this. Is that accurate?
The Charter Review Committee's recommendation was that the City Commission not present this question to the voters at this time, with a discussion about waiting to see what happens at the state legislature.
I believe there's already a motion and a second on the table, but after that, I will be moving to go ahead and accept the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee. Afterwards.
So that may be inconsistent with the motion that's adopted, so I'm not sure if it's a motion to amend.
Well,
Yes, so, Madam City Attorney, will you clarify that request?
So I'm sorry, Mayor, can you say that again?
Commissioner Castro is making a request. I'd like for you to clarify as our city attorney.
So yeah, I think this is not, right now there is a motion and a second, and that's the motion that's being considered and it's under debate currently.
Okay.
so then if that gets voted on, I'm going to have to ask to amend it. Right?
So you should
Amend the
amend a motion
on the
while
floor.
it's pending, not after it's been voted on, if you want to make an amendment to
Hasn't
the
been
motion.
voted on.
Okay, understood.
I'm amending the motion.
You're making a request to amend the motion.
So you're
Understood.
making a motion to amend.
Correct.
So Mayor, I think we're hearing that there's a motion to amend. We
Yes.
would need a second for that.
Yes. Do we have a second?
Would we be able to have
Let's-
two concurring
let's-
motions?
Excuse me. Through the mayor. Please. Through the mayor.
Through the mayor, I've asked the question already.
No, you have not. We're going to follow Robert's rules, and we're going to do it the right way. I think it's key.
I believe we need a second for discussion,
Yes.
Mayor.
Would you like a
On the
second?
motion
So
to
I'll
amend.
second for discussion.
Perfect. All right.
So my motion was to go ahead and accept.
Through the mayor.
Through the wonderful mayor sitting right next to my left that I cannot adore anymore. Commissioner Fernandez, the way I'm amending this motion is to consider the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee, since they put in so much work, and we have great representation, Mayor Don Slesnick, Mayor Fowley, Jane Moskowitz. The amount of experience and representation in that Charter Review Committee really merits that we put, or at least acknowledge all the work they put into this. So it would be to my best recommendation that we at least consider their recommendation.
So can you clarify your motion?
Amending.
Amending the motion to do what?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
One second.
Sorry.
Madam City Attorney.
Okay, Mayor. So right now, the motion and the second that's on the floor, there's a motion to approve the resolution, which is on the agenda, which is a resolution, approving the resolution as drafted.
Yes.
If I'm understanding correctly, it's a motion to amend the motion to approve the resolution to consider the Charter Review Committee's recommendation. I don't know that those two are in sync.
They're not.
And so you all can decide, when you vote on the motion to amend, but.
They're not in sync. Okay, so moving forward, Commissioner Fernandez, the floor is yours.
So where do we stand on the motions? Because now, my understanding is there can only be one motion on the floor at a time.
Mayor, do you want me to answer? What do you?
Of course. I mean,
Okay.
you're following Robert's rules, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Okay. So there is a motion to amend that has been seconded. So we should address that first.
It's a secondary motion.
It's a
that
secondary-
needs to be considered before we can rule on the primary motion.
As the sponsor of the item, I think we should move forward. Do we take a vote on it?
We should take a vote, yes.
Mr. Clerk?
This is on the motion, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is on the motion to amend.
Yes.
The motion
amend.
to approve the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second to amend.
Commissioner Lara?
On the amend, this is the motion to amend?
Yes.
No.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
No. Commissioner Fernandez, back to you. You have the floor. In regards to the motion F-17, which I'm the sponsor of.
I think that we should adhere to the recommendation made by the Charter Review Committee. I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner Lara?
Ready to vote.
Vice Mayor?
Ready to vote.
Okay. So before we vote, I'd like to put on the record just a little bit of history. The word trust was used by my colleagues to the left and to the right. The reason why I proposed this piece of legislation was because when I started as an elected official here, we had $15 million in restricted reserves. Over the last 13 years, we have done extensive belt tightening with our finance director and her team and the city manager. And we've taken it close to about $60 million, correct? From 15 million. Let me tell you why that's important. Because when we had a hurricane, and we were one of the first out of the gate to be able to address our needs, like cleaning up the streets. It took us, and if I may get a correct answer from our city finance director, it took us close to 7 or 8 years to get paid back by the state. Is that correct? She's waving her head as yes.
That's correct, Mayor.
So this is why you need to have a robust restricted reserves. That's number one. Number two, when I started here, we were a double A rated city. After installing legislation that requires 25% of our budget to be in restricted reserves, we climbed and we continue to climb through belt tightening. That allowed us to get a triple bond rating. We're one of 3 cities currently, if I'm still correct, in the state of Florida that have that. That is a point of distinction, that is a point of respect, and that sets us apart from everyone else. But the real reason why I brought this up was because Commissioner Fernandez one day said, when Amos Rojas was here, let's move forward and start accessing our restricted reserves for sidewalks, for other issues that we can do right now. We shouldn't wait. We should take care of those issues right now. And I think that is, again, shooting ourselves in the foot, and it is incredibly treacherous, and it shows a lack of fiscal restraint and responsibility. So that's why this is brought forward. After speaking with many residents, they all told me, Vince, we got to protect our restricted reserve. It's a sense of pride for the city, and at the end of the day, it allows us to borrow, if we were to borrow cheaper, and as our city should maintain the highest standards in regards to fiscal responsibility. So moving forward, this is critically important to setting a benchmark and making sure that we adhere to our fiscal responsibility. The manager, during states of emergency, has access to our restricted reserves. Don't let them tell you that he does not. It has to be an emergency like a hurricane to be able to tip into it. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Through the mayor.
Please vote.
If I may.
Yes.
Question to maybe the city manager. If the worst case of worst cases with respect to what may happen coming out of Tallahassee occurs, and all property tax is rescinded, and the city should find itself in a shortfall of a magnitude that we've never seen before, would that constitute an emergency?
Yes, it would. Through the mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it would. However, I think and furthermore, certainly would constitute an emergency. But our fund is at $64 million right now. That fund is not a reoccurring fund, and sometimes people think it is. Whereas if we lose real estate taxes, it would be a reoccurring cost. So we would be taking money from something that we could not replace. And that is a real problem, because if we have a hurricane, then how could we replace that money and act appropriately for our residents? So it makes it even a bigger issue.
Right, and through the mayor, I guess the point, and you're helping me get to it, is that we don't know what Tallahassee is going to do. But if Tallahassee were to do something insane and cut off, in a radical move, all property tax, you would be able, at least, to access reserves should this get carried in April's referendum, right? You still have the ability to access, on an emergency basis, the money as we then navigate going forward.
Yes.
That new scenario, which is, as I described it, the worst case scenario. And we don't know what Tallahassee is going to do. But let's assume that we will have an appropriate roll-in period, appropriate time to adapt, and whatever that comes from Tallahassee. This would ensure that under only, at this point, the highest level of obstacles before we dip into the reserves. That's the point.
Yes, Commissioner.
So, moving forward, it's pretty simple. This is a safety net and ensuring that we protect the hard work of our employees and past commissions and our triple bond rating. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Can I have a vote?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No, for the reasons stated below, that we should be following the Charter Review Committee's recommendation. That's what they're there for.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No, for the reasons prior stated.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you. Moving on to F8.
F8 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2025-88 to change the date of the special election, calling for a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 21st, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking whether the city charter should be amended to authorize a contract with Miami-Dade County or a private entity to provide Inspector General services with certain powers, including the power to subpoena witnesses, provided that such appointment, term, functions, and powers shall be further established by ordinance, providing for requisite ballot language, providing for procedures for balloting, providing for mail ballot, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, and providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney.
Good evening. There have been a few changes to this question that were made by our office in consultation with outside counsel to make sure that we were making the required 15 and 75 word letters and making sure that the title accurately reflected the question as proposed and amended by the Vice Mayor during the last discussion. So the title has been changed to be clear that it's authorizing a contracted Inspector General as needed. It is similar to the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee, though not identical. But it does add the as-needed language. That was something that the Charter Review Committee also mentioned. There's also been a small change in the question itself to just move a few words around to make sure we complied with the 75, but nothing substantive in the question itself. Again, the primary reason this is back is to move it from the November 3rd, 2026 general election to the April 21st, 2026 special mail ballot election and providing those procedures for a special mail ballot.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mrs. Maria Cruz,
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm glad that the words as needed were added, but I'm here to, once again, not agree to a mail ballot because not everyone, every voter, every resident of Coral Gables would like to vote by mail only.
Jackson Holmes,
I may have signed up for this one by mistake, but since I'm here, yes, we need, I'd be in favor of a full-time Inspector General. We need to raise, this is just my opinion, of course, the ethics in Coral Gables. And it's my understanding, I probably shouldn't say this, but earlier objections to rushing into an Inspector General, I spoke with the Inspector General on Miami Beach, Joe Senorino. And what he told me is that the Inspector General has to have, I guess by charter, independence. That you can't just hire an Inspector General and not give him codified independence, which I'm guessing is why Commissioner Castro objected earlier. I don't know if that's correct or not, but anyways, I'm for it. Let's do it. Full time.
Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Castro.
Yeah, given, number one, to clear the record, the first time I voted for this, I thought it was a little overpriced. I didn't think that it was in the best fiscally responsible for the city, and I thought that we should refer this back to the Charter Review Committee, and they should ultimately make this decision. Now, reconsidering it and seeing how this commission has moved forward, I definitely think that we do need an Inspector General. So my vote will most probably be yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Ready to vote?
Commissioner Lara.
Ready to vote.
Vice Mayor.
Ready to vote?
Before we vote on this issue, I'm very proud to have been the sponsor of this since the beginning. Commissioner Castro and Ariel Fernandez both voted against it. They said it was too rich, too expensive. You cannot put a price on stamping out corruption, zero price on that. But you can't put a price on raising your salary by 101%. So I'm very happy that they came around to the IG. There's a different season now, obviously. And at the end of the day, it makes sense politically. But my vote has not changed on this. This is exactly what the city needs, and I think it's important to have an outside IG. I did go and speak with the county and request to see how we could do it and use them in a consultant basis. They were more than amicable to do it. I spoke to elected officials, and at the end of the day, we have found a solution. So I'm happy that my colleagues came around, and we're moving forward for this. This is in the benefit of transparency, and it's in the best interest of the city of Coral Gables. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Voting consistently with my prior vote to listen to the Charter Review Committee, I'm voting in favor of this. Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
No, I just want to say that for the love of me, I'll never fully comprehend how at one time from this dais, a commissioner was decrying that the city of Coral Gables was adrift in a cesspool of corruption and that he was going to lead this beloved city out of the muck. But when given an opportunity to vote for an Inspector General, the majority said no. And at the same time, there was never any identifiable corruption offered or followed up on. And it may have even been the bases offered, specious as it was, offered for why the city manager, Amos Rojas, was hired, given his stellar law enforcement career predating his 8-year retirement before he came to work at the city as the city manager with on-the-job training. But I'm glad that we've all come around. I do believe that we can benefit from the services as needed of an Inspector General, so yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
I'm glad we're finally getting to this day. This is, I think, the most efficient way to have an Inspector General, that we have the trust and the safeguards in place so the public can understand that if there's a need for an Inspector General to look at an issue, just like we can call for an IA investigation, we can refer things out and not have, somebody as an additional individual in our city who would not be as unbiased as somebody that's independent. So my vote is yes.
Mayor Lago.
So just to make sure we put it on the record, because it was brought up, and I think it's, I'm sure Lada's a lot nicer than I am. The reason why you got a salary increase of 101%, and the reason why the manager, Peter Iglesias, was fired on the dais was because it was basically a quid pro quo. Commissioner Menendez wanted a salary raise, and Commissioner Fernandez wanted the manager out. So that was the trade that occurred in the back room in an effort. They denied wanting to have an inspector general. I brought it to the commission as a sponsor. They said no, said it was too expensive. I proceeded to go and meet with the county, meet with county commissioners. They said, we'll help you. Your city's in a moment of need. They're screaming from the mountaintops. It's a cesspool of corruption. So if there's a cesspool of corruption, but they deny an inspector general, I think that speaks volumes. But thank God, this will go before the residents, and the residents will make the decision. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
We just did, Mr. Mayor. Your vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Point of personal privilege. I continue to hear.
So Mayor, a point of personal privilege is like a request to, like, for a break or something to that effect. I don't think it's an appropriate, way to interrupt without having the floor.
So you,
That's not
I
the
don't know whether
interpretation
that's-
I have for the League of Cities, but okay. That's fine. I'll address it at the end.
can I write to him? I don't know if I can talk.
So I'm in the middle of going through the agenda.
All right.
Let's go through the agenda. Moving on to F9. Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
So F9 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2025-160 to change the date of the special election and calling for a
Wait,
special.
can I, Madam City Attorney, again, when we just got off an IG and we have one commissioner to my right sending a note to another commissioner to my left, and it's right here.
Turn around.
I think it's ridiculous. There should be a little bit more respect. I think there should be a little bit more respect on the commission, and I'm asking you to please don't do that, because at the end of the day, you're only disrespecting the position and the city. Let's take this seriously, okay? I apologize for interrupting you, excuse me.
F9 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2025-160 to change the date of the special election and calling for a special election on the proposed ballot question and city charter amendment to be held on April 21st, 2026, providing for submission to the electors for approval or disapproval of a ballot question, asking whether the city charter should be amended to include a requirement that any changes to the compensation of the elected officials beyond that regular consumer price index increase detailed in the city code be submitted to a vote of the electors, providing for a mail ballot, providing for notice, providing for inclusion in the city charter, providing for related matters, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, again, I think there have been a few small tweaks to the title of this, not to the question itself, which just requires that any change to the compensation of the elected officials beyond the annual adjustment to CPI that's set forth in the code require an affirmative vote of the electors prior to adoption. Mainly, this resolution is here today to move that question from the November 3rd, 2026 general election to the special mail ballot election set for April 21st, 2026, and providing for that mail ballot.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion?
I move it.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Jackson Holmes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So my name is Jackson Holmes. I live at 35 Sidonia Avenue. I want to mention something about.
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder. I'm 74 years old, so maybe you all do. I'll bet you do. Remember public financing of presidential campaigns? They may still have that even now. And I think that the spirit, I'm very confident that the spirit of the commissioner, the raising the commissioner's salaries is that of getting independence from developer money. And I think Mayor Slesnik even mentioned it this morning, that the reason they kept pushing for greater salaries for the county commissioners is to make them independent. It's the same thing as the public financing of presidential elections. So I don't really appreciate people disparaging that undertaking. It's interesting to me. I haven't studied it that closely, but I believe that the increase in the salaries that was passed in the last commission was really basically COLA. I don't know the answer. If somebody wants to answer that, fine. Please do. And I actually oppose then this thing going on the ballot because I think that the biggest issue in the electorate is that they oppose overdevelopment. And I think that if the language were stated honestly, people would reject this. If they said, you want to give commissioners enough money so they're independent of developer influence, then they would say, yes, let them vote themselves raises because we hate developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. Clerk, if you may, I don't want to touch the paper. I think it should be part of the public record since you have a commissioner passing another commissioner a note. Would you like to please make that part of the public record? Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Castro.
Just so everybody knows, what was on that paper was from Robert's Rules. I have the book right here. Since the city attorney did not go ahead and advise the commissioner what the correction of what he had to say was, I was actually offering him some help, and that's what the paper said, right? Since I'm not allowed to talk. But moving forward, you were the one who gave me this book. I think we need to, maybe the whole commission read it a little better because I think some of us are oblivious to what Robert's Rules are. I don't have anything else to say.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So, through the mayor, point of personal privilege is a formal parliamentary procedure used in legislatures and formal meetings allowing a member to address the body about matters affecting their integrity, rights, and reputation. I was correct in the motion that I made, Madam City Attorney.
Madam City Attorney, will you explain to the commissioner?
Yeah, so point of personal privilege, first of all, as you all know, it's not addressed in our code. So of course, when something's not addressed in our code, we do revert to Robert's Rules. And I will tell you that it's the first time that I've ever heard anyone raise a point of personal privilege here in the commission in that fashion. And so it really addresses something that affects the member's ability to conduct, the business that they're doing here. So we typically learn about it in the sense of point of personal privilege. It's very cold in the room. Can someone adjust the temperature? Point of personal privilege. Can we take a 5-minute break to use the restroom? I think it can also be used to correct misstatements on the record or something about the member's conduct. And so that is the case. But I think the mayor, as the chair, can also kind of has the authority to rule on that and say not now, later, et cetera. So.
Thank you very much. Moving on.
So, I think we continue to bring up these items and put them on a ballot that is going to be mailed out to people. And I think that's the biggest concern that I have about all of these items that we continue to bring up. And this is the last one. We are mailing out a ballot which follows different rules than your regular vote by mail ballot. We have problems with the mail service in our city. We've discussed it here before. So we're placing items on a ballot in April, and instead of doing a real election, we're just mailing out ballots and hoping that people get them and are able to return them in time without any errors so that their votes count. I think we're doing a disservice to our residents. I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner Lalo.
Right, so let me just address that briefly. You may be right, but I believe you're wrong. And what I predict is that we're going to have a much larger number of participants via the mail-in this April than we do in the normal course of an in-person April odd year election. But the voters will decide. With respect to this item, this one is, it's easy for me because one of the bases for why I decided to run is that I thought that it was fundamentally wrong and in need of change for the commissioners themselves to award themselves raises, even though that's permissible. I believe that what occurred was abusive in the last go round, abuse of the authority. I firmly believe that we as the commissioners are not our own bosses. We are servants of the public. The residents of Coral Gables are our boss. And I believe that the boss determines how much our compensation should be, fairly tied to the work that we do and the service that we provide. Part-time as it is a full-time commitment from all of us here, I'm sure, on the dais. So it's a campaign promise I ran on. I'm not going to turn my back on that promise, so my vote is yes.
Vice Mayor.
I'm going to second your comments and add a little more context. Our state legislators dedicate themselves full-time to their job, yet get paid $25,000, $26,000 per year. And I've always felt that it is improper for an elected official to give themselves raises, especially with the way it was done by this commission, this prior commission. We lost a lot of respect in Tallahassee. We've regained it by lowering it. And putting in these safeguards, unfortunately, are necessary now, although it was not necessary in past decades. So I'm a yes.
In regards to the comments that were made, just want to put on the record how we got here. We got here because there was a raise that was put into the budget by 3 members of the commission. I spoke to the manager when we found this, and he said, the following 3 colleagues of yours wanted this on the budget, and it was put there. I have no choice. That's not the way that we lead. In Miami-Dade County, if you're going to receive a raise as an elected official, it has to go before the voters, whether you like it or not. I'm not against a raise. I've said that. But there's a way of doing things ethically, not in the cover of darkness, hidden in a budget. That's why I was forced, along with the vice mayor, to vote against the budget. And later, it was used politically, saying that I opposed and did not support police and fire. Again, there's no perfect tool, but to say that our mail service doesn't work, I mean, we live in a first-class country. I mean, this is not a third world country. The mail may be delayed one day, but to say it doesn't work is pretty ridiculous as an excuse. But what I think is truly disingenuous is to stand up here and say, after raising your salary 101%, giving yourself a almost $1,000 car allowance and almost $1,000 expense account, and say that the residents shouldn't be in control to decide whether we deserve to raise our own salary. Just think about that. That to me is the ultimate disrespect to the residents. And I was on the ballot last election, along with the vice mayor and Commissioner Lara. I walked door to door. I polled these facts. 2 things that were over 70%, 2 things that were over 70% on those polls was, number 1, changing the elections in November, and number 2 was that the residents should be in control to make the decision on whether we deserve to raise our salaries. Do I believe that this commission deserves a salary increase? Wholeheartedly. But that's not the way to deliver a salary increase. To me, I think that's unethical, And as I said before, and I stand by my statement, that was a basic quid pro quo between multiple commissioners on the dais. One wanted one thing and another wanted another. And that's how you ended up having that deal be cut. In regards to the residents not coming out to vote and not understanding on how to vote and not figuring out how to vote on an absentee ballot at home, which is nothing new, it's been done for decades, I have full faith and confidence in the intellect and the capability of our community. And that's why we're going to spend the amount of money that we're going to spend and time in a full-fledged education campaign, whether it's in writing, whether it's in email, whether it's on TV, and we're going to be incorporating Alina Garcia to ensure that she properly provides on a video instructions on how to handle these absentee ballots. So I have full faith and confidence in our residents. We have one of the most educated residents bases in Miami-Dade County, if not the most educated. And when I went door to door, thousands of doors, they all told me, Vince, we got to move elections and we got to make sure that we control, because these salaries, 101% increase is absolutely a slap in the face to the residents. So, Mr. Clerk, my vote is yes.
We haven't called the roll yet, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, call the roll.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, I'd love to have my colleagues with me. 5-0, we got it.
So I do have a personal point of privilege. I need 3 minutes to make a call.
Okay, perfect. Then we have 3 minutes. We'll be back, let's say, at 6 o'clock on the dot, and we will continue and move on to the time certain item at 6 o'clock. Thank you for being here. All right. Welcome back. I want to thank everyone for being here. It's great to see such a big crowd, especially since we're talking about dogs and dog parks. It's amazing. I'm happy to see all of you here. Thank you. We're going to be talking about issue F1 and F11, which are time certain for 6 o'clock. Mr. Clerk?
Do you want me to read F1,
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. So F1 is a resolution of the City Commission rescinding resolution number 2025-452, which authorized city staff to move forward with the development of a dog park on the city-owned parcel located at 520 University Drive, directing city manager to direct city staff to gather community input on the proposed dog park and providing for an effective date. And then F11 is a discussion item, Mayor.
Through the
Yes.
Through the mayor, it's a presentation by our esteemed staff, which I think would
That's
be
what we're gonna
helpful.
do
I think would be helpful for the community to see.
Okay. So I'd like to bring up staff and have them give the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. I'm Dina Bellawellen, Assistant Public Works Director for Green Space Management in the city. I'm also a licensed landscape architect, and we have put together this presentation, the concept of what the University Drive Dog Park could look like. So these are conceptual renderings that will show you our concept. Okay, next slide. I think I can do it with this. Okay. So the location for the University Drive Dog Park is right across from the Coral Gables Library. It's along University Drive. To the east side is Riviera Drive, and to the west side, I guess, is Kadima. On the right side, you'll see photographs of the existing conditions. On University Drive are large existing banyan trees that are all going to be maintained. And on the side streets, Riviera, you've got some live oaks, and on Kadima, you have some black olive trees. These will all be maintained. Here is the site plan rendering, and just to orient you, this is the library on the top left of the rendering. You will see that it's a large site. It's all going to be split into two sections. One section is going to be for the large dogs, which is the light color green. And at the bottom of the screen is the small dog area, which will be artificial turf. The trees that I mentioned are existing, are all going to be maintained around the perimeters to really screen off the area. On the right side of the drawing, fronting the residential homes, you're going to have a 25-foot native tree and landscape buffer, very thick, so you will not see from the residential homes into the dog park. Just to give you an idea, 25 feet is the width of a 3-lane road. It's a very wide and generous buffer. Around the perimeter of the dog park is a 5-foot wide landscape perimeter with thick native hedges of cocoa plums and stoppers to really nestle this in. And just our concept of the trees, we're going to have pink shower trees for color. You're going to have some benches scattered around in the shady areas for people to sit. You're going to have some gumbo limbo trees. You're going to have some tamarind trees and other native plants. Here's a rendering that gives you an idea of what it could look like from the Riviera Drive corner as you enter the site. The fencing will be our black metal fencing, just like as at the dog park in the underline. And it'll be 5 feet tall. So I'm 5'2", not very tall, but the fencing will not be taller than me. It'll be completely nestled in shrubbery that will let grow up and pretty much screen the fencing anyway. The rest of the renderings are the development of a landscape plan with the same plant materials I've already mentioned. It's just simplified so you can see the size of the area. I believe the large dog area is about 250 feet long by 90 feet wide, and the small dog area is 70 feet by 90 feet, just to give you an idea of size. Technical drawings and pictures of most of the proposed trees and plants. Lysolomas, gumbo limbos, cassias, cocoa plum hedges, kunti, wild coffee, liriope, and our beach sunflower. We can have the opportunity to have a pollinator patch around the swale in the sunny areas. So that's the concept, and I'll offer, to accept any questions you have.
Before we get into that, I'd like to get some public comment. Mr. Clerk.
Okay. First speaker, Maria Cruz.
Thank you, by the way. Thank you, Dina. It was great.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Obviously, I don't live in that neighborhood, but I've made it very clear many times in all the years that I've been coming here that anything that affects anything in Coral Gables is my problem, because if something happens there, it could happen in our area too. And I'm here to support the group, the neighbors that live there, and I think it's time to listen to the residents. I took the time to speak to a friend who happens to be a vet, and I asked him, he has 3 dogs, and I asked him, would you take your dogs to a dog park? And he said, no, because unless you can assure me that all the dogs that go there do not have any contagious disease, I wouldn't expose my dogs to that. So that's my answer. If I had a dog, I have a cat. If I had a dog, I would not take him to a dog park.
David Guzman. Christopher King.
Can you do it, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Can you do it if individuals are not here, maybe they left a note, you can just read what they said.
Okay.
Just 1 second. I just wanted to.
So David Guzman, he said he's proponent, and I am in support. Thanks. That's all he said.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to everybody. My name's Chris King. I live at 3617 Harlana Street.
Sorry.
I am a lawyer for the law firm of Homer Bonner. I see one familiar face was my co-counsel, and I represent the University Green group that you see my clients behind me, and we are uniformly opposed to this. And just so you know who we are, we are from Harlano Street, Kadima, Wood, Riviera. On what you just were presented, those are the streets where this would be located. And look, we think that we've been excluded from this process in the previous vote. And you should know that the overwhelming number of people who live in this area are against it. And if nobody is for this project, that should tell you that it doesn't belong here. Now let me talk about two things. It shouldn't go here and it cannot go here. And since I'm the lawyer, I'll tell you why I think it can't go here. Number one, it's not zoned for this. It's zoned for overflow parking. Since 1972, there's an ordinance number 1952, that restricts this to overflow parking. When the need is gone for overflow parking, then it reverts to single-family housing. And so it would violate that. And you talk about need, you can drive by there right now, and the library is swarming with cars. There's no way that we could have a dog park here. Second, even if you took away that restriction, there's no provision for a standalone off-leash dog park in Miami-Dade County under their ordinance or the Coral Gables ordinances. Dogs aren't allowed in parks. And that's the way the ordinances are written. There's an exception for an area in a park, but you can't make the whole area of the park, the bark park. Then we have, so it violates that as well. There's no zoning for this. Third, a bark park is going to violate noise ordinance. You just saw the map. This thing goes up against 3 residences. One of them has been there since 1925. It's going to violate that ordinance. So look, and then there's the master plan. We're guaranteed the right to be able to walk to open space within 5 minutes, within a quarter mile. That is impossible with this dog park. This structure doesn't belong here. And look, there's a whole bunch of reasons that you'll hear from my clients by why it should not go here. This is a very, very special area of town. It has historical importance, and we believe it's being taken away from us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
Sarah Cortez.
Good evening. Yes.
I believe it's supposed to be with F1, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's all being heard as one item.
Just wanted to make sure. I'm gonna have to lower this down again. Oh my God, I can make that. Hello, Commission. Thank you so much for having us and for hearing from us on this issue. I hope I can show my graphic.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. When we heard about this, without our knowledge, we did, as a community, start to ask our neighbors. So thank you for this opportunity to get to know my neighbors. It's really been something amazing and wonderful over this holiday. And as you can see, we've gotten some great neighborhood feedback. I'm Sarah Cortez. I am at 511 Kadima Avenue for the last 10 years. That is the historic home. It is the 1925. And this would very much impact me personally, but I'm here more to talk about what the impact to my neighborhood would be. I am a pediatric emergency medicine physician, so health is really important to me. Mental health, childhood mental health is absolutely of the utmost value. And what I've seen over my years in practice so far is that our mental health has deteriorated. And these open spaces absolutely are crucial. They were crucial when George Merrick decided to plan them out. They've been crucial since, and since COVID, they've been even more crucial. That being said, that's not only for kids, that's for adults, that's for seniors, that's for people with neurodivergent disorders, as well as our differently abled community. All of us can use that open space right now. We know, studies have shown, that just looking at an open space, not with fences,
not with beautiful landscaping, but just natural open spaces, can absolutely, and within 5 minutes, calm someone. Now, if we can do that without actually using any medication, with getting people out and being able to use this space, what a brilliant use of space that we don't have to spend a dime on. Now, on the other side, dog parks can only be used by a subset of our community. I'm a dog owner. And I know that I would be doing something against my neighbors because I'd be taking away a space that they use. And I don't think that's fair. Also, the dog parks, parks with dogs, have different diseases. And as we have feral cats, we also have diseases that come with them in the dog parks. So we would be bringing on more problems rather than actually improving the lives of our citizens. Thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Miguel Cortez.
Who's next after Miguel?
Jeffrey Wright would be next.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am Miguel Cortez, a resident of Coral Gables for over 10 years, and also a husband, a father, and a dog owner who loves living in Coral Gables because of its open green spaces, native plants, trees, and natural habitats they support. The field at 520 University Drive is Coral Gables at its core. 520 University Drive is currently enjoyed by all kinds of residents, including adults, children, and their dogs. This field was also a safe outdoor place for residents during COVID. Limiting its use and taking away its untouched natural beauty goes against the core of our city. I'd like to read the first sentence from Coral Gables, a guide to the City Beautiful. It says, Coral Gables founder George Merritt imagined both a city beautiful and a garden city with lush green avenues winding through a residential city punctuated by civic landmarks and embellished with detailed and playful architectural features. I'm here today to ask you, please help us preserve our city. Please help us preserve what makes our city beautiful. Please help us preserve the city we love. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jeffrey Wright. And Lynn Walsh Pardo will be next.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Wright. I live at 3501 Riviera Drive. I've been a resident here for 26 years. I appreciate you all listening to us tonight. First, let me say I'm a dog owner and a responsible dog owner. I question the reasoning behind us restricting the uses of this widely used park now. Why are we restricting it so it can only be used by dog owners? Why can it not be used by children and families as it's being used now? If I want to go over there and have a picnic right now, I can lay a blanket down. I've got an open space. It's well maintained, and we can have a picnic. If we're going to restrict it to dogs only and dog owners only, you're taking away part of my freedom. I've been here 26 years. I'm not understanding the reasoning here. Why is this being done? I question the sanitary and health of this dog park. I question how it's going to be maintained. Again, there are at least three single-family homes that are very adjacent to this park. I want to know how it's going to be maintained to ensure those families are not impacted directly. And as a dog owner, I want to make sure my animals are not impacted. I'm also curious, I hear about transparency in the city council. I can't understand why none of the residents here were informed before this thing came to a petition and vote to the city commission. were any of us asked if we wanted a dog park in our neighborhood. I understand y'all have the right to do so, maybe legally, but I do not understand why it was put to vote before questioning anyone who lives within even 500 meters of this park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lynn Wirch Pardo. Jose Aval will be next.
Ms. Pardo, good evening. Good evening, Ms. Pardo. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Thank you for being here with us.
My name is Lynn Gwarch Pardo. I live at 421 Kadima Avenue. I've lived there for almost 36 years. I'd like to raise a few concerns regarding the November 18th petition, which was submitted to the Coral Gables City Commission in support of off-leash dog parks. The November 18th petition was submitted titled Petition to the City of Coral Gables City Commission in support of an off-leash dog park. It should best be viewed as an expression of community enthusiasm for another off-leash dog park in Coral Gables, as no location was specified on the petition pages. If it was intended to be site-specific to 520 University Drive, why weren't the neighbors immediately abutting the proposed Bark Park, which are 511 Kadima, 3510 Riviera, or 3500 Riviera, or the homeowners directly across on Kadima, 520 Kadima, 510 Kadima, and 570 University, given the petition to sign, or residents on Harlano, which are 500 feet off of the proposed location. If the proposed Bark Park was going to be for patrons within walking distance, why did people sign that lived 2 or 3 miles south on Santona, on San Vicente, or in Coco Plum, or north by Southwest 8th Street, or west on Country Club Prado, or North Ponce? Where would they park? If it was a formal petition rather than expression of support, why did 6 entries include first names only? Why were 23 addresses redacted? And why was one family member allowed to sign on behalf of 3 others? If it was more than an enthusiastic expression of community interest, why did people sign who don't have dogs? If it was site-specific location in Coral Gables for Coral Gables, why were signatures included with addresses outside of our city limits, like Brickell Bay Road, Southwest 27th Street, Southwest 79th Avenue, and Southwest 7th Street? When the Commission received the November petition, we know that you were impressed by the number of signatures in support of another off-leash dog park, unaware that it was not site-specific. It included signatures outside of Coral Gables, and many entries were incomplete. As you review our neighborhood petition opposing a fenced dog park at 520 University, please know that our petition includes almost 100 residents abutting, across, or proximate to the proposed dog park. We are united in our opposition, and our petition outlines why. We recognize that there is enthusiasm for another off-leash dog park, but please don't force it on a small, single-family neighborhood that clearly doesn't want it. As city leaders, we implore you to find a better community solution that works for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jose Aval Cohen. Maria Rojas will be next.
Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jose Val. I live in 520 Kadima Avenue, right across the green space where the dog park was proposed. Let me start with something very important. No one asked the neighbors who are directly impacted. There was no notice, no flyer, no neighborhood meeting. We found out after the approval. So that, for me, is weird, suspicious, because I receive mail from the city every week. You know, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and we didn't receive anything for this dog park that is going to be right in front of my house. Nobody knocked on my door, nothing. So I work in real estate and development for 20 years. I specialize in commercial and residential real estate. And I've been doing it, and I know how the process is to build. To build is not easy. You have to go through a process, you go through a board of architectures, and as you know, building Coral Gables is one of the hardest cities. Why? Because there's a lot of rules, and I love that.
I love that because it keeps the city green with open spaces. Not any developer can come in and just build whatever they want. So when they approve this without the notice and without the input of the people that live right across of it, for me was a no-go. I start knocking on doors. I moved from downtown Miami to Coral Gables because I don't like the traffic anymore, the congestion, the overdevelopment that is going on there. And that's what I moved to Coral Gables. This space, this open green space, I use it with my kids. I have 2 daughters and a son that is going to be born in a couple months. So I use it for picnics. I use it to play ball. I use it. It's right in front of my house. And not only me, my neighbors here. If you can see us, we are all in the green shirt because we're trying to defend, this. We're opposed to this dog park. We love dogs, don't get me wrong. We have dogs. And what happened is that one day my neighbor came to me and asked, do you know about this dog park? I said, no. And the next day I started knocking on doors. And everybody was in the same situation as me. So we oppose to the dog park. I am amazed at why they're doing this, but what I saw is that there's a lot of buildings coming up that is strange in Coral Gables. It's weird why all these big developments are coming up. So I guess we need more amenities. And that's the reason I'm here, to oppose for this amenity. Look for another location, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Maria Rojas. David Hayes will be next.
Good evening.
Hello. I live at 410 Kadima Avenue. Dear honorable members of the City Commission, I am speaking to share my passion for a hidden gem in Coral Gables, a natural thicket with native plants that is home to many birds and animals. This passive green space brings serenity and is a healing spot for me. I am sure many other residents as well, and I love to see it preserved. Compared to downtown Brickell, where green spaces are scarce and fenced dog parks are needed, Coral Gables has always been a place where open green spaces with native plants and animals make it attractive to move here. Residents near this area enjoy the gift of sighting North American kestrels, peregrine falcons, macaws, red-billed parrots, eastern screech owls, and our mascot, the glossy ibis, the endangered scrub jay, raccoons, possums, red-tailed foxes, and even more. Let's preserve these wild native mini habitat areas for our native species so future generations can also have the gift of this experience. I urge you to consider preserving this natural area, keeping George Merrick's dream of harmony between architecture and nature intact. Bulldozing and fencing would disrupt this natural flow in our landscape. Let's keep this hidden gem alive. Allow the little red foxes to have a place to hide. Thank you for your attention to this heartfelt request. And just think of our children and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Hayes. Mary Powell will be next.
Hello and good evening, everyone. David Hayes. I live at 300 Fluvia Avenue, which is close to this location. I've lived here for over 20 years now and have often driven through this area and marveled at this little gem of an area, especially all the vegetation and growth, thicket area that is behind the one house, which I guess is the Old Spanish. It's been there since 1925. I can't imagine taking that away. It's very beautiful the way it is. The thing that really struck me on this is I happen to know people that live in the area, and I heard about this, that they said this dog park was planned and that they didn't know anything about it. I happen to have been involved. They put in a park on Salcedo in Sarto, And I remember everyone in the area was noticed on that, and they had a meeting. I remember I went to the meeting, and they had all the surrounding residents and the immediate residents were there, had a lot of input into the amenities and the design and so forth. I think they even gave more votes to the people that lived closer to it. So anyway, it was a process in which the neighbors were very involved in the development or what was done with that area as a park. So I really think you need to include the residents a lot more there, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Mary Powell, Hillary Rodriguez will be next.
Good evening.
I provided this to the city clerk, but I'm just going to give you guys a map so you can see. This is a map of our signatures. I'll go back and read it.
Thank you.
And I'll give it to you again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I do have one question. I know I have 3 minutes to give my statement. There was one thing said by someone else, and I wanted to be able to address it, but it was just a quick thing. There seems to be a misunderstanding about whether people were told when signing the petition. Since I'm the one that got all the signatures, a map was shown to each individual signature person. So I can commit to that, and I can do an affidavit if need be. But that 100% was the case everywhere.
Thank you for clarifying.
So but that's not part of my statement. I just want to address that. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Mary Powell, and I live at 3267 Riviera Drive. I'm here tonight for one simple reason: to reaffirm that the resolution this commission passed in November should stand and move forward. Support for dog parks in Coral Gables is broad, documented, and citywide. More than 485 residents from every part of the city have formally expressed support for the off-leash dog parks. It's on the map in front of you all. This support includes residents living near the proposed site, as well as residents from neighborhoods throughout Coral Gables. This effort followed the process. Residents engaged, petitions were submitted, public comment was given, the item was properly noticed, debated, and ultimately approved by this commission. That vote was not rushed, informal, or incomplete. It was the result of sustained public input and deliberation. It's important to acknowledge that in any city project, there will always be some residents who disagree. That is normal, and their voices deserve respect. But disagreement after the fact does not negate the process, nor does it outweigh the demonstrated, documented support that led to this commission's decision. What does matter is consistency, predictability, and trust. Residents engaged in good faith, relied on this commission's vote, and now reasonably expect the city to follow through. Reopening a duly approved resolution based on a handful of late objections sends the wrong message to residents who participate constructively and transparently in civic life. This dog park is a quality of life investment. It activates underutilized public land, and it reflects the will of a broad cross-section of Coral Gables residents. I respectfully ask this commission to honor its November vote, keep the resolution in place, and allow this project to proceed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Hillary Rodriguez, Raul Mas will be next.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Hillary Rodriguez. I live at 510 Kadima Avenue, and I've lived there for over 23 years. And I'm directly across from the proposed site of the dog park. And everybody's stated a lot of their views, opinions, and feelings about the situation. But my main concern that I want to express is that I live, as Jose said, directly across the street. I never got any notice No one asked anything about our opinion about having a dog park right in front of my house. And I just think that's contrary to all of the mail notices and outreach that we've received as citizens with regard to other important issues in the city. And I think we really need to go back, look at the process, and do this the right way, engaging in the neighborhood, just like everyone I live across the youth center. I feel like we're engaged in community and youth and War Memorial and remembering all the important things about our city. And I think we need to include all of that in the process before we take away this open, passive green space right in front of our homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Raul Mas.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Raul Mas. I live at 610 Via Bella Avenue. I have grown up in the city of Coral Gables practically my entire life, except for a 10-year period going off to college and getting my career started, et cetera, et cetera. I am extremely familiar with the Coral Gables Library, with the Youth Center, with University Drive. I actually lived on University Drive for a while. I drive on University Drive, I drive up Segovia, I drive to what was then, called, what's the big church there. I mean, I've been, Riviera, back and forth. I know that area intimately. I want to echo the comments of previous speaker here. I love the green spaces of Coral Gables, okay? Where I live, I don't have any sidewalks. For me to walk my dog in my neighborhood can be sometimes dangerous because there's a lot of traffic and there are no sort of safe spaces around where I can walk him. I ordinarily need to put my dog in my car and take him someplace that I can walk him freely or let him run freely. And there has been an incredible absence of dog parks in this city, quite frankly, until Vice Mayor Rhonda Anderson came around and made it an issue, and I'm delighted for it. My only problem with dog parks now is that when I take my dog there, he doesn't want to leave. He's thrilled. I mean, literally, I remember being there at the dog park at 8 o'clock in the evening, and there was no way I could get my 100-pound dog out of the park, okay? Dogs, and I became a dog owner late in life. Dog owners aren't just dogs, they're family members. Just like we have parks for children, and the youth center, which is phenomenal. And I'm a little bit confused because I've driven by this property numerous times, and you would think from listening to the people here that there are constantly picnics going on there and people playing softball and running around with balls and the dogs are free roaming around the park. I don't see that. I've seen a nice open space, okay, a green space, but there is this mentality, it's a phrase called NIMBY, not in my backyard. It's very understandable. You want city services, you want all these things, but once it interferes with your life, then suddenly it's a big issue. I can't address the issue of whether you were notified or not. I know that recently there's a park opening up, the University Drive Park there, where the canal is, right in my neighborhood. It's going to be a small park for children, et cetera, et cetera. I got tons of notice that the city was going to build something there. My message to my neighbors is, listen, I don't see what the objection is. You have an enormous youth center. You have incredible lights all over there, especially during the soccer season to all hours of the night. You've got traffic. You've got the library there. There's plenty of parking. Dog parks normally close at 6 o'clock. This is, I think, a reasonable compromise for dog owners.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, Commissioner Castro.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm the sponsor of item F1, and I sponsored F1. This originally wasn't my item, so I apologize, Vice Mayor, to be presenting this, but it is my responsibility also when I have this amount of residents approaching me with the dissatisfaction of a dog park to do something about it. I can't just turn my face even though it is not my item. So no disrespect to your item at all. I had to act upon it. I invited Chris King as my special guest, and I know that he was time limited, so I do want to give you the opportunity to go ahead and finish what you could not finish. And the other thing after he's done is that I want to go ahead and I want to present. I want to go ahead and put again on the screen the map that was attached to the item after he's done talking. And I'll continue what I have to say.
Sir, how are you?
Good, thank you very much.
How many minutes do you need to speak?
If you just give me 5 minutes, I think I can wrap it up. I know you guys have heard a lot of arguments. I can be quick.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, will you give him 5 minutes on the clock, please? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just want to, hit a couple of things about the law, and then I want to hit something about the history of this, which is, we have these ordinances, and this is the law. We have noise ordinances that are going to be violated every single day that this park is used and every single day that it's going to be in existence. We have historic homes that are right up against where there's going to be a bark park, and that's what they call it, a bark park, because that's what dogs do. They get together, they get excited, they bark. We know that, and that is going to violate the noise ordinance that we have against repeated, repetitive, and continual barking from dogs. And the folks who are on ground zero of this, you've heard from them, they're uniformly opposed. Now, let me talk about the history of this, because one of the speakers you heard lives in a house built in 1925. And it was designed by one of the preeminent architects in the world at that time, which was John and his brother Colton Skinner. And across the street, we have a house that was designed by George Fink. These are historic homes. This is a very special house. I know when I bought my house in 2004, I was sold on the idea that this is a special street. It is a historic street, and the open spaces go along with that. If you start intruding on that, if you take that away, the city is going down a path where there's going to be liability here. The city is going to be exposed. People are going to want compensation for taking that away. And look, I quote the master plan, Merrick's vision of a place where people could live in a great garden set with houses, and a park where all people can live to their best capacities, ensured that parks and open spaces would be essential to the framing of the future of the city. This isn't some trivial concern that we're losing an empty space. These are important areas that are critical to the history of this. And lots of folks have been excluded from this process. You heard from the residents. This was really the first time that people learned of this, had the opportunity to show up. You have not heard necessarily from the patrons of the library, people who use the library all the time, every single day, who need that quietude. Commuters, we know that this is a high-density traffic area throughout the year. It is probably right now when it's raining. It's overflowing with cars. Voters, the library is key for voting in elections. Throughout the year, every year we have off-year elections, we have presidential elections. That thing was swarming last year, and that's an early voting area. All that's going to be taken away for a bark park. And then we have the naturalists, and you heard, one of the speakers talk about the importance of having this habitat. We think that there may be endangered species who may use that area as well. There is vegetation. There's trees that have been there for 100 years that, under the ordinance that we think that is still in effect since 1972, those can't be removed. And it would be a shame to remove them. And look, I understand the need. I understand the passion that a lot of people have for this, which is they want to have a dog park, and there's a solution for this. And it's in the private sector. This should be commercial property. It should be privately owned. It shouldn't be run by the government. And maybe these are my Republican colors showing, but, you know, this is better run by the private sector that can better absorb the risks and, or much better to offset the risk with insurance. The government is not the solution here, and this should not be taking place in this particular area. Makes no logical sense. So that's why we're opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So now, I believe I still have the floor. So now, Billy, I'm going to go ahead and ask you to go ahead and put the map on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Cable TV could share my screen, please. Thank you.
Okay. I want to go ahead and I want to explain this map right here. There was 2 petitions that were out there, and I believe this is one of them that they brought up here, but it's missing actually the little red dots. The red circle right there is a 500-meter radius from where the park is. Right there, the people who signed the petition, there is 14 people that are for the park, surrounding a 500-meter radius, and there is 41 against the park. Now, I think what I want to do is come into a fair conclusion, rescinding the previous vote, but take it as far as having the city do an outreach of the area, maybe 1,000 meter. I don't know what the custom is, right? What is it, a 1,500, 1,000 meters? What is it?
For parks, I defer to the manager on what we typically would do.
Generally,
for parks.
1/4 mile within walking distance.
1/4 mile?
That's what we use this for walking distance.
So what I would suggest, if we rescind the vote, to go ahead and do the outreach and ask, especially the immediate neighbors that are really going to affect their quality of life, if they want a dog park or not. I think we are leading a resident-first government. Everybody here says residents first. I think that's a healthy medium. I'm not saying not a dog park, but I'm saying let's do some outreach. If people want it, they want it. We'll give it to them, whatever the majority wants. And if they don't, then we won't get it. I would move to go ahead and I would move my resolution to that.
We're in the middle of discussion. So first and foremost, having been here the longest, I remember that Commissioner Slesnik was the commissioner who passed the legislation in regards to expanding the outreach effort to homes. I think it was about 1,500 meters. We should have staff confirm that.
Mayor, do you want me to address that?
Yes.
So I think we're talking about 2 different things. There's the outreach that we do per our zoning code, which is the mail notice requirements, and we have 1,000 feet for certain things and 1,500 feet. We do have, like you said, 1,500 feet for other things. But then when it comes to outreach for park designs and so forth, I don't know what our standard is. And on that, I would, Mayor, defer to the manager.
So, Mayor, 1,500 feet is about 1/4 mile.
So
That's about.
My point is that let's not pin homeowners against homeowners. That's what I believe. Let's not politicize this and make this about politics. That's not what we should do. Well, you know, you have 40 people that are in favor of it within 500, and then you have 14 that are against. That's not going to work, because guess what? Someone's going to be unhappy at the end of the day. So let's move on from that. We're here to find a solution. Okay. So quick question, if I may, before I pass it on to the Vice Mayor. So I'm just reserving my comments for after. Mr. Clerk, have we also heard individuals from who maybe are in favor of the park? I know we had one individual that spoke, or two or three.
We've listened to everyone.
I want to make sure that we covered everything. So I'm going to close the public comment now, okay?
And
yes.
Sorry, Mayor, I apologize for interrupting, but I believe this was all public comment. All speaker cards that had asked to speak on items F1 and F11.
Yes. Just want to make sure we covered everything, because I don't want to hear later that we didn't give anybody the opportunity to speak. Okay, Madam Vice Mayor.
So before we begin, I know that the more recent petition that Mary Powell submitted, it was submitted to the clerk. And Mr. Clerk, can you please state for the record how many signatures were collected?
I will. Give me 1 second, Vice Mayor, please.
Okay.
And just to make sure, the question should go through the mayor as chair.
Yes. Yeah.
So, Vice Mayor, just on average, I have a 13-page document with four 4 signatures per page on average. So about 50 signatures on this document, maybe 5 signatures. Yeah, so let's do about 50 signatures on this document.
Okay, which document are you referring to?
The one that I just received now that says petition to the City of Coral Gables City Commission in support of an off-leash dog park.
Okay. I believe that the actual number is about 470 some odd. Through the mayor.
Yes.
May Ms. Powell clarify how many signatures she collected?
Okay, sorry. So on 3 separate occasions, there were tranches of signatures that have been provided to our city clerk. So there was a time when we had Catalina Dog Park, we had for that 200 signatures at the time in supporters in that neighborhood, my street. And then the second tranche was the 225 that we presented that got tagged to that item when you all voted in November. And then additionally, 50 were submitted tonight. So they are all in your records. They are not all in one document in your records. I am happy to combine them into one document and resubmit them to him. I don't have the ability to do that from this room right in this moment, but I would be happy to compile that all together for you. But it's that map that I gave out represents every signature that we've gotten in support of an off-leash dog park. Because Melissa Castro and these other lovely neighbors did not send me, I mean, nobody gave me their addresses, so I don't have a way to put them on my map.
But
no, I'm just saying, like, she said specific, it's not intended to be contentious, guys. I'm just saying, she said that my map does not reflect your addresses. It doesn't, because I didn't know you. I didn't know any of this. And so therefore, it's kind of a little bit of a misnomer.
But let's do this. Okay, let me make a request, okay?
Of course.
Because we want to move on and allow the vice. But if
I'm not in charge.
If I may.
I'm not in charge of this.
If I may. Thank you very much.
I'm just
Okay.
gonna.
All right, if I may. Thank you. Okay, so we want to move forward through the process and limit the outbursts and get to some consensus here. That's the goal here. Mr. Clerk, if you would please help me with both sides and the petitions here. You have certain pages that have 50 signatures and certain pages that have 1 signature. For example, I'll show you 2 signatures. You understand? So if we could potentially put together these documents so that for the record appropriately, so there's no duplication and you're not saying that one has 200 and 250, then 50, then all this kind of stuff. I just want to make it very clear. It doesn't have to be done today. Okay. All right. And by the way, a decision has to be made here. Somebody's going to be happy. Somebody's not going to be happy, but we can build consensus. All right. So let's go through the process where everybody spoke. We closed the public comment. We clarified the issue of the signatures. Madam Vice Mayor. But we can't do this. We can't do this. And by the way, if I may, just for the record, I met with you. I sat down with you. We had a long conversation. We're here to listen, but we have to follow a process. We can't be bursting from the grandstands. No other city allows that. I know that was the common here before, but it's not. We can't do that. There has to be rules. For example, your lawyer had 3 minutes. He wanted additional time. I asked him, how much do you want? He said 5. I gave him the full 5. Right? Hey, I just want to. That's it. Just so we can be transparent and we can do things the right way. That's it. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay. Now, Madam Vice Mayor.
So I'm going to walk you all through the process because not every one of you I've spoken to. I did a dog park item over near Salvador Park. It was led by me. This one was not led by me. I went door to door, and the people that are across the street from that park now are thrilled with it. There was drawing that was submitted. There were some people that didn't want it. It was built. They provided input on what was going to go into the park. And as I've gone over there more recently, the individuals that are directly across from the park are absolutely thrilled because they had input in the design. Now, I see you shaking your head and stuff, but I've also told every single one of you, I hold office hours on Fridays. None of you came to provide input. If you want to provide input, you need to come and provide input. And none of you came. So 475 of your neighbors around the area, and there's 3 green spaces along University Drive there that belong to the city of Coral Gables, and have dogs running off leash at this time, a very dangerous situation that can happen in any neighborhood. It's not a safe place for them to run off leash because there's no fence. You made some statements that neither here nor there, but native plants are not there. You have invasive snake plants. 100-year-old trees, the banyans are not going to be touched. You have poinciana trees, some which need trimmed back. There is broad support for this. People that walk by, through, and around our neighborhoods that have to walk their dogs lengthy periods because, number one, they can't get sufficient exercise. And it is important not only for the mental health of the people, but the mental health of the animals to have this time together. One of the comments I got in from residents that do go to these dog parks is it's good for community, it's good for mental health, and it builds community. A 25-foot buffer is wider than a street. A 25-foot buffer loaded with plants and greenery that is native does provide a sound buffer. When I had the opportunity to go down to an area that was filled with rock pineland, and you couldn't even hear the traffic from the turnpike because there was so much underbrush. And that's what plant material does. Microforests do that. They reduce the amount of pollution, they reduce the amount of noise, and 25 feet of width of planted material does do quite a bit. No matter what decision we make here today, there are going to be people walking out unhappy. It happens with every single decision that is made. We have a large community that has been wanting a dog park in this walkable area between Bird Road and Coral Way, Lejeune Road, and Granada, so they could be able to walk to take their dogs as opposed to having to put them in a car. Now, public comment can be made as to what to put into the park. There's a 5-foot buffer all the way around the edge with a hedge. And the comment that I had provided, the staff has let it grow up to the height of the fence so that it's not visible for people driving through that don't live here. Because it's supposed to be something you walk to, not something you drive to. I made the same comments for the folks over at Salvador Park when we cut the ribbon there. I asked people to be respectful of the neighbors, and I told the neighbors that, we can provide them residential parking permits if parking becomes an issue. It never became an issue, so therefore they didn't need to take that exercise. But we need to work together as a community. Pitting wars against each other is not a great way to make community and build community. The residents gathered the signatures to support the placing of an off-leash dog park in this area. And this was one of the best locations because the other location is used for the parking. The other green space, which is available for picnicking if you want, is smaller. And it would be too concentrated an area. And this one is the largest and offers the greatest opportunity to create the 25-foot barrier between the residences and the park itself, so that you have essentially a city street width between your homes and that. I can't ignore what the majority of folks have wanted. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Much like you, I wasn't informed about this either. In fact, I showed up at that commission meeting and found out that day that there was a 6 p.m. time certain to address a resolution to create a dog park at that location, without any prior notification. Yet the room was full of people, so I'm sure a lot of people are informed that there was a 6 p.m. time certain to address that issue that day. Yet a member of this commission was not informed about that item being discussed. As I've spoken to many of you over the last few weeks, I am concerned about the fact that only those who supported this park were informed. Those who were against it somehow just didn't find out. And from what you have shared with me, it wasn't that members of this commission did not know you were opposed to a dog park, because this is not the first time this issue comes up. And I covered it in Gables Insider back in the day about the discussions that there were at the time about creating a dog park at that location. The community, the neighborhood, was totally against creating a dog park at that location. There's a lot of talk, and if you watch today's meeting, you'll hear about, things done in the cover of night. This was done in the cover of night. You were excluded from the process, the neighbors in this neighborhood. And of course, we hear now, well, we don't want to pin people against each other. It's very easy to say it now. And what you're being told here today is you'll have the opportunity to select the trees that you're going to get or the flowers that you get. But you're going to have to deal with a dog park in front of your house or adjacent to your house, the dogs barking at all times, all the time. I'm going to second Commissioner Castro's motion to rescind this. I think that a process needs to be laid out and followed where a solution is found. I'm not saying a dog park is not something that we can do, but there has to be a process where both sides are able to come to the table and find a solution that works for everybody. And I know if there's any place where we can do that, it's here in Coral Gables. So I will second Commissioner Castro's motion, and I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner Lara?
I'm really happy that everybody came this afternoon at 6 o'clock to express their views. We're always open. All of us are available at all times to hear everyone's concerns on matters especially that involve them personally. And I have met with some of you that you have come to my office hours and you've expressed your concerns. The concerns you've expressed, though, were after the vote was taken, naturally. And you've said to me, and I have no reason to doubt that you were unaware that this process was ongoing. But perhaps more to the point, and maybe to put a finer point on it, some of you expressed to me that you were under the belief that it wasn't proceeding, not that you were unaware that a dog park was being contemplated, but that you were under the belief that it wasn't going to be going forward. So I have no idea what the disconnect was, if there was a disconnect, or how it came about. But that's what was expressed to me by some of the residents, is that they understood one thing, and then when they spoke with other residents, they said, "No, don't worry, this is not going forward." I was made to understand it's not going forward. Well, with respect to the vote that was taken in November, so my colleague here to my right said that he was unaware of a time certain 6 o'clock. Well, I don't know how that's the case, because we all received the agenda. We all were given an opportunity to attend an agenda review, and it is not uncommon. In fact, it's after 7 o'clock, and we've been here at commission meetings until 9 o'clock at night, a full 12 hours in a row. So I have no idea, nor have I asked, why Commissioner Castro and Commissioner Fernandez were absent at the 6 o'clock agenda meeting, time certain, that was heard in November. But in any event, this room was packed. This room was packed with individuals, more so than we had during the entire day of regularly scheduled commission meeting. All that I know is that a great deal of people showed up enthusiastic for this project. And I am unaware, and if the city manager, Parks and Rec, or the city attorney could clarify for me if there was anything that was required to be done in providing notice to the affected residents and the residents at large, because this is not a project that is just for the people that live in the immediate area, but this is a citywide, or at least walkable distance. Is there any? I'm going to ask that question now. Is there any failure to provide what's required in terms of notice leading up to the vote that was taken in November through the mayor?
Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, so there's no requirement in our code or in our zoning code, no legal requirement for such mailed notice. Obviously, the posting of the agenda is notice in and of itself of an item that's going to be considered by the commission. It is my understanding that staff has its typical practice when it comes to reviewing, park sites and designing park sites. But I'll defer to the manager on that. But my understanding is that there is usually an input process for the design of a park. So once we know we want, staff has identified a particular site, there is input that's ascertained from the community for the design of that particular park.
Commissioner.
Through the mayor to the office of the city manager, if I may, or to Parks. What is the sequence that the city follows typically, if not policy, practice, in terms of how these things go about in terms of the resident input at the earliest and through the end state?
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, this was already a park site. This is across from the youth center. This is used for parking. This is zoned S. So this is already a park site. It's not a site that we are acquiring for something. And so what we would normally do is meet with the residents to show the proposed park. So we are going to be meeting with the residents to show what the proposed layout is, as you saw. Those are the kind of drawings that we showed here earlier, are the kind of drawings that we showed to the residents at large. However, this site was not acquired for a park. This site is across from the youth center, across from the library, which is, by the way, our library. We own that site also. So the fact that this site was already used for park space generated took care of that initial site acquisition. The next step would be to meet with the residents to show them the proposed project, which would be similar to what was shown here by our city landscape architect.
So it sounds to me that since the site was already a park, then determining what shape or use that park would take typically is at the design stage when you seek the input from the residents who are most impacted by that design. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
I think the vice mayor is correct, that there's no way that you can have a decision rendered today that will make everybody that was here in November and everybody that's sitting here today in January feel good or satisfied. It's impossible, because there's obviously a discrepancy or a split of opinion on how the park space should be used or what its design would be. It is quite another thing, though, to say that, as one of my colleagues just said, that it was an exclusion of you all. There is no basis in fact to say that there was a decision made, a conscious decision to exclude your views or your input. And frankly, I take offense at that, because that would be something that would be trying to take so far what is a civil conversation and possibly try and inflame it. We've seen enough of that today. The fact remains, I am sitting here unaware of any failure to provide any notice not only required, because apparently there is none at that point required, but that we're actually following the way the practice has been in the city with respect to space that's already been designated as a park space. So what we're looking at, it seems to me, is the design use of that particular park space. There's an input state for that, an input stage. And we're still in it now, and I think the vice mayor made that point perfectly clear, that we want that input from you all. We want to know how it will best be utilized in your collective views. And for that, it's a process that we're going to need to follow. But be assured, I wouldn't stand for anybody trying to pull the wool over your eyes, exclude you as residents from the input or from what you are required and lawfully entitled as a say at the table. For the love of me, I have no idea how so many people appeared in November to a packed room and none of you were aware of it. But such is the case. Such was the case. And where we are right now is that we're all ears and we're going to take to heart whatever your views and your thoughts are with respect to the design of this space, which has already been designated a park.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner, I've requested that the clerk look up the agenda for that day, and he has some other information. Just wait a second. I want to be very clear. So I've asked the clerk to look up the agenda from that commission meeting and to give us background to how we got to where we are today.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, when we published the agenda for the November 18th meeting on Thursday, November 13th, this item was on the agenda with a 12 noon time certain. The day before the meeting, on November 17th, the commission decided to attend the funeral of Officer Jaramillo the following day. Therefore, we changed the time certain of this item to 6 p.m. the day before the meeting. But the item had been on the agenda since the agenda had been published the week before with a time certain on it.
You have a copy of that, please.
If cable TV can share my screen.
As you can see, F3.
It's agenda item F4. I apologize.
F4, I'm sorry. My eyesight's a little bad. F4 clearly delineates a time certain at 6 p.m. But that's not the only issue we're at, okay? It is a responsibility and it's incumbent of the elected official who's elected by you to be at every meeting. The vote was 3-0. Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Castro did not come back after the funeral. Right? Again, at the end of the day, that's their decision. No excuse was given in regards to why they couldn't be here, but at the end of the day, they were not here. So my point is this. I was not aware that you were upset or potential. I was not aware that you were not in favor of this. A process was followed, and we did not circumvent a process to make sure that your voice was not heard. Many of you came to see me at open office hours that I've been doing every Friday for 13 years, and we came and we had a conversation. And I said, I need to find out more information. What happened? So there was no process where you were excluded from. Okay. Now, a few issues that I think we need to put on the record that your esteemed attorney mentioned. The noise ordinance issue. We have rules here in the city. If a noise ordinance is violated for one reason or another, we will force individuals to comply. That's number one. Number two, if it becomes a habit, I give you my word that the dog park or bark park, whatever you want to call it, is going to have a problem. Because you're not going to have somebody living next to that park and a violation of the noise ordinance. I'd like to find out from the manager, if possible, please. Have we had any issues? Because we already have we have dog parks in the city adjacent to residential homes. Have we had any complaints in regards to those dog parks?
Mayor, we've had no complaints concerning noise on those dog parks.
So we don't have any code enforcement, proof of code enforcement violations or anything like that, where the neighbor has said, I can't sleep at night, there's a dog. Obviously, you can't use the parks from dusk to dawn, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So there's limitations in regards to the uses of those parks. So I think we need to be very careful about that, okay? Also, there was a mention about historic homes. We value our historic homes, critically important to who we are as a community. I don't know how that would affect a historic home, but I'm more than willing to learn on that front. And by the way, I don't own a dog, so I want to put that on the record. My daughters are killing me for a dog, but I don't own a dog. I don't own a dog, and at this present moment, I got my hands full, as you can tell by this commission meeting. So, to me, you had a meeting. We followed the rules. Okay? I don't want to be put in a position, which is what I am right now, which is what I said in the beginning. And I know that having the privilege to be an elected official, sometimes you got to make decisions that doesn't make people happy. But if you told me there was a glitch in the matrix in regards to the process, we didn't follow the rules, and someone disenfranchised, I would say to myself, okay, we gotta fix this. We gotta back this out. But if I make you happy, I make them unhappy. What I think is better to do, in my opinion, is I think that we need to have both sponsors select one or two individuals each and start to build consensus. To have a conversation with the manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk, sit down in a room, call a sunshine meeting. You can have the 4 people, the 2 elected officials, and say, okay, what can we do to build consensus? Because at the end of the day, you're going to run into your neighbor at Publix. You're going to run into your neighbor at a UN basketball game. You're going to run into your neighbor at the library. You're going to run in, and that's not who we are. Not who we are. So we got to find a way to bridge the gap. Does that mean that you cut a certain area of the park? Does that mean so it's not next to the nice lady, the physician? By the way, I know what a physician has to do every day. My father's a physician who works nonstop every single day. So I know, especially being in the emergency room, what she has to do and how she needs to sleep. So we got to take a step back here. Okay, we've had 2 meetings, pro, against. Let's take a step back. Let's schedule some time with the manager, city attorney, city clerk. Both of my colleagues select 2 individuals from each group, from each side, and we build some consensus here. We find a way to bridge the gap. Okay? I've already told you there's no noise ordinance issues. I don't know personally, and I want to be educated. Okay? I want to be educated in regards to how this may affect the historic home. I'm not saying it may not. Maybe you teach me. You know, property values go down. I need to find out what are issues that would affect us. But right now, as we are right now, I feel I would be doing a disservice to myself as an elected official if I voted in favor for them and then I voted against. So I think that we need to be very, very careful about how we move forward. Not only on delivering the park, but also on how we vote today. I don't think we should vote, except for designating 2 individuals on each side to start having real conversations about these issues. So I know that we have the Blue Road open space. That was done. That was an existing park that after 20 plus years was finally delivered. It's going to be about to open. And we had the Salvador Park, which was existing, and we put in a dog park there. Those are examples that I think we need to look at in regards to notice and what we did in those parks and what we did there. Those are examples of existing pieces of land that we owned, and then they later transitioned after, decades into a different use. Even though Blue Road is not a different use, it's always been an open space, but it's a park. Now it looks beautiful. So I think that's something that I'd like to see the manager and the city attorney and the city clerk work on with my colleagues to say, okay, what are the notice requirements? How do we handle it in that point? What do we do in Salvador Park when we put a dog park in? Okay? So I think we've had some pretty robust discussion. What I would like to see, and I hope my colleagues would support me. You have something you'd like to say?
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
But when you're done.
I'm done.
Well, I just want to borrow and jump off that last point you were making. It's at the risk of being repetitive, it's already designated for park use. Do not underestimate, assuming the vote is that we're going to be ultimately going forward with this particular use of the park. Do not underestimate the power and the influence and the reach you have as residents to work with the city to reach the consensus that the mayor is talking about. I have seen miraculous, well, near miraculous changes in all kinds of developments. One that recently comes to mind is a development at 760 Ponce. It went years. And the developer and the residents were like this far apart for a very, very long time. But they were passionate and they were clear and direct about what they wanted to see, since they are the ones most affected by that development. So don't underestimate yourselves in getting what you want as part of an overall consensus. Because I've seen mountains get moved when people care enough. So you may be very, very surprised, I would not, that you end up with something you really will treasure if we all work together and try and find that consensus.
And by the way, the layout that you see there may not be the layout. Again, this is very preliminary. Very preliminary. It may not be the whole size. It may be half the size. Maybe, I don't know at the end of the day. So I think that I'd like to have the sponsors of both of these pieces of legislation tell me if they agree with what I'm trying to build here. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
So for the people that did come to see me, or I did get the opportunity to meet with, I was able to show them the various iterations of what happened at the Salvador Dog Park. And they saw that it started with one idea from staff. Then it transformed into another idea. And then it went into a third idea where the sidewalk was moved. The neighborhood is thrilled with the park, even those who thought they wouldn't like it. They like it now, they use it now, and they use it daily themselves, even though they live right across the street. We do need to build consensus, but we cannot build consensus if you're unwilling to meet, if you're unwilling to talk, if you're not willing to look at the drawings and make comments on them. I did it with some of your neighbors, and then the rest of you refused to meet. So you cannot build consensus that way. Yes, I do think the idea that you have for having the meetings is exactly where we were heading anyway with the dog park design. This is why I had staff's first iteration presented so we can start that discussion and move forward.
Through the mayor?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Okay, so they don't want, number one, I think having a sunshine meeting is a great idea, but I'm pretty sure, and they've reiterated to me 1,000 times, they don't want to talk about the design of the park. What they want to talk about is that they don't want a dog park. That's the conversation they want to have, okay? And I also understand that there's other residents that do want a dog park. So yes, I think a sunshine meeting would be beneficial, maybe with both of us in there, with all parties available, as well as many residents as we can get there in the area affected. But I also think that moving forward, we need a process of how we determine, and maybe to the mayor, city attorney, if you can go ahead and work on legislation to go ahead and build a process, especially the neighbors that are being affected immediately, or a 1,000-foot radius when we're going to propose a park. We need something like legitimate that we can follow through. And I was also unaware that it was at 6 p.m. I was told probably 3 hours before that it's at 6 p.m., the dog park. That's why I wasn't here. I do feel that for some reason you guys were excluded. I don't know. I know that the city attorney here says that because it's on the agenda, you guys were notified. But the reality of life is that people that are not following politics every day are not reading an agenda every single day. And I understand that, okay? So I think that there has to be another method of communication, especially when there's a dog park being proposed in your backyard or in your front yard. So I want to go ahead and I also want to go ahead and put on the record some of the text messages I've been getting. One of them say they want to change the green area to real grass for fake grass with a fence. Is that accurate? Is that the proposal? Do we know? No.
First and foremost, through the mayor. We got to have an order. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's got to work. It's the way democracy works. Again, if you'd like to speak with staff, ask me and I'll bring staff up.
Okay. Through the mayor, that's a question. I will continue to ask different questions that I have here on my phone.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
The large area would be grass. The small area for small dogs would be artificial turf. That's what was proposed on the plan.
Okay. Thank you, Dina. I'm sorry. I think the question
okay.
was answered.
I'll
okay,
stick
so then
around.
the second one is that Vice Mayor Anderson speaks with the neighbors next to the park, but she hasn't given us a chance for a neighborhood meeting. All she wants to do is do one-on-one meetings. I think moving forward, and I'm not going to answer for her, but I think she's open to having a sunshine meeting with all residents if we can come into some type of agreement that will make everybody happy at the same time.
Through the mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
the emails I received requested a meeting within hours, within the next day, on a Saturday, at the Coral Gables Library. I said it's too short a notice. We don't own the library. I mean, we own the library. We can't dictate the uses there. Okay. I offered to meet with each people one-on-one. I also offered my office hours to meet. Same process happened with the Salvador Dog Park. Okay. People came in. They came in as a group. They requested certain things. They brought in samples of what they wanted. I handed it off to staff, and staff obliged. And staff has done an amazingly good job of maintaining that park. And they clean it as well. So, thank you.
If I can continue through the mayor. Yes, another resident has some concerns that the petition has signatures that are not even residents of Coral Gables. I think it would be, and I love petitions, but at the same time, when it comes to a park like this, I think the city should take a little more hold and ask ourselves, and me going door to door, or ballot questions when it comes to this, or verify these petitions. Parks and Recreation review for park change. What is the process behind that? That's one of the questions from one of the residents.
The process, through the mayor.
Through the mayor.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. The park process, it would be now, the process for a new piece of property is the commission decides to purchase that piece of property for parkland. And then we look at different alternatives for what that park is going to be. In this case, it would be a dog park, and in this case, we would present to the residents what the proposal is and get feedback from those residents, just like we presented here today through our city landscape architect.
Mm-hmm. Through the mayor, this is a question for the city attorney. There's an ordinance, and please correct me if I'm wrong, about walking dogs off leash. One of the residents is asking, why are we not enforcing that?
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So my understanding is that we enforce our ordinances, but if this is a dog park, then that is allowed in the dog park.
Okay. Okay, and one of the other questions here also is, point of clarification, nearby residents were never asked to sign a petition in favor of the dog park. So why are we in fact excluded? Maybe not intentionally. I'm not sure why none of the residents that were really close to the dog park were not asked. I think we should probably follow up a fair process. I know that there's like 400 and something people that signed the petition, but if maybe the city can go ahead and take a hold of that, I mean, I think it would be the most fair thing to do. Maybe at the end of the day, we will get a dog park, but in a fair manner, I would say. And that is it.
I have a few questions I want to answer, but Commissioner Lara, you'd like to say
I just want to say that, thank you, Mayor, for being indulgent with the questions, because that's just another form of public commentary and colloquy, and which was already covered at the beginning, but you've been indulgent in having the questions asked or answered in real time. I'm not sure when the appropriate moment would be, but it is my belief that since what's being asked, and I just don't even recall if there was a motion made and seconded on Commissioner Castro's F1, but if that's the case, I would strongly urge us to call the vote on that, because what we've already voted on is to allow city staff to move forward with the design and development and the implementation through public input of a dog park. I think that we are going to be losing the thread of moving towards a consensus if we don't answer first the question of whether or not there was something untoward, illegal, inappropriate in the vote that was taken back in November. I'd like that motion voted on.
Commissioner, you have anything else you'd like to add? For the record,
Yeah,
before we vote?
I do actually. I think if both sides are willing to have a conversation, I think that goes to what I was saying earlier. If we can find a solution, Coral Gables would be able to find a solution. I think trying to understand what Commissioner Lara was just saying, I think it would go a lot further for those who are concerned to maybe, instead of voting on the question at hand, voting on an item that would just put a hold on moving forward with the plans until this meeting has taken place. And until there is a meeting of the minds and that comes back to commission, at that point we can reconsider whether it moves forward or there's a change in the plan.
Through the mayor on that question.
Yes.
So that is exactly and precisely what I'm trying to get clarity on. Not on anything that would derail consensus on what a dog park may ultimately look like, but rather to call the question and vote on whether or not we need to rescind what was a lawful vote taken back in November, because that can be distracting at best as people try to discuss the future if they're still perhaps holding out hope that there will be no dog park. There may be, there may not be, but we need to have a vote on the motion, if it hasn't been seconded, concerning F1 today.
If I may, just 1 second. Okay, we're going to do the vote right when I'm done. Okay. A few points of clarification. Okay. Commissioner Castro mentioned 1,000 feet notification. Let's correct the record. It's 1,500. Correct, Mr. Manager? You said that on the record.
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. So we got to be careful what we say, because at the end we got to say the correct thing. So 1,500 feet for future notifications on these issues. Okay. I also heard that we weren't notified of the meeting as elected officials. I'm sorry. Even when I didn't have a manager that I trusted and believed in, I still knew how to find the agenda online. Even when the manager wouldn't meet with me for 8 months, which he didn't, I still knew how to find the agenda. And Mr. Clerk, just for the record, because I think we have to be incredibly cognizant and careful when we make statements like that, because then it makes it seem as if elected officials are being misled. That happens in like third world countries in South and Central America. It doesn't happen here. Okay. At the end of the day, Mr. Clerk, that was when we changed from 12 to 6 o'clock. The decision was made because the commission requested to attend this incredibly important funeral for an ex-police officer that worked for the city of Coral Gables.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And the commissioners were made aware that we were obviously going to push the items from the agenda and come back and address issues, correct?
We did not call each commissioner individually and told them of the
So what
times.
did you-
We provided them, we posted the new agenda, and we provided a new agenda.
Okay. But at the end of the day, you have items on the agenda. It's, as a responsible person, you've got to address those items on the agenda. We're not leaving here until the agenda gets finished. I've been doing this for 13 years, and I've never not showed up for a meeting and said, oh, I guess it'll be addressed later. That's not the way it works. It's just common sense and a sense of responsibility for the job at hand. So, Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. I'd like to have a roll call vote on that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have a motion on a second on agenda item F1, rescinding the previously adopted resolution. Commissioner Lara?
For the reasons stated, and in the interest of moving forward and seeking consensus, no.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
And before I vote, I'll just go over and note for the record that Commissioner Castro did ask for a dog park without notice in the North Gables at a location 3 blocks away from another park that we already have in the North Gables. So if we want to go over process, that's something that we have to be consistent about, and there was no petition by any resident for a dog park in that area. The dog park plan is to have dog parks within walking distance of residents throughout our city. They don't need to be 3 blocks away from each other. But the design stage is only fruitful if you're able to engage with staff and be able to sit down with staff and look at the design and give feedback. So for that reason, we do need to move forward with design and get input from residents. And you can't provide input unless you have a design to even look at. So my vote is on the resolution is no.
Commissioner Castro?
Okay. Once again, I'm going to go ahead and clarify my motion just in case there's any mistake in what my motion was. And it was to go ahead and rescind the previous vote. Not only to rescind the previous vote, as the city clerk just said, but it's also to go ahead and reconsider and ask the neighbors, especially the ones not 1,000 feet, but 1,500 feet, if this is what they want. Maybe they want a passive park. Maybe we'll have a park. Maybe we'll have a playground. But we need to ask the people. We cannot just sit here and decide from a petition that we do not know if everybody even lives in the city. I understand very well that my colleagues don't agree with me. But I think the grand majority of the residents that live around this park do. And that's what's important. I am sorry that this motion is going to have to go ahead and fail, but with a lot of more resident input, maybe, who knows, maybe there will be a miracle in this dais. My vote is yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Mr. Clerk, thank you for clarifying the point on the November meeting and the fact that we were not notified of a 6 p.m. time certain until the day of the commission meeting. And Mr. Mayor, I don't have the luxury of leaving my son at school unattended. I unfortunately cannot do that. For a 6 p.m. time certain or a meeting that will go past 5:30, I have to make arrangements prior to the meeting. Unfortunately, at that moment, just a few hours before, I was not able to find anybody to take care of my son, pick him up at school, and bring him home. So it is unfortunate that you were excluded. You were excluded. I think it has been made very abundantly clear here today, and that this commission has no interest in revisiting it. It's just about having a meeting so that you can figure out what the best design is going to be. My vote is a yes because I stand with you, the residents.
Mayor Lago?
So let's give you an explanation. We'll give an explanation on the vote. Number two. Number one. You know what? We're paid to do a job. No excuses. I was in the hospital this weekend. I'm here. I don't feel well. I'm here. You know, so at the end of the day, we have a job to do. In almost 14 years, I've never missed a meeting. I have a responsibility to this commission and to this city. I respect that people have children, elderly, they're sick. I understand. But I have a responsibility to be here. We were noticed. personal responsibility. This is a commission meeting. Accept your personal responsibility. Stop blaming other people for not addressing issues here. It is the story that never ends. Blaming others, blaming others, blaming others for a lack of success. So at the end of the day, what we've done here today is exactly what I hate doing and what I've tried to not do in 14 years of public service, is pin residents against each other for politics. That is the problem. And that's what I hope the residents see here. Because we voted in favor of a dog park that had 400 something signatures, and now you voted against a dog park, rescinding a dog park that has 390 signatures or 500 signatures. You know, it just doesn't make sense. Accusing people that they don't live in the city and that the petition wasn't done correctly, it's just not the right way of doing things. I'm a believer of getting people in a room, build consensus, figure out a way to get this to the finish line. Like I said before, you don't know what could happen, but don't blame other people and take the blame off you. Because at the end of the day, I take a file home that I put together right before a commission meeting here, and it has everything. It has my notes. I review it days in advance, and I add notes on every single issue. I take this job seriously. Whether you agree or you disagree with me, I think it's a disservice to this community if you don't work as hard as the employees work. So, and it's very clear, if you look at the agenda, I take great pride in doing this, even in disagreement. So, I'm going to be voting no, okay? But what I'm asking is that we schedule a meeting immediately, next week. We put this together, leave the politics at the door, find an answer. Whether it's a dog park, whether it's half a dog park, whether it's a quarter, whether it's a repositioning of the asset, whether it's more trees that makes the residents happy, whatever that is, I leave it up to you, both of you, all of you, because it shouldn't just be one side that has say in this. It should be both sides. So I am sorry that it even came down to a vote. I tried to avoid a vote at all costs because I was hoping that we could beat Coral Gables and we could say, hey, we're going to try to figure this out. But it took a vote at the end of the day, which I don't think is the right thing to do. It shouldn't have even been on the agenda today. It shouldn't have been because it pins the residents against each other. And in my opinion, that's distasteful. It's not the right way of doing things because you're going to run into the neighbors and you're going to be that person who makes a comment, you know, on a political blog opposing somebody else or disrespecting somebody else. And that to me is just not who we are. Because guess what? I bear the brunt of that constantly from people in this community. Thank God I have thick skin. But some of you shouldn't have to deal with that because you shouldn't pit neighborhoods against each other. So that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've also been in this city for decades and decades and decades. So moving on. Thank you for being here very much. Your voice has been heard. We will, Mr. Manager, please put together with my colleagues, the people that are going to be designated to meet in the Sunshine Meeting, and let's move forward. I look forward to coming back to the commission. Thank you.
So the Mayor, we will have a meeting, a Parks meeting that will be sunshined on this particular proposal.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to F10. There are a few items left on the agenda.
F10 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting a donation from Friends of the Underline, Inc., and authorizing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute funding and sponsorship agreement with Friends of the Underline, Inc. regarding the Underline Dog Park and naming the park Chewy Bark Park for a certain period of time. The Assistant City Manager will present the item.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, City Attorney, and City Clerk. The item before you has 3 basic points. There is a waiver of the park naming policy within this item. It's also allowing the City Manager and City Attorney to directly negotiate with the Underline, and it's also still pending a separate approval for the naming with the county, which the Underline is working towards. So this would be a temporary naming of conditionally up to 3 to 5 years for a sponsor that would allocate funding towards maintenance of the park, as well as maintenance from the underlines. We do have a representative of the underline here as well, so I'm not sure if he would like to come up.
Thank you. Sir, good to see you again. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and members of the Commission. I'm Yulis Cleckley, CEO of Friends of the Underline, and we truly appreciate the opportunity to work with the City of Coral Gables as well as with the county to bring this fantastic asset to the community here for Coral Gables. This dog park is something that's of extreme interest to the community that folks ask every single day when it's going to open. And at the same time, what we've done over the past several months is identify a fantastic corporate sponsor that will not only provide fantastic programming for the community, but also will be able to chip in to cover some of the operations and maintenance of the park. So it's at no cost to the city, and it's emblematic of the partnership that we have here at the Friends of the Underline with the city and the county, and we look forward to moving forward with this item and ask for your approval tonight.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor. And I apologize. Who seconded?
I did.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. No public comment. Do my colleagues have any other comments they'd like to make?
No.
It's exciting to see this finally come to fruition. I've been working on this project for years, and I want to thank the Vice Mayor for really stepping up on this front. It's all hands on deck right now. So send my best to everybody in the underline. Thank you so much. And this is going to be, again, another beautiful amenity for the city of Coral Gables. We've got a lot of work to do, but those are things that we'll talk on another day. We're taking small steps. We're here. Finally, the underline is about to open up. Anything else, Madam Vice Mayor?
I think the time the ribbon cutting has been set by staff.
So we are coordinating together with the underline and the county to have a collaborative opening event of the Bark Park. Right now it is scheduled for January 31st. It is a Saturday and for 10 a.m. So you will be receiving a save the date and a formal invite as soon as we all meet, all three parties, to do a joint announcement of the invite.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
staff, for your hard work on this one. I know it was, there's a lot more detail in this than appears on this two-page document. So,
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F12. This is a discussion regarding media credentials. So one of the things that I think, and I'm happy we have Martha here with us. You'd like to join us? Please come up. Thank you. Thank you. The floor is yours.
So regarding media policy, we worked with the city manager to establish an administrative order. And regarding media policy, we haven't published this administrative policy. We wanted the input, the manager wanted the input from this commission. But the purpose is to support accurate and orderly coverage of City of Coral Gables events. Media credentials would be issued to organizations and individuals who meet the criteria outlined below in what you have. I do want to stress that public events are always open to everyone. They're and credentials only apply to press-specific media areas. Suppose if we had a parade and there were like risers or restricted zones or, interviews, etc. But not for general attendance. Everything is open to everyone. I have always had a very open door policy. When anyone calls me, I always work to respond quickly and accurately.
Thank you. And if I may, I'm going to tell you why I put this on the agenda. I think it's important when you have entities, whether I agree or disagree, for example, with the Miami Herald, Sun Sentinel, entities that are serious media outlets who have industry standards for independent, objective newspapers with real reporters. Now we're being overrun with AI. You're seeing all these blogs that are constantly using AI. We have one here in the Gables that makes the simplest mistakes. I mean, can't even get the current staff correct. Staff that hasn't even been here in 5 or 6 years is being used in certain cases. And that goes to show you that, again, it's not a real person writing. And it's actually pretty humorous when you look at this. There's no correction policy. There's no editorial board. No member names are given. There's no masthead identifying staff, editors, and ownership. So basically, it's a wild, wild west. It's a free-for-all. We all know what we're talking about here. Blogs. So if you're going to be invited to an event that's a pay event, case in point, a centennial concert, and you come, I can do the same thing. I can build a website, call it, Vlogo Blog or Vlogo Gables, ask the clerk for all our contacts, tens of thousands of contacts, and then just start hammering away using AI, what I believe is important. But again, to me, I think it's a privilege. If you're going to go to an event and you have a responsibility as a media outlet, agree or disagree with me, you have a responsibility to provide simple things that true independent media provides. Masthead, identifying staff, editors, and ownership. Editorial board, member names. Correction policy, human reporters, not AI. So at the end of the day, this is just about truly having accountability and transparency. And I think it's important. Anyone else? So without being, I guess everyone agrees. Mr. Manager, will you proceed and provide the information?
Yes, Mayor, we're writing an administrative order to take care of this issue.
Perfect.
And be consistent throughout the city.
Ms. Pantin, very grateful for your meetings with me. Thank you for your hard work. Amazing work. Thank you. Moving on to F13, discussion regarding business tax licenses. So this is something important to me, and I was speaking with our tax collector just recently, and I wish I could have made it to the Mayor Hialeah's swearing in yesterday, but I wasn't feeling well. But he's taken action today in a very similar vein. Miami-Dade Ordinance 9345 says local authorities can revoke licenses if a company does business with Cuba in violation of federal law. State law says that local authorities may revoke business licenses if the business is doing business with Cuba, Florida Statute 2050532. Federal law says international trade with Cuba by a U.S. person is restricted. The Office of Foreign Assets Control, the OFAC, issues general licenses for certain transactions, air carrier services, travel services, and the collection or forwarding of remittance. Specific licenses may be issued on a case-by-case basis. In regards to Venezuela, the U.S. has imposed sanctions and restrictions mainly related to doing business with criminal or anti-democratic organizations. So I think we as a city should follow the law. As son of Cubans who came to this great country, Peter Pan, with nothing, I think it's time that we follow the law. I try to do everything in my household to not buy Chinese products, to make sure we support American-made products. I passed legislation here at the city. And I know sometimes maybe these pieces of legislation are more ceremonial than anything. But I ask is that our staff, which is amazing, ACM, DCM, manager, city attorney, city clerk, our finance director, get in a room and figure out what is the tax collector doing? What is the governor doing? What are we doing to make sure that we don't have people who are getting business licenses here in the city that are doing business with Cuba? Let's be honest with ourselves, okay? When Maduro was removed from Venezuela, whether you agree or disagree, he was surrounded by Cubans that were providing intelligence and were providing safety. Okay? Cuba is the #1 destabilizing force in this hemisphere. I'm not going to argue with you whether there's elections and human rights or any of that stuff. There's nothing to argue. Don't waste your time with me. Don't. I'm a card-carrying member of Cuba Decide, and I'm a card-carrying member of El Directorio, and I'm very proud to say that. I will not visit Cuba, and I will not have dialogue with Cuba under no circumstances. I will never change. And I have done things here in this city that has gotten a lot of fire because of my view on Cuba, where we did not give taxpayer money to artists who live in Miami and in Coral Gables, but have their talleres or have their shops in Cuba, where slave labor makes the art and then sells it to Europe. That is gross, disgusting, and I will not be part of that. And I voted against it. The Herald went against me because I did not support Sandra Ramos. I will not change. I am intransigent in regards to that issue. So I think that we need to come together and we need to support the tax collector. And we need to support the governor on this issue. And we need to support the President of the United States on this issue. Because this is not about Republican or Democrat. This is about human rights. This is about democracy. This is about protecting American interests in our hemisphere. So I ask you for your support. I ask you for your input. Give me your input. Give it to the manager. And I would like to have, and by the way, you have more than enough knowledge, more knowledge than I do in regards to this issue. So I would love for your legal mind and expertise in regards to what you've been involved with to see how we can craft something that, again, sends a strong message to people who are doing business here in the city of Coral Gables, that are also doing business in Cuba, where it's a drug trafficking agency, a human trafficking agency, where people are put in prison for just speaking their mind and opposing the regime. So, Madam Vice Mayor?
And I know the seriousness of what you're talking about, because we, in the case against Luis Posada Carreras, dealt with individuals who were and came to testify at that trial for speaking their mind. I've also engaged in collection of judgment on behalf of an individual who was a victim of state-sponsored terrorism by the government of Cuba. Also have dealt with OFAC blocked assets before, and trying to, make sure that my clients do not run afoul of those restrictions. And it's easy to, a lot of people don't realize just how powerful the blocked assets laws are. But we are, because it is identified as a state sponsor of terrorism, both in civil and criminal penalties can be applied to folks, narco-terrorism involvement, as well as the type of torture. We should not be encouraging businesses in our community that engage with a state sponsor of terrorism by issuing them license. So, Mayor, I'm in favor of this, strongly in favor of this. I think it sends a strong message that we are not going to tolerate that type of business relationship in our community, and need to protect our community as well. Plus, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near blocked assets and touch them. Though I love to collect them on behalf of my clients that have been victims of state-sponsored terrorism.
You do a good job.
I think we need to move forward with this.
So I ask, because obviously we're not taking action here today, I just ask you to please have this, Madam City Attorney, I want this on the next agenda, please.
Okay.
And I would like to build a resolution. I need to talk to the tax collector. Maybe we know somebody here who can talk to the tax collector. And also speak with our finance director. We need to have a conversation, obviously, about CUs, all those kind of things. And then I need to speak to the governor. We can use Chelsea to speak with our 3 lobbying teams and really get an understanding of how much teeth we have and what we can do to send a strong message. Because I would love other cities to come in behind us and say, hey, listen, we support the tax collector. We support the city of Coral Gables. This is the right thing to do on behalf of Venezuela, on behalf of Cuba. Look at the changes that are happening across this hemisphere right now. You could see a real change in Colombia right now. You just saw a serious change in Chile. You're talking about Mexico could be next, Cuba. Again, the more democracy, the better. And the more we can help people in this moment to send a message that we're with them, I'm 110%. So I just ask you to help me on that. And I'd like to have this, Mr. Clerk, on the next agenda, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This is quick. F14, discussion regarding tree protection at construction sites. So, I'd like to show you a video. Sir, come on up. Come on up. All right. This is the goodie. This is the goodie. All right. So I have people who drive by my house all the time and are constantly looking into my backyard and constantly monitoring my actions. I'm not saying that person here is in this room, but that person could be in the room. With that being said, please roll the tape. This is our city. This is our city. Stop there. What do you think that is? See the difference? See how pretty that is? How beautiful? See the added expense? The better 2x4s, the maintenance. There's no garbage inside of the tree protection. The grass is not growing recklessly out of control. You see that? I know that guy. That's my house. So, my point is this. This is simple. Inspectors are doing an amazing job. Through the manager, I ask that please, we have some sort of order from the manager stating, when you park your car, you look at a few things. Number one, is the fence orderly, right? Is the fence torn? Why is that important? If you don't have a good silt fence up, at the end of the day, the dust when the construction is going to go everywhere. And you can assess this in seconds. Is there graffiti? Is the signage wrong? And also, is the tree protection in good condition? Why is this important? Because aesthetically, if we go back, it just looks terrible. And number two, the intent is to protect the trees. And if the tree protection is broken, it's not going to protect the trees. I know that you're not going to stop this from a car going 50 miles an hour. It's going to blow right through it. But at the end of the day, the intent is somebody backing up, or a concrete truck, or a worker's truck, just by mistake touching it, and then they realize it. Or the sensor goes off. That's the intent. The new cars all have sensors. It gives you a beep, shines some lights. Oh, let me stop. Yeah, maybe they hit the tree protection, but they don't hit the tree, which is our asset. So this is something that I brought up. I know you guys are overwhelmed. You got a lot of stuff going on, but I ask you to please make sure that this is taken care of, because if you drive through our city, you'll see the tree protections are slacking. And I don't want to hit people with fines. They tried that already in the last campaign with me. Didn't work. Okay? When I send the DCM every day 20, 30 items, I always tell them, let's educate, let's educate, let's educate, let's educate. That's the intent, is to educate. Look at this. We can do better. We want people just to say, hey, listen, you got 2 weeks to fix it. Change the screen, to fix the wood. Okay? I think it's important.
So through the mayor, I actually have been derelict. I meant to put this on the agenda as well.
Oh, okay.
Not just for this reason.
You got it. Go ahead, it's yours.
Not just for this, but for a more impactful issue.
What?
Particular contractors we've been have to work a little harder on. So we start off with the tree protection, the trees in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, we need to do something different.
Moving the tree protection.
It's all the way over here. So it's protecting nothing. It's protecting nothing.
Yeah.
So I did speak to the manager about this. You need some rebar in there. It's got to be tied down to that, and not this game of moving it back and forth.
So can we do something, you and I?
Yeah, we can.
Let's work, you and I, through staff, through the manager, and we'll revamp the tree protection. Maybe we'll do a one-pager. So when the contractor gets his permit, this is the way it's supposed to look, and it clearly states, we're going to check every time we do an inspection. We're going to check on a monthly basis. This is what we ask you. You're going to get one warning, and then the next time is a fine. Are you interested in bringing it
Yeah.
next time?
What is the fine right now?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Well, let's have a discussion
Typically,
about
we
it,
educate-
because if it's $10, it's not going to do any good.
So that's
They'll
what I'm
pay
saying.
$10 all day long.
Well, the other issue is if it's a construction inspection, we simply tell them, you need to fix this. We're not going to pass your inspection, right?
Well-
It's not even something that we would charge for necessarily.
Through the mayor.
But if I may, gentlemen, hold on, wait, let's go to the mayor. Okay, just one thing, and the manager's gonna speak now. I wanna wanna delineate tasks and rules and design. Case in point, that's a beautiful idea. You hit somebody, you don't fine them. You say, I'm not gonna pass your inspection until you fix this. Done. Your silt fence is broken, there's dust going all over your neighbor's house. I'm not going to pass your inspection until you change the fencing and make it look appropriate. Those are examples that we can do, and I think that I'd like to put something in writing, so like what we did with dumpsters and we do other things, that when you get your permit expediter pulls your permit, or you pull your permit, you then have to abide by this, and you have to sign the document. You have to sign the document and say, I abide by this, and I will make sure that, again, it goes into your file, and you tell them you're going to get one warning, and the next time you're going to get a fine, or we're not going to pass your inspection. Mr. Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think they start off well, but it's not maintained, and that's the biggest issue. And so we have as many inspectors as we have. We're going to instruct the inspectors to check construction fencing and tree protection as part of every inspection that's done at these job sites, so that it's maintained, because it starts off well, but it's been hit, it's been doing this, and it's not repaired. Fencing is not repaired, and that's one of the big issues. And we can certainly handle this through the inspection process. As you mentioned, Mayor, providing a rejection is a big hammer.
So, go ahead.
Through the mayor, since you put this item on the agenda, I've actually been looking more at the ones that I've been driving past. I saw one this week that just has barricades. It's completely movable. So that should be easy to pick up when they're doing the rounds. I will try to drive around again to get you the address, but that's totally unacceptable. And it was 3 barricades. It wasn't even 4 that would give a true zone. They were just stacked against the tree. So
we need to address. So I would like for the Vice Mayor and myself to sponsor legislation of the next commission. Maybe we'll do it in a month. Maybe it doesn't have to be the next commission, but in February, we bring forward an item that talks about how to properly install, how to maintain, and what are expectations, and what happens if you don't meet our expectations. Whether, I leave that up to you, whether it's not passing inspections or giving them a fine, warning them a fine, I leave that up to you, and we can flush that out here on the commission floor, okay? Mr. Clerk, so in February?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. F15. Newspaper stands. This has been an ongoing heartburn for me for years. Okay? We remodeled, we got them all refreshed in the downtown after years and years of hitting them with code enforcement. Now they're slipping again. Can we see a video, please? Here we go. The city, by the way, this looks good. This one has been cleaned up. This one was cleaned up, as the DCM will tell you. I sent them this picture, as a matter of fact. And it was, you can see, it's multiple issues. You know, here you go. There's no newspapers in there. It's gone. This is the favor for the Vice Mayor. She's going to love this. This is an ADA nightmare.
Mhm.
Okay?
It is.
It's an ADA nightmare. And this one's not that bad, but in certain areas, you have a garbage can, you have this, you have obviously the light box in the back, and now you have the scooter next to it. It's a problem. So I'd like to go on record and say it's time to remove them. They don't serve a purpose. There's no newspapers inside of them. They're not maintained. And I know that there's state preemption law. I get it. But we need to start removing the ones that are not receiving the necessary TLC. If they do not respond by a certain time, we can remove them, send them to code enforcement, and get them out. Mr. Director, what do you think?
Mr. Mayor, we're already acting on this in accordance to direction that the manager has given us, and we are moving forward with following the due process, using the assistance of our legal department to get them to code enforcement, so that ultimately, if they're not brought up to the standards, we will take the appropriate action.
Okay. So I would like a list, Mr. Manager, if possible, to be provided in March. I want to give you 2 months to show me which ones are not in compliance, where their locations are, and I want to see what the New Times has done. We've been battling this for years. Our city's better than that. We don't allow our garbage cans and our street signs to be this derelict. Our city deserves better. Okay? So I ask you, Mr. Clerk, we can put this in the March agenda.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to have the manager brief my colleagues with the help of the director to see where we're at and to push the Miami New Times. Again, there's no newspapers in there. And if you read the newspaper, it's 5 pages long. They'll probably write a bad article about me now. It's all right. It's all good.
6 pages.
It's okay. They'll hit me again. It's no big deal. But at the end of the day, it's just trying to uphold the standards of the city. Just trying to do our small part. Thank you, Mr. Director. I appreciate your efforts. Item F16. Discussion item regarding the Mobility Hub mural art design proposal. I'd like to bring to your attention, if possible, and I want to thank my staff, Nicole and Laura, for putting this together. I have an idea of proposing an artist, one of the artists, for this incredible project. We don't have a location, but I think it would be nice to do a wall relief, because this is a painter, not a sculptor, even though I think he's done sculpture before, but he's really known as a painter. He is the most important artist to come out of Miami in the last 100 years. He just had a retrospective show at the Bass Museum in Miami Beach, and I'd like to show you some of his works. He hangs in every major museum. He has 5 galleries that represent him, and I'd like to see. We have a video, I think, that I want to see if I can show you. And I have a proposed similar delivery. Here's the artist. Beautiful works.
What medium does he use?
Oil on canvas, paper. So I'd like to show you a video now of what I think would be great for the city. It wouldn't be in color. We would do something like a bronze, a beautiful bronze, where it'd be a relief on the wall. This is a building that I drove by the other day on the way to get a haircut. And on 87th Avenue, I think it's 87th Avenue, this is the ore building where you get the water. If you see, they have a wall relief that's been there for years. That was an artist who put together a work of art. And thank God for Nicole and Laura who just put that together. I wouldn't be able to do that. So if you see there, I think that's something that we could do. A beautiful tropical scene, representative of the Everglades in bronze. And this is an artist that I want you to learn a little bit about, because he's Miami through and through. He went to Miami New School. New World. Thank you. He went to New World. And he's just amazing artist. And I think it would be something beautiful I wanted to educate you on, just to consider him as a possibility. I know that our arts boards are going to love his artwork because they all either collect, own, or highly respect him. And I think it will be something exceptional for our community to bring an artist home like that, who's represented by artists like Lehman Maupin, Fred Snitzer, Victoria Moreau, major gallery. He's in Art Basel with multiple different galleries. His work is incredible. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And as we move forward, I think it would be something beautiful to consider. And it would be something very highly respected, very respected in the community.
Yeah, maybe you could do something with the landscape of Coral Gables in 1920s.
Amazing.
I think that would be really
amazing.
Nice.
The pine trees,
Yeah.
the pine rocklands, all that kind of stuff. I think it would be something exceptional. Mr. Clerk, what did I miss? I know we have H2. Did I miss another F?
F2.
F2.
Mayor, I'd like to defer H2. It's late. I would like to defer H2 if possible.
H2. Okay, we'll defer H2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And mine.
So F2, Mayor, would you like me to read it?
Yes.
So the title, the sponsor has updated the item, and so there's a new title. I'll read the updated title. I provided each of you with a paper copy of the updated draft resolution. The title now reads, "A resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to extend the resident parking rate pilot program for an additional 6 months to collect additional data in order to better determine the long-term feasibility of a resident parking rate."
Thank you for reading that into the record, City Attorney. The reason I was ready to go ahead and make this program permanent, as we had discussed the previous year. However, when I was in my pre-agenda meeting, administration did suggest that because of the changes that are being proposed as far as homestead exemption in the state level, that we would feel that it would be more fiscally responsible to hold off and continue to collect data for the next 6 months. I agreed to the recommendation. I think there's no harm in that. Therefore, everyone has the new resolution in front of them. What you would be voting on is an extra 6 months to give us sufficient time to see the impact of what's going to happen up in Tallahassee.
I'll second if you move it.
I'll move it.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Ms. Maria Cruz? No public comment, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right. Can we have a vote, please?
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Mr. Clerk, do I have any? Did I miss anything on the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Castro.
Number one, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Number two, City Clerk.
Ma'am,
I have a flyer that I want to go ahead and put up there.
Cable TV should have your flyer, ma'am.
Okay, if you could please put it on.
If not, I will share your flyer.
And this is going to come as a surprise because this is actually about dogs. The Pack Walk Dog is going to be on Saturday, January 31st at 11:45 in the morning. Pet Supermarket joined us. They're very interested in promoting dogs that are up for adoption. So they're going to be one of the partners for helping promote these dogs that are up for adoption, which I'm very, very happy with. So once again, if you guys are not busy, I would love for my colleagues to go ahead and join if possible. Besides that, I will see you, well, actually, I won't see you during next commission meeting. I will send this commission a memo explaining why. I will be in Tallahassee. The days they gave me were probably 3 weeks ago, a month ago, and I was not able to correct the record when the city clerk gave the dates when he did. I'll see you I'll see you the following commission meeting.
Vice Mayor?
This weekend, we open the farmer's market, and there is also a garden talk by people I can't remember the names of, but staff does know it, and I've asked them to post it. So that happens at 10 o'clock, because I told staff that no one wants to get up on a Saturday morning for a garden talk. I think we were starting at 8 at one time, and then I got it bumped to 9. Now we have it at 10. So, hope you enjoy the farmer's market. And Happy New Year.
Commissioner Fernandez.
We had a discussion a couple of months ago when we had the folks from the Guayabera place here about potentially wearing guayaberas during the commission meeting that was closest to Jose Marti's birthday, which is our next commission meeting. So wanted to see if you all still wanted to do that, or if we just...
Are there guayaberas for women?
I'm sorry?
Are there guayaberas for women?
Of course.
There are.
They even have dresses.
Dresses, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So it lands on the day before his birthday.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay.
It does sound good.
Commissioner Lara.
Right, so I echo the Vice Mayor's excitement for the farmer's market. I don't know why, that just brings me a ton of joy, especially in an off campaign year, you know? I could just walk around and just soak it all in. So I hope to see all the residents out there in full force, because it's going to be and I think the weather's going to be a bit cooler, so you guys can break out all of your spring or winter gear, depending on what you call it here in Miami. And also, I just want to remind everyone, it's been a while since I've said it, but if you want to catch up with me, you can always come by City Hall, 8:30 through 11 on Mondays. Mondays are my office hours here at City Hall.
Thank you, Commissioner. Few points I'd like to make. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Willie Romeo and the entire team who put together the Leaf event this weekend. I want to thank the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Lara for covering for me. We also had the Lieutenant Governor there. 200 guests showed up. A lot of money was raised for our police and firefighters. I personally sponsored a table, and I know that my colleagues also sponsored, so I want to thank them for that. Thank you for being there, and thank you for doing such a great job. We'll be heading to Tallahassee on February 2nd to the 4th. It's going to be a great event. Continue raising money, obviously, on behalf of the city and addressing our legislative priorities. I also want to talk about a video that I want to make sure it was not talked about in the public square. I didn't see it. This happened in Miami-Dade County. This is unacceptable. I don't need to tell you that. This is a menorah that was put forth by the tax collector. We did the same thing, which, again, I say it with pride. My family donated the menorah that was here in the city. This was not covered. I didn't see it in the news. I didn't see it anywhere. What was most impressive about it was that immediately when this happened, someone came right behind and picked it up. Immediately, restoring faith in this community. And I put that up there because when I found out about it, I'm a Catholic, but at the end of the day, that type of behavior, I don't need to say it, is just unacceptable. It's barbaric, it's inhumane, and it doesn't represent who we are as a community. While it didn't happen in Coral Gables, it happened in Miami-Dade County. To me, we need to be vocal and be very clear that this is unacceptable, just like we said with the issue of Cuba and Venezuela. So I wanted to bring that to your attention and make sure that when things like this happen, we as a community stand up and we're vocal on it. I'm looking forward to March 9th, my town hall. We're going to have the supervisor of elections there, Alina Garcia. She will speak on the process to ensure that every vote counts in regards to our referendums. She's going to be there as long as it takes to meet with residents, explain the issue, and through Martha's help and the manager, we're going to do several takes with her so we can use it on social media and we can use it on email to make sure that we're properly educating people in regards to how to make sure that their vote counts. So please join me on March 9th at my town hall, where we'll have the supervisor election. And I want to thank Alina Garcia in advance for being there. I want to thank staff, the manager, the entire team for being there. Everyone is welcome. I also want to mention that McBride Plaza music event begins at 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, January 15th. At the McBride Plaza on Miracle Mile, events like this are exactly what we love to see in our downtown, Coral Gables. People coming out after work, enjoying music, supporting our local businesses, and experiencing all our city has to offer. So please go to McBride this Thursday to enjoy what makes Coral Gables special. And the last point I want to mention, I met with the manager, the ACM and the DCM. I think the ACM is going to come up here if you can. I had an idea about celebrating. If you know me, you know I'm a diehard UM fan. Diehard UM fan. This is 24 years in the making since we've been relevant and we made it to the national championship. You know, now is the time to make a statement. So I would love nothing more than for my colleagues to come up with ideas. What can we do to celebrate this moment? We have 6 days before the national championship game here in Miami. One of the things that I thought about was, after speaking with the ACM, let's put an inflatable screen in Ponce Park. Thank you to the manager for coming up with that idea. Ponce Park. I was thinking about Merrick Park across the street, but he said let's do it in Ponce Park. And let's bring in 4 or 5, food trucks. We don't have to pay for it. Let people pay for it. One maybe that serves beer, one that serves pizza, one that serves, hamburgers. And get people to come out. We don't need to put chairs out there. Let people bring their own chairs. Put the game out so that people can come out and have a good time. All you hear is the buzz going on right now. How tickets are insanely overpriced and what their numbers are. Families want to go out. They want to have a good time. They want to experience it. They want to be part of it. So what can we do? That's one thing that I want to do. Second thing is maybe put some ribbons, throughout the city in orange and green. Obviously, we're lighting the city orange and green. Maybe we can do something else. Maybe we can, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out my colleagues and see what they can think of over the next 5 days that are not super costly. Remember, I think we said that we already own the screen, right?
So obviously, staff quickly moved to come up with some scenarios, and we want to do a world-class event. This is a big deal. This is not something that happens every day. So I know the Parks Director has been working.
That's not what I talked about. I just don't want to spend money.
We can do.
And I don't want staff to be overworked because staff's going to want to spend that. Sorry?
You talking to me?
No, just you were giggling.
Enough.
So I was saying, I don't want staff to be overworked because probably staff wants to watch it with their family, So that's why I said, don't bring in chairs, don't bring in food, let the trucks come, we set it up, and they leave or they leave at halftime or they leave at a certain time. That's just my thought, but what do you got?
So I'll let our Parks Director propose what he's proposed to the manager, myself, and the DCM.
Yeah, so we looked at and we tried to mirror what we did when we did the World Cup. And we were looking for, the inflatable screen, while we have one, it's not super big. We use it for small movie days. We were looking at if we would bring a screen in, it would be an LED screen, which is a little nicer.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you guys say it's all about I. Did I know about this or no?
About the LED screen? No.
Okay. Who paid for the LED screen for the World Cup?
You did. Yeah.
Out of my own pocket. Sorry, guys. I know it bothers you, but I got to do it.
Yeah.
It was in benefit of the community. That's
yeah.
why I paid for it. It was $5,000.
Wow.
But let me explain to you. I'm not paying for it. Okay? Not this time, okay? So my point is that I love the idea because the game is really crisp and it's awesome. But what is the cost?
I wish I had a direct number yet. I don't have a number yet because what we're looking at is even if we use the inflatable screen, one of the things that I'm working with IT on is how we get the broadcast so there's no lag.
Yeah.
So what our IT director said is we'd have to look at a couple of these companies that have these like live trucks that come in order to get the broadcast. So I don't know yet. We've been on the phone with a couple of companies. Hopefully I get an estimate coming in the next morning, I hope, but that's where we are.
And also the ACM said, again, not throwing anybody in the bus, remember one of those people that gave me a big donation that the Commissioner Castro put up?
We would
the
like to,
plaza?
since there's a couple of
So speak to the
organizations
plaza.
benefiting,
Speak
we'd
to the
like
plaza.
to
Maybe they're
sponsor.
willing to cut a check to sponsor the event. I mean, I can talk to them, if you'd like, and maybe they're willing to do that. Or maybe one of my colleagues is willing to pay for it, like I've paid for it in the past. But maybe that's not the case. But my point is that I just want to be careful with the money because, I don't want to have an event that spends $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. And I want to make sure people go out there. I want it to be about families, and I want people to be able to have a good time and watch the game. So
Just thinking out loud, we have cable connection here at City Hall. So if we were doing it maybe across the street,
that's what I was thinking.
We would be able to have the cable connection and there's no lag because you have cable service from Xfinity here. The plaza.
You mean here?
Here in City
on
Hall.
Biltmore Way?
Yeah.
To show it here?
Saying to show it here.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean.
Because that way you have the cable connection and you don't have to worry about any lag. You just literally, all we need to do is run a long enough connection from the cable connection in here straight over.
The location would affect that, yeah. You wouldn't necessarily need a truck if you had the fiber.
Right.
There's just no fiber at the park.
And you have the parking, you have everything here. This was my first choice, but I like obviously Pond Circle Park more. But I want to limit costs. So we can have a nice event. Get the food trucks here and just really. I want to start already announcing that we're doing this. So we got to come up with a decision by tomorrow and to start getting the word out and telling people to RSVP so we know how many people are going to come out here.
Well, if we close the street down, just talking out loud again, right? Then there's your food trucks. You're just lining them up right there, like farmer's market style. And then you've got the cable that he was saying.
Yes. I think it's a great idea. I mean, I all these ideas. But besides that, we got to get Martha and her team to get out there and start sending it out to people. Hey, come and watch it with us. Any ideas? Something as simple as ribbons on trees on Miracle Mile. I don't know if maybe we can get.
Through the mayor?
Yeah.
Do we have a spending limit where you think that would be just to get some idea as to because it's going to be hard, I guess. What can we do across the street?
Well, I mean, obviously we could
we could close the street off
Actually,
as Commissioner
this
Lara said.
location, from an event logistical perspective, this location does reduce costs. You won't need as many police as you would at Pond Circle because of the street and the 4 crossings. So it's better access in terms of police. You're still, I mean, to me, the biggest expense is going to be the screen and the licensing to show the game and whatever that cost is, which is what we're trying to find out. There are certain ways that if you already have cable, we've been working with the city attorney's office on this to make sure that it's okay, but there's some NCA regulations, so you might have to still buy a license in order to have food trucks there and all that. So we're working on all that.
And we partner with UM. UM may have a license already, and we can be an official spot for them to showcase the game.
We can look into that.
The other way to do it.
We can look into that.
That saves cost.
The other location, just to throw out there, that was proposed by our IT director because there's already infrastructure, is the youth center. So I know we did it last time on the courts, maybe it's the field, but just as we finalize locations, just want to throw that one out as well. Also, because it's short notice and we have to move quickly, and I know we're still finalizing the budget, but we would need a procurement waiver because this is just too short notice.
So I think the fields work because there's bathrooms there, there's parking, it's safe. And I think there's an opportunity to do something there because it makes it easy on staff. We need to make a motion for a procurement waiver for this. Will anybody make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Really quick. If Agave comes through, you came up with that idea, and they're willing to give a donation, thank you for that. That's great. And they're willing to get engaged. They always get engaged. They sponsor everything. I mean, everything's about activating their area. We obviously got to do it in Pond Circle Park.
Correct.
Obviously, because they're not going to do it over there. They're partners, but they want to have people watch the game and then go buy a drink at the Lowe's or buy food at Fogo or Sandwicheria or something like that, So their plan. That's what they want to do. So I know it's short notice. I know you guys are working hard. I just want to say thank you. Whatever the outcome is, we're going to be happy. It's just about taking advantage of this opportunity and showing some pride. That's it. That's all it's about.
Mayor, I think we could partner to see if we can partner with Agave to show it Pond Circle Park. If the costs become too high, we can show it next across. We can close the area up and use the holiday park as the event place.
I just don't want to waste too much time. We got to do things by Friday so we can start announcing and sending it out to all the residents, sending it out to the school board. I want it to be about families coming and having a good time. So
We'll start working on it tomorrow morning.
I mean, even if we have a procurement waiver, for example, like I know this is crazy, but let's say we have 100 people show up, right? 200 people show up, and the food for a hamburger is $10, and we've been very tight with our spending. Maybe we give 50% off and the city covers the other half. You understand? So people can enjoy it. I want it to be about kids. Listen, I grew up on this. This to me is like my World Series. This is huge for us who have not ever had this opportunity to see a University of Miami football game in 25 years, almost a quarter century since we've been relevant. So I think it'd be cool to bring the community out there and do something that, again, just shows some spirit.
And Mayor, we have a coach from Columbus, and we have a Heisman Trophy winner at the Coral Gables resident. So this is, and the game is in the Orange Bowl. This is almost impossible to happen again.
Yeah. So, anything else for the good of the order?
No.
Okay.
It's a fabulous idea. So the trip, you've designated who's going to be going to Tallahassee?
Yes, you, Commissioner Lara, myself.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. God bless. Have a wonderful evening. And I look forward to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.